HTML is quite simple to learn and comprehend. The first and most important language that someone learning web development will encounter is HTML. HTML provides straightforward tags and does not struggle with case sensitivity. It just possesses a few tags that have a single purpose. That's it. So these are some of the numerous reasons behind learning HTML in 2022. Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. I hope you guys are doing well. Today, we'll take you through part 2 of this HTML training program. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from the viewers if we are clearly audible and the screen is clearly visible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if any changes are required from our end, please do let us know in the chat section. Alright, I see a lot of positive responses in the chat section, so let's wait for some more minutes so that some more people can join us. Until then, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple programming videos. So if you are a programmer and if you want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. Also, if you have any queries related to today's topics, please feel free to drop them down in the comment section only, and we'll address them as soon as possible. I think we can get started now. Let's go through the agenda for today's video. We'll start this video by using HTML to make images, videos, and text responsive on a web page. Following that, we'll go through media queries, wherein we'll see how we can make the content of a web page responsible to different screen sizes. After that, we'll cover some important HTML topics like HTML computer code, semantic tags, entities, symbols and emojis, encoding, and deprecated tags in HTML. Once we finish these topics, we'll move ahead and see how to use the form tag in HTML. We'll also go through the different types of elements and attributes present within the form tag in HTML. Similarly, we'll also go through the input tag in HTML. We'll also cover HTML canvas and SVG in HTML. After that, we'll see how we can embed a YouTube video on a web page with the help of HTML. We'll cover some core HTML topics like HTML geolocation, HTML web workers, and HTML servers and events. Towards the end of this tutorial, we'll go through the differences between HTML and XHTML. We'll also see how we can drag and drop any element within a web page with the help of HTML and JavaScript. It is rightly said that you can master a programming language just by programming in it. So, we have a project waiting for you at the end of this tutorial, wherein we'll create a quiz app with the help of HTML and CSS. So, I think I have made myself clear with the plan, and I hope you guys are ready to learn something new. So without any further delay, let's get started. Responsiveness of a web page may refer to different scenarios. Let's go through the meaning of responsiveness first. In web designing, adding responsiveness has two different meanings. One is done with the help of JavaScript. Whenever we go through a website and we see something happens on a button click, it refers to responsiveness as well. We use events for it, right? Let's suppose we go through an e-commerce website and try to purchase a product whenever we click on the buy now button. Something happens, right? It either takes us to a different web page or opens any kind of pop-up regarding the same. This phenomena is called the responsiveness of a web page, and we use JavaScript for that. This was for your reference that if someone says responsiveness, then you should not get confused. We are not going to discuss it in today's video. Responsiveness in HTML means creating a layout in such a way that it will be adjusted automatically to different screen sizes and viewports. Let's take an example here to make it easier for you guys. Let's say we have a website opened on a desktop. What we want to do is we want to open the same website on a mobile device as well. But at the same time, we want all the content to adjust automatically according to the mobile screen. In that case, we need to design a website in such a way that it automatically adjusts itself to such devices. We can achieve this task using two different methods. We can use CSS media queries, or we can do it with the help of HTML and basic CSS as well. We'll be discussing the latter method in this video, which is the HTML method. And in the upcoming video, we'll discuss media queries as well. So don't worry about it, guys. Let's move on and start using HTML to make the content of a web page responsive to different device screens.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
For reference, let's add an image to our browser first. So what we'll do is, we'll move to the body section of a HTML document and we'll write here img. So we are going to add an image over here. So let's write here source. The image is present inside the images folder, and let's say we are using space.png. Now we need the alt attribute as well. So let's say we are writing over here alt and space. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see here that we have an image present on the browser. The image size is larger here, right? Let me zoom in a bit for you. So you can see this is an image. So you can see the size is quite big according to a browser. Now, we want this image to adjust itself accordingly if we reduce the size of a window. For this, we need to make some changes to this picture. So what we'll do is, we'll add a class here first. So let's say we are using class as responsive. Fine. So here we have a class. Now we'll make certain style changes in this image. So we'll use the style tag. Now inside it, we are going to access our image. So we have a class as responsive, and inside here we'll write width. Width is going to be 100%, and let's say the height is going to be auto. Fine. Save the program, and you can see here the image adjusts itself according to our window size. So if we increase the size of our browser, you can see this whole image over here. The width of this image is 100% of the screen, and the height is automatic. Fine. Now, the moment we decrease the size of this window, or we can say if we increase the size, the image is adjusting itself accordingly, right? On increasing or decreasing the size of our window, the image is adjusting. Fine. We don't need anything else to make it look more responsive. Fine. Another thing we can do here is we can use the max width and min width properties to make an image responsive to the window. So what we can do here is we can write here inside this min width. Min width we are going to write here as 500 pixels, and we are going to define max width here as well. Max width is going to be, let's say, 1000 pixels. Save the program now, and you can see the image size is 1000 pixel over here. Go to inspect element, and here you can see if you take your cursor over here on the image source button, you can see the rendered size is 1000 into 469 pixels. Now try decreasing the size of this image. So you can see it over here. We have this size of our window. Now take your cursor over here. You can see the rendered size is 719 pixels. Now decrease the size completely. Now you can see the rendered size is 500 pixels. The image is not going below 500 pixels in this case. Fine. It means that the image will adjust itself down to 500 pixels only. Fine. Now let's write here 400 pixels for your reference. Save the program. Now decrease the size of this window so it's at the lowest, and take your cursor over here. You can see the rendered size is 423 pixels. It can't go below that because this is the maximum size we can go with a browser window. Fine. So this is how we can make an image responsive to the window screen using HTML and basic CSS. We are not using any advanced CSS for making an image responsive as of now. I hope you guys got it. We have already discussed in the last part what responsiveness is and how we can achieve it with the help of HTML and basic CSS. We made an image responsive with the help of HTML only. We'll use the same method in this video for videos and text as well. So let's add a video here first to a web page, and for that what we'll do is we'll move to the body section of our web page and we'll use the video tag over here. So this is a video. Now what we need to do is we need to mention the source. So we have a video folder present in our system and we'll use video1.mp4 from here. Save the program and you can see here on the browser that we have this video present over here. You can see the video over here. Now the size of this video is quite large, right? And it does not have any controls as of now. So let's add those controls here first and then we'll also manage the size of this video. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the video tag, we'll mention controls over here. Fine. Now save the program and you will see here on the browser that this video has controls right now. We can play this video, we can pause it, or we can also mute and unmute it from here only. So we have all the controls for this video right now. Fine. Now what we want here is we want this video to adjust itself according to the size of a browser window. For that, we need to add a class over here inside the video tag. So we'll use the class attribute over here. Let's say the class name is responsive video. Fine. So this is our class name. Save it and you will see nothing happens over here on the browser. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to use certain CSS properties. So what we'll do is we'll move to the head section of HTML document and we'll mention the style tag over here. Now we are going to use CSS properties. So we have to access this video first. For that we have used the class attribute. So we'll write here dot responsive underscore video. So this is the class name. You can see it over here. This is our class name, responsive underscore video. We have used the same class name over here. Now we'll use curly braces over here and here what we'll do is we'll mention the width first. Width is going to be 100% of the screen. So we'll mention 100% over here, save the program and you can see the video here, right? Now what we'll do next is we'll mention min width over here. So we'll mention min width as 400 pixels. So let's make it 500 pixels so that you guys can see the change. Save it now and you can see the video size is changed. Now we'll mention height here as auto as well. Fine. Now we are done with it. So save the program and here you can see we have this video present over here on the browser. The video over here is 100% of the width. It has taken all the width over here. So what we'll do is we'll reduce the size and now what we'll do is we'll see if this thing is working or not. You can see here if we reduce the size of our browser window, the image is adjusting itself, right? So here you can see the video is adjusting itself according to the size of a window. Fine. I hope you guys got it. We have used the same min width attribute from the previous video. It will allow the video player size to go as low as 500 pixels for now. Now make it 400 and save it now. You can see this size over here of this particular video player is 400 pixels now. Increase the size of a browser window and you can see the image is adjusting itself, right? So this is how it works for videos. Fine.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's move ahead and we'll add some text to our web page now. So what we'll do is we'll remove this video from here. Save it now. We'll remove this style tag as well. Now you can see we have some text present over here. Now let's add some more text to this web page first. So what we'll do is we'll use the paragraph tag and we'll write here lorem. Let's use 15 words of this paragraph. Press enter and you can see we have a paragraph over here. Save it now and you can see we have this paragraph present over here on the browser. So this text we have used here is a dummy text that we can use as dummy content for a web page. It's not something that matters to us right now. We have a paragraph over here, that's all. So let's change the size of our browser window first to see the text in a web page actually adjust itself. Fine. So here you can see this is a complete open browser and now we'll change the size from here. So you can see the text is adjusting itself accordingly, but we haven't used any CSS properties for it right now, right? So let's see what we can do with it. One thing to notice here is the font size of this text. The font size remains the same. It doesn't matter if you are increasing or decreasing the size of a browser window. So let's write the code here for changing the font size on changing the window size. So for that, what we'll do is we'll move to the paragraph tag and we'll write here style. So we are going to use the style attribute here. We are not using the style tag in the head section. So things will remain the same. Actually, we are using the font size CSS property. So we'll write your font size and we'll mention here, let's say 5 VW. Fine. Now save the program and you will see that the font size adjusts itself according to the browser window. So if we increase the size of this browser, you can see the font size is also increasing. And if we decrease the size of this browser, you can see the font size is also decreasing. Fine. It is because of the font size property we used within the style attribute. It is a CSS property that specifies the size of the text according to the viewport. So you can see over here we have used 5 VW. So VW here stands for viewport width. Fine. Now viewport refers to the visible area of a web page on a display screen. So this is a visible area, and here in this case 5 viewport width means that the font size is going to be 5% of the total width. So this is the total width. The font size is going to be 5% of it. Fine. And now we have increased the width of our browser. So the font size adjusted itself accordingly. So it's now 5% of this whole width of a browser. Fine. So that's why if we change the size of this window, the text size also changes. I hope you guys must have got an idea by now about how to make an image, video, and text present on a web page responsive to the display screen. We have used the min width and the max width properties in the last two videos to make the content of our web page responsive to different screen sizes. In this video, we'll do the same task, but today we'll use proper CSS to do so. So let's move on to the programming part and we'll see side by side what media queries are and why they are important in making a web page more responsive to different screen sizes. So using media queries is quite simple, and if we talk about what they actually are, a media query is used when we resize our screen. So let's say we have a web page opened on our laptop and we want to open it in our phone's browser as well. So both the devices here have different screen sizes, right? And we want our content to adjust itself accordingly to different screen sizes. In that case, we can use the media query method to do so. So let's go through the programming part now, and what we'll do is we'll create some divisions first and then we'll use each division for different screen sizes. So let's create our divisions first. We'll write here inside the body tag. We'll use the div tag again here. Now we need to mention the class attribute. So let's say the class is going to be box. We are going to use the ID attribute as well. Let's say the ID is B1. Now we'll write here this is the screen size of a phone. Fine. Now we have this div tag, save it, and you can see the text present over here on the browser. Now we are going to copy this from here. We are going to paste it here twice. Fine. So we are going to change the ID. We are going to use B3 and B2 respectively. And instead of phone, we are going to do this for a tablet and a computer screen, or we can use just laptop over here. Fine. Save the program and you can see we have all the three divisions present over here. We have all the paragraphs over here in our browser. Now let's style these divisions a bit. So what we'll do is we'll move to the head section now. So let's remove this heading from here so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now what we'll do is we'll move over here and we'll use the style tag. Now inside the style tag, we are going to access the class. So we'll write here dot box and we'll use curly braces over here. Now inside this, we'll mention, let's say the background color. Background color is going to be, let's say aqua. For all the divisions, we are going to keep it same. We'll use font size we are going to use. So we'll write your font size as 70 pixels. And then we have, let's say we are going to align this text at the center. Fine, save it now. And you can see the font size is quite large in this case. So what we'll do is we'll zoom in a browser, and a VS Code. So here you can see we have all the three divisions present over here. Now, what we'll do is we'll right click over here and we'll go to inspect elements. So here you can see we have different options present. Now, if you look over here carefully, we have this toggle device toolbar, right? So we'll click on it, and now what you can see over here is we have this dimensions present over here. Fine. We have the dimension of iPhone SE. We have several options present over here. We have the dimensions for SE, XR, 12 Pro, Pixel 5, Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus, iPad Air, and many more such devices, right? We can use any device of our own choice, or we can just click on responsive over here to resize it manually. So we'll click on responsive for now. It will show us how a web page will look like on different devices. So what we'll do is we'll reduce the size of this, and here you can see we have this text present over here, and we can resize the screen according to ourselves. Now let's move back to our code.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
And we'll mention a CSS property here. So what we'll do is we'll write here display as none for now. Fine. Save it now, move back to the browser, and you can see nothing over here present. Now, what we'll do is we'll use media queries and we'll show specific divisions on specific screen sizes. For example, if the screen size is between 0 pixels and 400 pixels, we want to show on the screen that this is a phone. So I hope you guys got it. Let's do it here. We'll move back to VS Code and we'll use media queries over here. So we'll write over here @media. Now we'll use brackets, and inside brackets we'll write max width. We are going to mention the maximum width for this, so we'll write here 300 pixels. Let's put some space over here and we'll use curly braces here. Now what we'll do is we'll use the b1 id. So b1 is the id for our first div tag, for this div tag. Fine. So we are triggering this div tag, or we can say we are injecting this div tag when the maximum width will be 300 pixels. It means that if the screen size is between 0 pixel or 300 pixel, then the division with id as b1 will be injected to the screen. So we'll write over here, let's say display as block. Fine. So let's write it over here, save it now. What we are doing here is we are mentioning the maximum width, and if the width stays below 300 pixels, then the division will be shown. Otherwise, there will be something different or nothing in this particular case as of now. So let's move back to the browser, and you will see here if we reduce the size of our screen, then the division will be visible from the moment we reach 300 pixels as width. You can see it over here. We are at 302 and there's nothing on the screen. Reduce it to 300 and you can see it says this is the screen of a phone. Fine. Now we can use different devices, right? So let's write the code for a device where we need the width to remain between 300 pixels and 700 pixels. For that, we'll move back to VS Code and we'll write another media query over here. So we'll write over here @media. Now we are going to define the min width and the max width in this case. In this particular case, we don't need to define the min width because the default min width will be 0 pixels. Fine. Now in this case, we'll define the min width first. So we'll write here min width, and min width is going to be 301 pixels. We'll write here and before we define the max width. Fine. So we'll write here max width. Now max width is going to be, let's say, 700 pixels. We'll use curly braces again. Now we are going to use the division with id as b2. So we'll write here b2 and we'll write here display as block. Fine. Save the program and you will see the division. Save the program and you will see the division with id as b2 when the size goes over 300 pixels. You can see it says this is the screen size of a tablet. Let's just change the background color as well here. So we'll write here background color as, let's say, we are going to use burly wood. Save it now, move back to the browser and you can see the color changed over here. you can see the moment we go below 300, the screen size is different. We have different division text present over here, which says this is the screen size of a phone. The moment we pass 300, the text changed to this is the screen size of a tablet. Fine. So let's write the code for laptop as well. So for that, we'll move back to our VS Code again and we'll write over here. So let's remove it. We'll write over here @media. Now we need to define the min width only because the max width will be default. Fine. So we'll write here min width, and min width is going to be 701 pixel, or we can write 700 pixels as well. So we are going to trigger box 3 in that case. We'll write here display as none, and we'll mention the background color as, let's use any of the color we have over here. Let's use turquoise. So we'll save it. Here we have defined the min width only because we want any screen with a size of over 700 pixels to fall under the category of laptops. Although we can use larger devices as well, and we have to mention the screen size of that particular device only. So let's move back to the browser, and here you will see on taking the screen size over 700 pixels. So you can see there's nothing happening right now. So let's see if there's something wrong over here. We've defined the min width and we have used this. Let's save this program once again, and you can see it's not working as of now. Fine. So we have the ID as B3. We have used the ID. So the mistake over here is we have used none as the value for display. We have to change it to block over here. It was a mistake. Save it now. Move back to the browser, and the moment we'll take the screen size over 700, you can see the color is changing, the text is changing, and it says this is the screen size of a laptop now. Fine. The main point of using media queries is it allows us to display our website perfectly on different devices. Although we can use simple min width and max width properties to do so, but using media queries is a better way. So before we conclude this video, let me tell you a little bit about media types. So there are a lot of different media types present in CSS like screen, TV, braille, and many more such types. You can Google it to know more about it. We are not discussing them because we don't need them in a HTML playlist. So for now, what we can do is we can just move back to a VS Code and we can write here media only screen end. Fine. We'll copy it from here. We'll paste it everywhere. So everywhere we have used media, we'll paste it there. Now save the program. And this will work exactly the same. It's just for your reference, guys. You can see this works exactly the same. There's no difference here as of now. It's just for your reference, guys, so that if you see any such thing written anywhere, you won't get confused. We also have the option of using different devices. We have already discussed about it. For example, if we click on iPhone SE over here, you can see it says this is the screen size of a tablet. Fine. This is because we have used random width in our program. We need to make sure about the screen sizes of different devices before we actually use media queries on a web page. So keep this thing in mind. I hope you guys must have got an idea about media queries by now. They are easy to use and of great significance when it comes to adding responsiveness to a web page. Let's say we are working on a web page for an educational site. We need to show the user a piece of the program. In that case, we are left with two options. We can add an image of the code snippet, but then the user will not be able to copy that code from an image. Another way of doing the same task is we can use the code tag in HTML. The code tag in HTML, along with some other HTML elements, is used to display the output, error messages, or coding parts to a user on a web page. HTML provides us with 5 different tags for different tasks. We'll go through all of them one by one. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll use the first element we have, which is the code element. This element is used to display the programming content on a web page. any text present inside this element will have a default monospace font. So let's try it here. What we'll do is we'll move to the body tag of a program and we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll write, let's use a paragraph first. We'll write here, this is an example. Fine, save the program and you can see we have this output on our browser. Let me increase the font size a bit, or we can say the size of a browser window. So we will write here, this is an example. Now we'll use the code tag. So we'll write here code inside angular brackets, and this is a code element. Now we'll write a piece of code over here. So for that we'll write here, let's say for, we'll write here I is equals to 0, I less than is equals to 10, and I plus plus. Fine. Now we'll use the break tag over here. So here we have a break tag. We'll use this curly braces. So we'll use the break tag here again for a line break. Now we'll write here console.log I. Fine. We have to use the break tag over here again. And that's it. Here we have used a simple JavaScript program wherein we are using the for loop. If you have any idea about JavaScript, then it's good. Otherwise, it's not necessary to have this knowledge. It is just an example for now. So save this program and you can see it over here on the browser. We have a small code snippet present over here. You can identify the difference in the font for both the paragraph tag and the code element, right? So this is a different font and this one is monospace, right? So I hope you guys can identify the difference over here. Moving ahead, next element we are going to discuss is the KBD element, or the keyboard element we can say. This element is used to define the user input from the keyboard. Any content present inside the element will have the same monospace font like the code element. So no difference in it. Let's use it here. What we'll do is we'll write over here after the code tag, we'll use the break tag once and we'll write over here KBD. So this is our tag. Now anything we write inside here, so let's say we are writing over here, this is the KBD element. Fine. Save the program and you can see we have this paragraph present over here on the browser. The font looks the same for both elements, right? You can see this font for KBD element and this font for code element looks exactly the same, right? So another element we have in HTML to perform the same task is the SAM element. This element is used to display the output of a program, but if we use it here, we'll see that this element's working is quite the same as the code and KBD elements. So let's use it once over here. We'll write over here after the BR tag. Let's use two break tags and we'll write over here SAM. Close this tag and we'll write over here, this is the SAM element. Fine. Save the program and you can see the font for all these elements is exactly the same. There is no difference in font styling. Again, with the monospace font, we can use any of these tags to represent a piece of code on the web page. Now, the where element in HTML is a bit different. This element is used to define a variable. A variable means it can be a mathematical expression or a variable in a programming context. So let's use the where element over here. Now, what we'll do is we'll use break tag over here and we are going to use the where element. So I hope you guys must know about the most famous formula, which is speed is equals to distance upon time. So we'll write it over here. We'll write speed is equals to distance upon time. Save the program and here you can see this speed is equal to distance upon time has a different font styling basically. It is cursive in nature. You can see it over here. It is cursive and the font styling is different from other elements, right? So let's do one thing. We'll use another famous formula here, which is a plus b whole square. So let's use it. It's an interesting formula. So we'll write over here where. Now, Inside the where, we are going to use a plus b. Now we need to mention square over here, so we'll use the superscript element. We'll write here 2 inside this element. Now we are going to use is equals to, then we have a square. For square, we are going to use superscript again, a square plus b. Now we have to use the superscript again. So we'll write over here superscript a square plus b square. Then we have plus 2ab. Fine. Save the program and let me just use the break tag over here once so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. So we'll write over here break, save the program, and here you can see we have a plus b whole square is equals to a square plus b square plus 2ab. Fine, it's working totally fine, although it looks a bit confusing. We have used the superscript tag here only other than the where tag. So I hope you guys got it. Let's move ahead and we'll go through the pre-tag in HTML now. This tag is used for performated text. Any text present inside the pre-tag is displayed with a fixed width font. Fine. Basically, this tag also has the same working as the code tag and the SAM tags in HTML. It will use the same font as them. So let's use it here once for your reference. So we'll use the break tag over here once again. And we have to write here break. Then we have to use the pre-tag. Fine. So we'll write over here, this is an example of pre-tag in HTML. Fine. Save the program and you can see the text present over here on the browser. It has the same font style with no difference in font style. It's exactly the same for the code tag and for the SAM and keyboard tag. Fine. So guys, these are the tags we have in HTML for showcasing a piece of code. We can use some of them on a web page. I hope you guys must have got an idea by now. There are two different types of tags present in HTML. We know about the div tag and the span tag in HTML, right? These tags have their name, but it does not refer to any meaning. In simple words, we can say that we can use a div tag to create a division, but we don't know what it means to create a division. We have to use CSS and specify certain properties for creating a complete division out of the div tag in HTML. On the other hand, semantic tags refers to elements or tags that define their meaning to the browser and the developer. Now, for example, when we create a navigation bar for a web page, we have two options. We can either move to the body tag and we can write here div id as, let's say, nav. Then we have to move to the CSS file and we have to use certain properties, or we have to add the data in here inside the div tag to create a particular good looking navigation bar. The div tag we use will specify only a division in the browser. It has no meaning at all. Fine. The other way of creating this navigation bar is by using the nav element. The nav element means that anything that goes inside the body of the nav tag. So we have to write here nav. This tag specifies that any content goes there inside this tag will represent the navigation bar of a web page. Fine. So this is the difference between non-semantic tags and semantic tags in HTML. The div tag falls under the category of non-semantic tag and the nav tag falls under the category of semantic tags. Fine. A lot of tags are present in HTML which falls under the category of semantic tags. We have already discussed them in the previous video. So the list goes like this. We have the article tag, aside tag. Then we have details, figure, footer, header, mark, nav, section, summary, and type. So we have already discussed most of them previously, like the article, header, figures, mark, nav, etc. The detail tag is quite interesting to go through. So let's go through this tag and we'll see its usage and syntax. Now, the details tag is used along with the summary tag to create interactive widgets using HTML. Widgets on a web page are mainly created with the help of jQuery and jQuery UI. But HTML 5.0 also provides us a way to achieve this task. We are going to create a widget using HTML. Fine. So let's remove it from here. We are going to use the details tag. So we'll write here details. This is the body of our details element. Now what we'll do is we'll use the summary tag inside it. So we'll write here summary. Fine, let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here YouTube, and then we'll use a paragraph over here. Fine, so we'll use the p tag for that. Let's say we'll write here go to YouTube, search for SimpliCode and subscribe to a channel. Fine. Now, using the detail tag can make a web page more interactive for the user. It is an example of semantic tags in HTML. So the word details defines itself, right? It means we are providing any details within this particular tag. So let's check the output now. Save the program, and you can see here we have the text present inside the summary tag. So we have YouTube written over here. We can see here we have used the word YouTube inside the summary tag. So we have YouTube written over here. Now you can see we have this arrow shaped thing over here. Before YouTube we have this arrow shaped thing. Click on it and see it expand. Now we have this paragraph over here. Fine, it says go to YouTube, search for SimpliCode and subscribe to our channel. We can also increase the size of this paragraph. Let's do one thing over here. We'll write over here lorem 35. We are going to use 35 words from this paragraph. Save it now, open it again, and here you can see we have this whole paragraph present over here. Fine, so it's working totally fine. But other things we can do is we can remove this paragraph from here and just do one thing, just remove this summary as well. So we'll remove this summary as well. Now save the program, and you can see we have details written over here by default. This is the tag name. Click on it and you can see it says YouTube. Fine. So it's totally fine if we are not using the summary tag or the paragraph tag inside the details element. It's totally up to us what we want to do. So let's just undo what we did till now. Now another thing we can do is we can style these elements according to our needs. So let's say we are going to style a paragraph with the font color as red. Fine, save it now. Click over here and you can see the paragraph is red in color. Fine. Same thing goes with the summary tag as well. We can style it as well. So it's a widget actually. The main motive of this video is to make you guys understand the meaning of semantic tags. We use the form tag in HTML also, right? For creating login and sign up forms. So it also falls under the category of semantic tags in HTML. So basically any tag with meaning falls under the category of semantic tags. With meaning, what we want to specify here is the tag should explain what it is used for. Like the form tag is used for creating a form. Like the details tag is used for giving the details to the user. Such tags falls under the category of semantic tags in HTML. So I hope you guys must have understood the concept of semantic tags in HTML by now. Wherein we use the code tag to print a code snippet to a web page. We use a JavaScript program to show you guys how to achieve that task, right? It was working fine. Here we already have a piece of code from that video, and you can see it here on the browser as the output of a program. We have this for loop present over here on the browser. Now, what if we want to add a code snippet of HTML? What if we want to print a div tag on a browser? So let me take you guys through a simple example of what we are going to do today. We'll directly move on to a HTML document. We have a code element here. Let's use the paragraph tag first to print a div tag on the browser. So we'll move here to the body tag and we'll use paragraph tag over here. Now, anything we write inside the paragraph tag will be treated as a text and printed on the browser, right? That's not the case when we use a div tag within the paragraph tag. So what if we write here div? Let's say class is equals to division 1. Fine. Now we'll write something over here. So let's say we'll write over here, this is a division. Fine. Save it. And here you can see it says this is a division. We have the text present on the screen. The text we have here is present inside the div tag only. So that's not what we wanted, right? We want the whole div element. We want whole div element to be present there on the browser as text. Fine. So let's use it with the code tag once to see if that element can help us in any way to achieve our task. So what we'll do is, we'll write over here after the paragraph tag, we are going to use the code tag again. We are going to use the div tag once again. So let's say we are writing over here division2 as class for this div tag, and we'll write over here this is a division inside the code element. Fine, save it now, and here you can see it says this is the division inside the code element. Although the font style here is different, it's monospace we can say, but we are still not getting the whole div element in our browser. Now, one trick I'll show you. We can print the whole code snippet in the browser with the help of spaces only. So what we need to do is, we need to put some space over here. You can see the arrow over here turned red. Fine, so we have to do it here as well. And now save the program, and you can see we have this whole div tag present on a browser as text. Fine, but this method is not the correct way to print HTML code on a browser. That's because the code with spaces will be of no use if the user copy it directly from the website and paste it into their own system. So we need to do something different for this. That's where entities come into existence. An entity in HTML is a piece of string that begins with an ampersand and ends with a semicolon. Entities are used mostly for reserved characters. For example, the greater than and less than sign in any HTML document is always reserved for starting of a tag and ending of a tag, right? So whenever we use them in general, you will notice that these signs turn red in VS Code. You can see it over here. This is because they are reserved for doing some specific task, right? To overcome this problem of not using reserved characters in general, HTML provides us with some predefined ways to make those reserved characters usable as text in a program. So those ways are known as entities in HTML. So what we'll do now is, we'll write this same piece of code over here. Now, you can see we have this code element. We will write it over here, but this time we are going to use entities. Fine. So let's make it correct first. So here we have the output for this code tag. Now we are going to use a code tag again. Fine. This time we are going to use entities in place of characters. So the code tag will remain same. We'll write here code. Now inside this code tag, we need to mention the entities for these symbols or characters we can say. Like for this smaller than, or we can say greater than sign, what we have to do is, we have to write here ampersand, then we have to write here ampersand LT. Fine. So it states that this sign over here is a less than sign. So this is the way of using an entity in HTML. Keep this thing in mind, guys. Now we'll write over here div. So this is our tag name. Then we have class name for equals to will remain the same. For codes, what we have to do is, we have to use entities again. So we'll write here ampersand. Now inside ampersand, we'll write code. So this is for one code. Then we'll write a class name. So we'll write here division2. Fine. Then we have another code. So we have to mention here ampersand code again. Fine. Now we'll write whatever we mentioned over here. So we have, this is a division inside the code element. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here. And after this, we have to close this div tag as well. Fine. So we'll write over here ampersand. Then we have less than sign. Fine. So we'll write here LT, and inside it, we'll mention the slash first, then we'll mention div, and after it, we'll mention ampersand, and then we have to write here GT. Fine. So this is how it goes. We have used entities over here. Now we forgot to mention one thing over here. So you can see it over here. After this code, we need to close this div tag as well. Fine. So here we have forgot to mention this greater than sign. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here ampersand GT and semicolon. So it's fine now. These two code snippets over here are exactly the same. So let's see the difference in their output now. Save it. And here you can see we have this whole code present over here. if we are using this method of giving spaces between the div tags, now save it, and here you can see we have this div tag. Now what we'll do is we'll put a space over here, save it now, and here you can see we have both of them over here. So let's do one thing. We are going to use the break element over here so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. We'll use two break tags and save it now, and here you can see the difference. There's no space present in this one, right? In this output there's no space present. So if you want to remove this space as well, what we have to do is we have to write here like this. Save it now, and it will work totally fine. There's no problem with that. So I hope you guys must have got an idea about what entities are and why we use them in HTML. Fine. Although it may look a bit confusing to you guys for now, but believe me, it's not as hard as it seems. So we are already aware of all the basic reserved characters or symbols in HTML. We can remember a few of the important ones only, right? Like we have the less than sign, the greater than sign, the ampersand sign, the quote sign, and a few more. Fine. Apart from all these basic characters, there are several other characters present in HTML that we can't use directly from the keyboard. So we can use entities for them as well. So let's go through them quickly. What we'll do is we'll mention them here inside a paragraph tag. Fine. So let's use the break tag once more here, and we are going to use a paragraph tag. Now we'll mention them and we'll see what these entities can do. Fine. So let me write a comment over here. So let's say for ampersand we are going to write it here. So for ampersand, what we need to do is we need to write here and amp with a semicolon. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have this ampersand present over here on the browser. So we have few more with us. So let's go through them quickly. We'll use another comment. This time we are going to use for apostrophe. So we have to write here for apostrophe, and we have to write here ampersand. Then we have to write here apos, and this is the entity for apostrophe. Save it now, and here you can see we have this apostrophe sign over here. Let me zoom in a bit, guys. So here you can see it now. Next one we have is for copyright. So we'll write here for copyright. Now we'll move back here and we'll write here ampersand copy. Save it now, and here you can see we have the copyright symbol present over here. Similarly, we can do the same thing for trademark as well. So let's mention it over here. So we'll write here for trademark symbol. So we'll write over here ampersand, and we'll write over here register. So we'll write reg over here, and it is for registered trademark basically. Save it now, and here you can see we have this R symbol over here. Another symbol we have over here is for pound. So we'll mention it first. So we'll write here for pound. So we have to write here ampersand pound and save it now. So here you can see we have this symbol of pound over here. We can use the break tag over here as well. So let's use the break tag over here. Then we have another. So we'll mention a comment first. We'll write over here for send. So we'll write over here ampersand send. Save it now, and here you can see we have this symbol for sent as well, and similarly we have the last one for micro. So we'll write over here ampersand micro. Fine. So let's mention the comment as well, and we'll write over here for micro. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see the micro symbol present over here on the browser. So guys, these are some of the most important characters we use in HTML frequently. The list is so long. Whenever you need entities in any HTML program, you can Google for it and you will get the entity for any character. So I hope you guys must have got it by now about what entities are and why we use them. We came across entities. An entity in HTML is a piece of string that begins with an ampersand and ends with a semicolon. Entities are used mostly for reserved characters. This is a simple definition of entities in HTML. We saw how to use entities in HTML in the previous topic. So please go through it once, guys. If you skipped that part, it's important to go through entities before we move on to symbols and emojis. Now, talking about emojis and symbols we have in HTML, we can't use them directly on a web page. Each symbol or emoji has an alternate entity that is used to add it to a web page. So we'll go through a few of them as it is not possible to go through each emoji at once. So you'll basically get an idea about emojis in HTML. Now, to display a character or emoji on a web page, the browser must know the char set used in the web page. We need to specify the char set in the meta tag. So if you can see here, we have written meta char set is equals to UTF-8 over here, right? This is the default char set used in an HTML document. So if you are using VS Code, then you will see this piece of code is already mentioned in your HTML program. So there are many characters that we cannot type using the keyboard. We need to use entities for them. In UTF-8, there are specific entity numbers for each alphabet, character, and symbol. For example, if we want to print the alphabet A on the web page with the help of an entity number, then we have to write it like, so let's do it over here. We'll move to a body tag and we'll write here P. Inside the paragraph tag, we'll mention an entity. So an entity starts with an ampersand. Then we have to put hash for decimal values, and then we have to write here 65. Now save the program and you can see we have A written over here. Fine. So this is the code for uppercase A. Fine. The numbers following 65 will get us B, C, D, etc. So you have seen here that we have A for 65. Similarly for 66 we have B. For 67 we have C, and so on. Fine. For lowercase letters, we can use numbers from 97 and ahead. So if we write here hash 97, save it now, and you can see we have small a written over here. A in lowercase. Fine. So we can use similar numbers for all the alphabets. Now let's move ahead and we'll discuss about emojis now. Emojis play a vital role in texting and expressing your feelings. So to add an emoji, we use entities in HTML. The entities value can be either a number or a hex value. We can use any of them. For example, let's make a winking face over here on the browser. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the paragraph tag. We'll use a break tag over here first. Now inside the paragraph tag, we'll use the style attribute and we'll increase the font size. Let's say the font size is going to be 100 pixels. We'll put semicolon over here. Now we'll write over here, let's say ampersand. Then after ampersand we have to mention hash for decimal values. Keep this thing in mind. Then we have to write here 128521. So this is the code for winking emoji. Save it now. And here you can see we have this winking emoji present over here. Let's reduce the font size a bit. So we'll mention 50 pixels over here. So you can see the winking emoji over here. Now, similarly, we can add so many emojis in HTML. Another way of doing the same task is by using the hex value. For hex value, what we need to do is we need to write here ampersand. Then we have to put hash. Then we have to put X. Then we have to put the hex value. So this is the hex value for winking emoji. Save it now and you can see we have another winking emoji present over here. Fine. So both the statements over here will do the same task. The winking emoji is here on the browser. We can use other emojis as well. So let's use few of them. What we'll do is we'll write over here. So one thing we'll do is we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here for several times. So because the last two digits will change only, rest will remain the same. So we'll use them from 1 2. Then we have 1 3, 1 4, 1 5 and 1 6. Save the program and here you can see we have all the emojis present over here. Fine. I hope you guys are well aware of the names of these emojis because I'm not that much aware of the names. So I can use them but I don't know the names. So you can know the repeat. So you can get the value from Google, or if you know the emoji name then you can get the value so easily. Fine. Just like emojis, we can also use entity numbers or names for mathematical symbols. For example, if we want to display the euro, we can display it in 3 different ways. So what we'll do is we'll display euro in 3 different ways. So we'll use break tag over here, and then we'll use paragraph tag 3 times. So we'll write here ampersand euro first. Here we have used name, and then we have, let's use another paragraph tag. Fine. So we'll use another paragraph tag. This time we are going to use the numeric value. So we'll write here ampersand hash. Then the numeric value is 8364. Now we have to mention the paragraph tag again here. This time we are going to use the hex value. Fine. So we have to write here 20AC. Fine. So here we have named entity for the euro, an entity number, and a hex value for the entity. So the output will remain the same in all the cases. Save the program and move to the browser. You can see here we have 3 euro symbols present over here for 3 different entities. Once we have used name over here, then we have used number over here, and then finally we have used the hex value over here. Fine. Similarly, for Indian rupee, what we can do is we can write over here ampersand hash, then we have the code as 8377. Fine, save it now. And here you can see we have rupee as well present over here on the browser. So we can use math symbols as well. For that, what we have to do is we have to write over here. So we'll use some symbols. Fine. We'll use the break tag once, then we'll use the paragraph tag, we'll mention style over here, then we'll increase the font size. Font size is going to be, let's say, 50 pixels for each symbol. Fine, now we are going to use symbols over here. So we'll mention over here ampersand, then we have to write hash over here, then we'll write 8704, save it now, and here you can see we have this for all symbol present over here. So let me just remove these euros and all for once. Save it now. And here you can see we have for all symbol present over here. Similarly, we'll copy it from here just like we did for emojis. We'll paste it here several times. And we'll change the last digits. Fine. So last 2 digits maybe sometime. Or mostly last digit. So we'll mention 10 over here, save it now, and here you can see we have different symbols present over here. Fine, these all are mathematical symbols basically. We can't remember the exact value for all of them, but we can search for them anytime, right? Now we can say that we have a decent idea of what entities are and how we can use them in HTML. We saw the usage of emojis and symbols in HTML. We know that HTML entities are required to make any emoji visible on the browser. There are some specific symbols and emojis that we can't use directly from the keyboard, right? So how does the browser understand our intentions to add a specific emoji on the web page? A char set or character set is a bunch of codes supported by HTML. Any character we use in HTML, irrespective of what it is, it can be an alphabet, any special symbol, or it can be any numeric value as well. Each has a specific code so that the browser can interpret it and show us the output accordingly. Initially, when HTML was introduced, ASCII was the first character set used with HTML. What is ASCII? So ASCII is written as ASCII. It is in standard. Fine. ASCII provides 128 different alphanumeric characters that could be used on the internet. It provides us with number from 0 to 9. It provides us with English alphabets from A to Z. And some special characters like dollar, we have at the rate, we have brackets, we have curly brackets, and many more. Fine. The main problem with ASCII encoding was it contains a limited range of characters. It contains mainly 128 characters. Then ANSI also came into existence. It stands for American National Standard Institute. So ANSI stands for, we'll write it here, American National Standard Institute. Fine. It is also a character set standard, an extended version of the standard ASCII character set. It supports 256 characters. So ANSI, also called as Windows 1252, was the default character set for Windows up to Windows 95. So we are taking you in the past where we had ANSI character set for Windows 95. Fine. But the world changed with time and the need to add more characters also increased. That's when the ISO 88591 came into existence. So we'll also mention it here. We'll mention it ISO 88591. It is also a character set. So this was the default HTML encoding for HTML 2.0 and ahead versions like HTML 4.0 as well. It was also an extension of the ASCII standard with international characters. It also used full bytes to show characters. Fine. The last update on character encoding which came into existence is the UTF-8. We are using UTF-8 as of now. So the current version is also UTF-8. It covers almost all the characters and symbols in the world. So HTML4 also supported UTF-8. So the default character encoding for HTML5 is UTF-8. Fine. Now the question is why we are using them and how to use them. So let me take you through a simple example first. Whenever we create an HTML document, the first thing to keep in mind is the char set which we have to provide. Fine. The meta tag specifies the character set of this particular document we will use. The browser will then understand and interpret the data accordingly. If you are using VS Code and HTML 5.2, then this UTF-8 over here is the default char set for your HTML document. Otherwise, we need to mention it manually for other versions or for other editors. Like if you are using Notepad, so you need to mention it. Fine, you need to mention it like here. We need to write meta char set as UTF-8. This is also the default char set for HTML 5.0. So if you are using HTML 5.0 with Notepad, then there will be no issue with that. Now, let's move ahead and we'll print some characters, numbers, and symbols here on the browser. We'll use HTML entities for it. So let's add them. We'll remove this for now and we'll add some characters over here. Fine. So we are going to use the paragraph tag. We'll style it a bit. We'll write your font size as 50 pixels, let's say. Fine. So inside the paragraph tag, we'll put some numeric value for first. So we'll write here this. So the numeric values in UTF-8 or any of the encoding languages, it starts with 48. So we'll write over here ampersand, then we have to put hash, then we have to write here 48. Fine. Save it now. And here you can see we have 0 present on the browser. Let's print some more numeric values over here first. So we'll paste it 4 to 5 times and we'll print some more numeric values. So 49 is for 1. Then we have 50 for 2, 52 for 3, and similarly 53 and 54. Save it now, and here you can see we have 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 because we forgot to mention 51 over here. So let's mention it. So we'll write over here ampersand hash 51. Fine. Save it now. Now you can see we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Similarly, we have 55, 56, and 57 as well for 7, 8, and 9. Fine. Next up, what we'll do is we'll print some alphabets. Fine. So we'll start with capital letters, or we can say uppercase alphabets. So we'll write over here this. Now we'll take another paragraph tag over here. So we'll write here style. Then we are going to use the font size property. Font size is again going to be 50 pixels. Fine. Now we'll write over here ampersand. For uppercase alphabets, we have the character values starts from 65. Fine. So let's write over here ampersand hash 65. So this is basically an entity in HTML. So we'll save it here, and here you can see we have capital A, or we can say A in uppercase. So we'll print some more characters over here like this, and we'll change the values here. 66 is for B, 67 is for C, then we have 68, 69, 70, and 71. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see it says A B C D E F G. So these all are uppercase alphabets, English alphabets basically. Now we'll do the same for lowercase alphabets as well. So we'll write over here style, then we'll mention the font size, which is going to be 50 pixels again. Then we have ampersand. For small a, we have 97. So for small letter, or we can say lowercase alphabets, the codes start from 97. So we'll write over here ampersand hash 97 for a. Save it now, and here you can see we have lowercase a. Copy it, we'll paste it for a few times, and we'll change the values over here. Then we have 100, we have 101, 102, 103, and 104. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see it says A B C D E F G H. So these are the codes we use, or we can say these are the characters or entities we use for different characters present in HTML. Similarly, we will do this same task for some symbols as well. So we'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 50 pixels, and then we have ampersand. For symbols, we have almost 10,000 characters, so we can use any of them. So let's say we are writing over here hash 8704. Fine, we'll use some of them. So save it for once, and here you can see we have this for all symbol present over here. We'll paste it for a few more times, and we need to copy it first. Fine, so we'll paste it for a few more times. We'll change the values over here to 5, 6, 7, and 8. Save it now, and here you can see we have different symbols present over here. So guys, this is how we can use several characters in HTML with the help of entities. I hope you guys must have got an idea about the concept of character sets in HTML by now.
Move on to URL encoding. Let's discuss what a URL is. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. A URL is used to identify a resource on the internet. Every website has a unique URL that helps us get to a specific website. For example, if we move to our browser and search here google.com. So here you can see we have this URL of Google. This is known as the URL of Google. This is unique and it helps us get to Google. Fine. Now, whenever we fill out a form or something over the internet and click on the submit button, the data is sent to the servers through the internet. Whatever data the machine sends over the internet is done through the URL only. The URL is encoded in the form of ASCII characters. We have been through ASCII characters in the previous few videos, right? So there are two methods in HTML for transferring the data from the client side to the server side on the internet: the get method and the post method. We'll discuss them one by one. So let's move on to the programming part directly. And we'll first discuss the get method of transferring the data. The get method is used to send the data within the URL in the form of name-value pairs. The length of the URL remains limited in this method. So let's understand this with the help of a simple example. What we'll do is we'll create a simple form here. So for that, we'll move on to a body tag and we'll write over here input, type as, let's say, text. Then we'll write name. So let's say the name is get space method. Fine. Now we'll close this input tag and we'll add a button using the input tag only. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and that's it. Fine. Okay, so we have to write here input type is equals to submit. Fine. Save the program, and we have to refresh this over the browser because I wanted to show you guys how a resource or how a URL actually looks. That's why we are not using live servers in this video. Now, you can see here we have a text box present on the browser with a submit button. Write something inside the text box and click on the submit button. So let's say we are writing over here a name. Click on the submit button. Let me increase the size of this browser. Click on the submit button and keep an eye on the URL. You can see nothing happening over here on clicking the submit button. We haven't used the form tag yet, right? So let's give it a try first. What we'll do is we'll move back to a HTML part and we'll write here form. Now we have to cut this end tag from here and we have to paste it here. Fine. Now we have a form tag present over here. Save the program, refresh this page on the browser, and you can see we have a form now. So we'll write something over here. Let's say we are writing Kaushal over here. And you can see we have something here ahead of the URL, which says get plus method is equals to Kaushal. Kaushal is the value here we mentioned inside a text box. Fine. So move back to the HTML document once again, and you can see here we have this input tag with name as get space method. Fine. So we have put a space here. We did it on purpose. So let's move back to our browser, and you can see here in place of this space we have this plus operator. Fine. Although so the get method is the default method for transferring the data over the internet. Although we can mention this on the form tag. So what we have to do for this is we have to move back to a HTML document and we have to write here method. Method is an attribute. So we have to write here method as get. Save it now. Move back to the browser. Write something over here. Let's say we are writing Kaushal again. Or let's change the value. So we'll write here SimpliCode. Click on submit, increase the size of the browser, and you can see it says get plus method is equals to SimpliCode. SimpliCode is the value, right? So this is how the get method actually works. The output will remain the same in both cases. We'll try it with some other values as well. So let's say we are writing over here hello everyone. Fine. Hello space everyone. Click on the submit button and you can see it says hello plus everyone. Fine. So let's try it with some operators as well. Now, what we'll do is we'll write over here hello. Now we'll use the hash symbol. Then we'll write here everyone. Click enter or click the submit button. You can see instead of hash we have this %23. Fine. There any space nor any special character except the underscore. This is happening because no space is allowed in the URL. Neither any space nor any special character except the underscore character. So if we try to write here any character, let's say we are writing over here Kaushal, hash, ampersand and underscore. So we have 3 characters over here, right? Click on submit and here you can see we have Kaushal, %23, %26, then we have this underscore sign. Fine. It means that the URL is encoded now. All the symbols we have used in our value are now changed to some encoded values. Fine. The get method is used to send non-secure data like strings, images, etc. The get method is not secure because of the visibility of the data. One can easily go through the URL to find out the data from there. That's where the post method comes into play. This method is more reliable than the get method when it comes to security. In the post method, the form data is transferred in the form of URL variables, which makes the data inaccessible to any outsider. Now, this method is mainly used in forms with password and has sensitive information. Let's understand this method with the help of an example. So we'll use the same form, but we'll change the method to post here. Fine. So we'll write over here post instead of get. Save it now. Save it now. We'll move back to the browser. You can see here we still have the value as Kaushal. We'll change the value here to, let's say, hello everyone. Save it and you can see it's not working because we haven't saved the program. Refresh it and we'll write something over here. So let's say we are writing post method. Fine. Submit the form and here you can see it still says hello everyone. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll use some other values as well. We'll click on submit and you can see nothing is happening over here. It doesn't mean that the data is not sent to the server. It implies that the data is sent to the server but not visible in the URL. The data is sent in the form of encoded messages post the transaction. So is it useful to use the post method every time because it is more secure? Yes, it is more secure than the get method, but at the same time, it takes more time to include the post values in the HTTP body. So whenever you are working on any form, ensure which method you need. I hope you guys understood what URL encoding is. We have been through entities and cat sets in the previous videos. We have a good idea about how we can use different characters on a web page. Entities play a vital role in all this. Now, as we all know, computers don't understand human language. So how can a computer do so many tasks? Initially, developers used to work with machine level codes to make a computer understand the task. Then they realized that we need to do something to make a computer understand human languages like English. So they came up with the idea of character encoding. Any character typed by the user will have a specific numerical value, which will then get converted into a binary number so that the computer can understand it. In simple terms, let's say we are using the character A. Fine. Now, a numerical value will be assigned to this character. Let's say 65 is the numerical value. Now, what will happen is this value will be converted into a binary number. So the binary value is going to be 01000001, or we can say with 5 zeros in between. Now, this is the binary value of 65. Then only the computer will understand that this particular character is A. Fine. The character encoding reflects how the coded character set is mapped to bytes for manipulation in a computer. The current encoding method we are using is UTF-8. You can see at the top of this document that we have mentioned UTF-8 inside the meta tag. It is the most widely used way to represent Unicode text on a web page. The charset attribute specifies the character encoding for this particular HTML document. HTML5 specifications encourages web developers to use the UTF-8 character set, which covers almost all the characters and symbols present in the world currently. UTF-8 is an encoding method, while Unicode, short form for Universal Character Code, is a character set. So, we mentioned the character and UTF-8 has an alternate decimal or hex value for that particular symbol, character or number. And we can use that value to print the character or symbol on the web page. For example, we know that the value of lowercase letter a, or we can say alphabet A in Unicode is 97. And similarly, B, C and D has values 98, 99 and 100 respectively. Here we are talking about lowercase English alphabets. So if we want to print the word hello over here on the browser, so we have to write it like this. So we'll use a paragraph tag over here. So we'll write here like this, and now we'll write over here ampersand hash, then the value of h is going to be 104. Fine. Then similarly we have to print ELLO as well. So for E we have to write here ampersand hash 101. Then we have to mention L as well. So for L we have to write here 108. Then we have to write 108 once again for mentioning L 2 times. Now we have to write here ampersand hash for O. So we'll write here 111, save the program, and here you can see we have hello written over here on the browser. Fine. So these decimal values will then get converted into code points, and the system will understand that it wants to print the word hello on the browser. The same goes for other characters, emojis, symbols and whatnot. If we want to print any particular symbol, then we need to know its Unicode first. Just write the symbol name on Google and search for its Unicode, and we are good to use it. For example, if we want to print any geometric shape, like let's say we want to print a square. So for that, what we need to do is we have this Unicode 9632 for square. So you can check it on Google. So we have to write here P again. Then we have to write here ampersand hash. This is the syntax for entities in HTML. So we'll write here 9632, save it, And here you can see we have a square present over here. If you can see it over here, we have a black square. So similarly, if we write here 9633 instead of 9622, save it now, and here you can see we have an empty square present over here. So I hope you guys must have understood the concept of character encoding by now, and why we use UTF-8 as well, because it allows us to use any character present in the world right now. The current version of HTML we are using is HTML 5.0. Before it was introduced, we used HTML4 to create a web page's structure. Some tags were deprecated from HTML, so we are going to discuss about them in this video. So what is deprecation? Deprecation does not mean removal. So in IT, deprecation refers to something available or allowed but not recommended anymore. In HTML terms, any tag which is tolerated or supported but not recommended to use is known as a deprecated tag. So several tags were deprecated from HTML with the introduction of HTML 5.0. Let's have a look at some of them because it's not possible to cover all of them in a single video. The first tag we are going to discuss is the applet tag. This tag was used to embed the Java applet in an HTML document. So this tag doesn't work anymore because most browsers out there don't support plugins, including the Java plugin. We'll take you through the syntax, but we don't have the JDK installed in our system right now. So you guys can check if you have JDK installed on your system. Now, the syntax goes like this. We'll move to the body tag of a HTML document and we'll mention the applet tag over here. Fine, so we'll write here applet. So this is the tag, then it contains some attributes as well. So we have to write here code. Code is going to be, let's say, Java applet dot class. Fine, then we'll style it as well, and we'll write over here, let's say, background color. Fine, so background color is going to be gray, let's say. We have to remove this semicolon from here and we have to put it here. Now we'll write something over here inside the tag. So we'll write here your applet goes here. Fine, so we'll write here your applet goes here, or we can say your code goes here. Fine, save the program, and here you can see we have this small text present over here on the browser, which is gray in background color, and it says your code goes here. Fine, tag we are going to discuss is the center tag. So if you remember guys, we used a text align attribute with several heading tags to align the heading at the center of the browser. So today we'll use both the ways of doing so. So what we'll do is we'll go through the center tag and we'll also go through the alternative to this particular tag. So we'll write here center. Now we'll write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here, this is heading 1. Save the program, and here you can see it is present at the center of a browser. So you can see it over here. This is heading 1 is present at the center of our browser. So let me increase the size a bit. So this is heading 1. It is present in the center. So we are going to use the heading tag within the center tag. So we are going to use a nested tag here. So we'll mention h1 over here. We are going to keep this sentence inside the h1 tag. Save it now, and here you can see this is heading 1 is present at the center of our browser. Fine. Now we'll use the alternative to this tag because the center tag is now deprecated from HTML. So instead of that, we'll use the text align property, which is a CSS property. So we'll mention the h1 tag over here. Now we'll use the same heading. We'll use this is heading 1. Fine, now we are going to use the CSS property. So we'll mention the style attribute over here. We are going to write here text align at the center. Fine, we are going to remove this semicolon from here. We are going to put it here. Save it now, and here you can see we have this is heading 1 present on the browser. So the output looks exactly the same in both cases, but the difference is that the center tag is now deprecated in HTML. We can still use these tags, but it's not recommended to use them anymore. Now, the next tag we have is the font tag. So let's go through the syntax directly. So we'll write over here, we'll put a break over here. So we are going to use the break tag, and now we are going to use the font tag. Fine, so we have certain attributes for the font tag. So we'll write here font face. Face is going to be, let's say, cursive, and we are going to write here serif. Fine, so let's use the color as well. So we'll write here color. Color is going to be, let's say, blue, and we are going to use the size as well. So size is going to be, let's say, 4. Fine, so we are going to close this font tag and we'll write over here this is the font tag. Fine. Now save this program, and here you can see we have this is the font tag. This is the sentence we have present over here on the browser. This is blue in color, you can see, and the font size is 4. Fine, so we have to write here cursive instead of this. Save it now, and here you can see this is cursive font now. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to discuss the menu tag. This tag is used to create a menu list on a web page. The syntax for this tag goes like this. So we are going to use a break tag first here, then we are going to use the menu tag. Fine, so this is our menu tag. So we'll write over here, let's say BMW. We are going to use the list tag within the menu tag, and then we are going to paste it for a few times. We are going to mention different names over here. Let's say we are writing here Audi, then we have Ferrari, and lastly let's say we have Honda. So these all are car manufacturers. Save it now, and here you can see we have a list present over here. We have all the list in bullet points over here. So this is basically an unordered list. Instead of using the menu tag, we use list tag for such tasks now. Guys, you remember we have the option of unordered and ordered list, right? So the ordered list is used for numberings like A, B, C, D and 1, 2, 3, 4, and unordered list is used for bullet points. So instead of using the menu tag, we use these tags nowadays. The del tag we used in previous videos for striking a light through a piece of text is an alternative to the strike tag. The strike tag had the same task. So let's go through the example directly. Now we'll write over here strike, and let's do one thing. Let's remove this strike tag from here. So what we are going to do is we are going to put a break over here, and we are going to use a paragraph. So let's say we are writing over here this tag is used to. Now we are going to use the strike tag within the paragraph tag. Fine, so these all are nested tags. So we'll write like strike a line within the strike tag, and then we'll complete the sentence over here. Text we are going to write over here. Save it now, and let's see the output. So here you can see we have the line present over strike a line. The del tag is now used to do the same task. If you want to see the output for del tag, let me do it over here, and we are going to use the del tag directly. So we'll write over here like this, and we are going to, let's say, use strike a line again. Save it, and here you can see we have exactly the same output like the strike tag. Fine. The underline tag or the U tag is also deprecated from HTML when HTML5 was introduced. The syntax for that goes like this. We have to write here U, and we have to write here hello there. Save it now, and here you can see the output. Hello there is underlined over here. Fine, let's use a break tag over here and save it now. So here you can see we have this underlined hello there present over here on the browser. So this is how the underline tag used to work. Now instead of using the underline tag, we use the text decoration CSS property for underlining a piece of text. All the tags we saw in this video are now deprecated from HTML. Besides tags, certain attributes were also deprecated, like the text attribute. This attribute was used within the body tag to change the font color of all the text present within the body. Now the alternative to this tag is the color attribute now. So the color attribute we use mainly inside the style attribute, or we can say color is a property. So let's use the text attribute once. So we'll write here text. Let's say we are going to write over here red. Save it now, and here you can see everything is red in color now. Now instead of using this text attribute, we use the color property. So it is basically a CSS property. Now, the background color property we use for changing the background color of any tag was previously used as the bgcolor attribute. bgcolor was an attribute while background color is a CSS property. All the HTML attributes are now replaced by certain CSS properties. So I hope you guys must have understood the concept of deprecated tags in HTML. We went through some examples of deprecated tags in this video. Also, the list is long and discussing all the tags in a single video is quite hard. So here's a tip for you guys. If you are using VS Code, it will show almost all the deprecated tags in red. So here you can see all the tags, almost all the deprecated tags are in red color. I don't know what's the problem with these two, the menu tag and the underline tag. So they are not in red color, but they are also deprecated from HTML. And it may happen that these tags will not work in your systems because it depends on the browser you are using if it supports these tags or not. So I want you guys to give it a try and let us know what you learned. We have been through forms in the previous videos wherein we discussed what forms are and why we need them. Apart from that, we have also worked on a small project where we designed a login and a sign up form using HTML and CSS. Now, you guys might be wondering why we are discussing this topic again. Is there any need to do so? There's no such need to discuss form attributes, but this video will help you differently. In this video, we'll discuss form attributes in particular. So as we all know, HTML attributes refer to an element's additional properties or characteristics. For example, the style attribute we have been using for quite some time now is the best example one can give. It is used to style any tag, right? It is easy to use and we can use it with any tag of our choice. No matter what tag we are using, we can just use the style attribute to style that particular tag. That's it. But in this video, we'll discuss some attributes used in the form tag in particular. The form tag is used to create a form in HTML. So let's use it first here without wasting any time. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll move to the body tag and we'll create a form tag over here. Now inside the form tag, we are going to use the label tag. So we'll discuss these tags or elements in the next video. So we'll write over here for. Now we'll write the value for this for. So let's say we are creating a. So let's say we are creating a text area, or we can say a placeholder. So we'll write over here, let's say subscribe to our YouTube channel. Fine. Now save the program. And here you can see we have written over here subscribe repeat. And here you can see we have subscribed to our YouTube channel present over here on the browser. Now we'll create an input box. So we'll write here input type is equals to, let's say, email. Now we'll write over here ID. So ID is going to be, let's say, email. Fine. ID is again going to be email. Now we'll write over here name. Name is going to be, let's say, email 1. Fine. So this is going to be the name of our input box. Now we'll also mention placeholder over here. So we'll write over here enter email. Fine. Now save this, and here you can see we have a text box present on the browser which says enter email. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a submit button. So we'll use the input tag again. The type is going to be submit over here, and we'll write the name over here as, or we can say the value as submit. Fine. Now save it, and here you can see the submit button present over here on the browser. So here we have a form, a basic form actually. Now we have one text box present here along with the submit button, right? Now let's talk about the first form attribute. Now the first attribute is the action attribute. This attribute defines what will happen if we submit a form. So we can use this attribute to take the user to another web page. For example, let's say we have an HTML file present here and we want to redirect the user to that particular web page. So for that, we need to use the action attribute. So we'll write over here inside the form tag. So we'll write over here action. Now we are going to redirect the user to another web page. So we have this login.html present in a system already. Now this login.html is a form we created previously using HTML and CSS. If you guys are following this playlist from the beginning, then you must have got an idea about it. So save the program and move on to the browser now. We'll write over here. So let's write an email ID over here. So let's say we'll write over here kaushal@gmail.com. Fine. Click on submit and here you can see we are being redirected to another web page. So this is our login form. You can learn to create such login forms using HTML and CSS. You will find the link in the cards mentioned below. So what's happening here is if the user subscribes to our newsletter, then it will be redirected to a login page to log in and enter the website. So here you can see it once again. So this is a text box. We'll write, let's say we are writing over here Kaushal. Click on submit and here you can see it's email type. So we have used the input type as email. So we have to mention @ and something after this as well. So let's say we are writing over here yahoo.in. Now click on submit and the moment we click on submit button, we are being redirected to another login form. Fine. So this is the working of the action attribute in the form tag. Now the next attribute we are going to use is the target attribute. Fine. This attribute specifies where to display the response that is received once the user submits the form. In simple terms, it specifies if the response should be displayed in the same window or in a different window. Here, in this particular example, we haven't specified this attribute as of now. So if we click on this submit button, you can see the user will be redirected to another HTML file in the same window. Fine. We'll use the target attribute to open this login page in a different window. So what we'll do is we'll write over here inside the form tag, we'll mention target and we'll write over here. Now save the program and we'll move back to a login page, refresh it once and here we have this kaushal@yahoo.in present. So submit it and you can see another window here. The new web page is now opened in a different window. You can see it over here. We have two different windows present in our browser. So this is how the target attribute actually works. Another value we can use for the target attribute is self. So we can write over here self in place of blank. Now save the program and write something over here. Click on submit and you can see the login form in the same window. This value will open the new tab within the same window. It is also the default value. Fine. So apart from these two values, you can also use the parent and top values for this attribute. The parent value will display the response in the parent frame and the top will display it in full body of the window. You can also use the iframe name if you use one on your web page. So that's all for target attribute. Now let's move ahead and we'll now discuss the method attribute. The get and post method we have already discussed in the previous video. We know that the get method is used to send the data within the URL in the form of name value pairs. The length of the URL remains limited in this method. We have already discussed it in the previous videos. So let's use the method over here directly. So we'll write over here method as get for now. Fine. We'll move back to our HTML forms attribute window. Now we'll refresh it and we'll write over here, let's write something over here kaushal123 and click on the submit button. You can see the value over here in the URL. So if you see the URL, now let me increase the size and here you can see it says kaushal123%40 gmail.com. So %40 over here is the entity or we can say the char set for @ symbol. Fine. It's not recommended to use this method to send the data over the internet with the get method. For valuable information, we need to use the post method. We have to write here post in place of get. Fine, so we have to write here post, save it, move back to this window, refresh it, write over here something, click on submit and you can see it says this page isn't working as of now. In this method, the form data is transferred in the form of URL variables, which makes the data inaccessible to any outside. You can see here it's not working, but the data will be sent over the server in the form of an encoded message post transaction. This is not working because the server is not responding. As of now, we are not using any PHP or anything for server side scripting. So that's why this particular method is not working as of now. Now, another form attribute we are going to discuss is the autocomplete attribute. This attribute specifies whether a form should have autocomplete on or off. If the value is set to on, then the web browser will show options based on the user's previous inputs. Otherwise, if the value is set to off, then there will be no suggestions present to the user. So let's go through the example quickly. We'll use the get method over here instead of post. Now we'll write over here autocomplete and we'll put autocomplete to on. Fine. So here you can see the value of autocomplete is on. Save the program and we'll write something over here. So you can see we have 3 suggestions present over here based on our previous inputs. So we have kaushal@yahoo.in and similarly we have 2 more suggestions. We can use any of them and click on submit and you can see the login form over here. Now what we'll do is we'll change the value of autocomplete to off over here. Fine. Now save it. Move back to the browser, click on the text box and try to write Kaushal over here. We know that this particular value we have used previously, but there is no autocomplete on this time. That's why there are no suggestions present over here on the web browser. Autocomplete attribute is the easiest to use among all the other attributes we have discussed till now. The last attribute we are going to discuss is the noValidate attribute. This is a Boolean attribute. If it is present in the form tag, then the form data will not be validated on submission. Fine. For example, if we'll write here noValidate after autocomplete, so this is also a form attribute. So you can see this is a Boolean attribute. So save the program and now we know that the input box we have used over here is of email type, right? It validates the user input. Now it will not validate the data because we have used the noValidate attribute. So let's write something over here. Let's say we are writing a name only. There's no @ symbol present over here and nothing like an email in simple words we can say. Now click on the submit button and here you can see we are still able to go to the login form without validating a input. So if we remove this noValidate attribute from here, now we'll try to do the same. Save the program and we'll write over here Kaushal, click on submit and here you can see it says please include an @ in the email address. Now we'll do this task again. We'll put noValidate over here, save it and we'll use Kaushal once again, submit it and you can see it's working totally fine. So guys, these are some most important form attributes present in HTML. Many more attributes are present, but we are discussing the important ones in this video. So I hope you guys got it. We came across HTML form attributes. We saw how certain attributes are used within the form tag. Now that we have a good idea about them, so let's move ahead and we'll go through certain form elements present within the form tag. Elements in HTML refer to the collection of a start tag, its attributes, an end tag, and everything in between. We have come across several tags till now. We don't even know the actual numbers, right? So let's move ahead in this video and we'll go through some elements which are used within the form tag to create a form in HTML. The first element we'll go through is the label element. This element is used to define a label for several form elements. For example, if we are creating a form for a username, so we have to tell the user about it that this particular area is for entering the username, right? So this element is also useful for screen readers. Now let's use this element here and you guys will understand it much better. So we'll move to the body tag of a HTML document and we'll create a form first. So this is our form element. Now inside this, we are going to use the label element first. So we'll write over here label and let's say a label name is first name. Fine. Now save the program and you can see here on the browser that we have this label name as first name. If your screen reader is on, then it will read it loudly. We have to use this label element for every text box we are using in our form.
Then only the user will understand where and what to fill in a form. Our next task is to make space for the user to fill out the form. Now we need a text box or something, right? So for that we use the input tag. So we'll write over here after this label element, we'll use the input element or input tag we can say. So we'll write over here input type is equals to, let's say, text for first name. Then we'll write name over here as ABC, and we'll write over here placeholder as enter first name. Fine. Now close this input element. The input element is used to create text boxes on a web page. The type attribute plays a vital role here. We can assign different values to this attribute. For example, here we have used the value as text. So it will allow the user to input their name in the text box. Apart from text, we can use values like numbers, passwords, and email. So save the program, and you can see here we have this text box with a message which says enter first name. This message is nothing. If you click over here and write something, you can see that this particular message is now disappeared. So this is how we can create an input box, or we can say a text box in a web page using the input element. The button element is the next most important element we need within a form to submit it. We can add a button to a form by two different methods. We can either use the input element for the same, or we can use the button element separately. So let's go through both the methods simultaneously. So what we'll do is we'll add two buttons over here. One is for login and the other one is for sign up. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll write over here after this input element. Let's create a button. So we'll write over here input. Now we'll define the type as button for this one, and we'll write over here value. Value is going to be, let's say, login. Then close this input tag, save the program, and you can see the login button present over here on the browser. Let's put some space before it so that it will be seen in another line. So we are using the break tag over here. You can see the login button over here, and then we are going to put one break tag again. So save the program now, and it looks good now. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the button element now. So we'll write over here button. We are going to define the type as button only, and we'll close this button tag. So the name of the button will go here between the button elements. So we'll write over here sign up and save it now. And here you can see we have another button present over here on the browser. Now the working of these buttons depends on the JavaScript part. So we have to use the onClick method or other methods to make them work. So for now we are going to leave it as it is because we are going through the HTML part only. So here are the two buttons we have used in our forms. Now moving ahead, we'll now go through the select element. You must have noticed somewhere that we need to choose an option in a form. Like we have several options present and we need to choose one out of all the options. The select element is used for this purpose. So let's use it over here, and we are going to use the select element before the buttons. So we are going to use it over here. We are going to write select. Now we are going to close this select, and let's do one thing. We are going to use the break tag first here, save it. And here you can see we have this drop down button present over here. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a label first for this select element. So we are going to use the label over here, and let's say we are writing over here choose a language, save it now. And here you can see we have this choose a language label present here right next to a select element. So we'll use colon over here, save it now. Now we are going to provide options for this drop down. So for that we are going to use the option element, which is another important element present within the form elements. So we are going to write over here option, and we are going to write, let's say, C++ is a first language. So here you can see we have C++ over here. Let's use the value attribute within the option element. So we'll write over here the value as C++. Then we'll add another option. We are going to define the value for that one as well. So we'll write over here value. Value is going to be, let's say, JavaScript. This is our second option. So we'll write JavaScript here as well. Then we'll move ahead and create another option with value as let's say Java, and finally let's add the last one over here as Python. Fine, so we'll write Python over here and we'll write Python here as well. Save it now, and here you can see we have this drop down list. So we have 4 different options. We have C++, JavaScript, Java and Python. Fine, we can choose any one, then click on any button and the form will function accordingly, according to the JavaScript part basically. Now the text area element is used for long inputs like addresses or something. In this element, we need to define the number of rows and columns for the whole text area. So let's go through it quickly and you guys will understand it much better. So we are going to use it after this select element. We don't have to do much of a task for this text area element. Just write here text area. Then we have to write here name as, let's say, message for this text area element. Then we have to define the rows. Let's say rows are 30 and columns. Fine. So we have to write here calls. Calls are going to be 30, and let's use the placeholder property or attribute here. So we'll write over here enter address and close it. Fine, save it now, and here you can see we have a text area present with enter address written inside it. So what we can do is we can use the label element over here again. So we'll write over here label, and let's say we are writing address over here. Fine, save it now, and here you can see address. For address we have this text area present. Fine, so let's make it look a little bit tidy. We'll use the break element over here and you can see it's working fine now. Now the next 2 elements we will use are the field set and the legend element. The field set element is used to group related data in a form, and the legend element defines a caption for the field set element. So let's go through the syntax directly. We'll keep everything present here inside the form within the field set element and then give it the heading. So what we'll do is we'll write inside the form tag, we'll write field set, and we are going to keep it inside a field set. So we are going to put this over here, save it, and here you can see this box over here, right? Now we are going to use the legend element as well. So we'll write here legend, and inside here we'll write personal info. Fine, here you can see the heading present within the border of a form. Whenever we go through a website or fill out a form, we see that there are certain ways of filling a form, right? Sometimes we use radio buttons to select one option from a group of options. We use passwords, emails, checkboxes, and many more such things while going through a form. The input element in HTML is responsible for adding different input types to a web page. The type attribute within the input element determines what the user will input in that particular input area. So let's go through the syntax of input element first, and then we'll go through the different input types we can get from a user. Now the input element in HTML specifies an input field for the user to enter data. So let's say if we want the user to enter his username, in that case we'll need an input field, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag. We have the form tag already present here. So we'll write here first, let's say first name. Fine, now we are going to use the input element. The input element in HTML is an empty element, so we don't need any closing tag for that. Save the program, and here you can see on the browser that we have this input field present. We can write anything over here inside this input field. So you can see we are able to write anything over here. Now let's create a small form, and you guys will be able to understand the concept of type attribute in the input element. We'll create a form wherein we'll include different types of input areas for the user. So first of all, we'll write here first name and input. So we already have this written on a program. We use the label here as first name. However, we use the label tag for this task, but right now I don't want you guys to get confused. So we'll keep it like this only. Here we have used the label name as first name. So the type attribute will hold the value as text over here. Anytime we want the user to input values like name or any sort of text value, we use the type attributes as text. So what we'll do is we'll move to our input element and we'll write over here type. Type is going to be text first. Fine. Save the program and you'll see nothing happening over here as of now. You won't find any difference, and this is the default value of the type attribute as well. So we can write anything over here, like we can write any text value or we can write numbers here as well. So it's making no difference over here on the browser. Now the difference we'll see when we'll go through other input types. So let's move ahead and we'll now go through the button type first, or we can say the submit button first. So what we'll do is we'll create a submit button first. Fine. So we'll write over here, we are going to use the break tag for 2 times and we are going to write here input. Type is going to be submit for a submit button and we'll write over here value as submit. Fine. Now save the program and you can see the submit button present over here on the browser. So this submit button generally submits the form. Like if we are writing anything over here, like we are writing any first name, submit it and you can see the page gets refreshed and there's no other value now because the submit button is on work and it submits the form. Fine. Now similar to a submit button, there's one more input type that also creates a button, but the task is a bit different. The value of the type attribute as reset will do some important things for us. For example, if we write here the same thing, so we are going to use the input tag again and here we'll write type as reset and let's give the value as reset once again. Fine. Close the input element and save the program. So here you can see we have this reset button present over here. Now write something over here like any value or any name, click on reset and you can see the value of that particular field gets reset. Fine. We are done with the buttons. Now the next input type we are going to see is the password. So passwords are confidential, right? So we need something which can hide the user's password. HTML has an input type as password. So let's go through it. What we'll do is we'll add a label over here, like we'll write a password first to let the user know what he or she needs to do. So then we'll write here input type as password. Fine. Now save the program and here you can see we have another input box over here. So let's do one thing. Let's use the break tag here to keep the form neat and clean. So here you can see we have password over here. If we try to write anything over here, you can see that particular text or number, whatever we are using in password is encoded. So we can write any name here and here we have the password. Click on submit and here you can see it says check your password. So there's an error over here. So you can see the password here is encoded and HTML provides us with this feature. Moving ahead, the email input type. This type of input is used for emails. It validates the email address whenever the user clicks on the submit button. For example, we'll write here email. So we are going to create another input field. We'll use the input tag or input element. We'll write here type as email. Fine. Save the program and here you can see we have another input box over here. We'll copy these break tags from here and we'll paste them. Save it and here you can see it looks fine now. Now write an email over here or just try to write a single word. So let's say we are writing over here Ram. We'll provide the first name as well. So we'll write here Ram, then we'll write here any password, let's say. Fine. So click on submit and here you can see it says please include an @ sign in the email address. Ram is missing an @. So we'll include @ over here. Click on submit again and here you can see please enter a part following @. So it will not allow the user to move ahead until the user enters a correct email ID. So let's say we are writing over here @gmail.com, submit it and here you can see the form gets submitted. Fine. We have been through some important inputs till now. All of them we discussed till now are commonly used in every form we create. Now we'll discuss radio buttons. So radio buttons allow the user to choose a single option from a number of options available. For example, what we'll do is we'll go through the example directly. So we'll write over here, let's say input type is equals to radio and then we'll write over here value. Fine. Value is going to be, let's say HTML and here we'll write HTML. Okay, so here we have a first radio button. So we'll write here once again input type is equal to radio. So we have done a mistake over here. We'll write over here value again. Value is going to be CSS, and we'll write CSS here as well. Now save it, and here you can see we have two options, HTML and CSS. Let's do one thing. Let's include one more over here. So we'll write here input type is equals to radio. Fine, then we'll write here value, and let's say value is going to be JavaScript, and save it. And here you can see we have three radio buttons present over here. We are going to use the break tag here as well, and here you can see we have three radio buttons, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now if you guys remember, we already said that we can choose any one option out of all the available options, right? So we are not able to do it here because of the name attribute. So for that we have to include the name attribute here. So let's say we are writing over here name as language for each of them. So let's write here name as language. Save it now, and now try to click on these radio buttons, and you can see we are able to select only one out of all the available options we have. Fine. So the name attribute plays a vital role while using radio buttons in an HTML form. Checkboxes also do similar tasks, but we can select more than one option at a time with checkboxes. So what we'll do is we'll use checkboxes as well. So let's say we are using the label tag over here. We'll write here label, and let's say we are writing over here choose your vehicle. Fine. Now we'll move ahead and we'll write over here, we'll use the break tag first, and we'll write over here, let's say input type is equal to checkbox, and then we have to write here name is, let's say, vehicle 1, and that's it. So let's use the value attribute as well. So value we are going to write here bike. Fine. So we'll write bike over here, then we'll use input type is equals to checkbox, then we'll again mention name here. So we'll write here name as vehicle. So let's do one thing, we'll write here vehicle again, and we'll write here value car, and we have to mention car here as well. Do it one more time, we'll write here type is going to be checkbox again, and name is going to be vehicle, and value is going to be, let's say, scooter. Fine. So we'll write scooter over here and save it now. So here you can see we have three different options for checkboxes. What we'll do is we'll put the break tag over here, save it now, and here you can see now we have bike, car and scooter. Although the name attribute in this case holds the same value for all the three checkboxes, it has vehicle for all of them. So but still we can choose, you can see, more than one option at a time. So this is the difference between checkboxes and radio buttons in HTML. The next input type we are going to use is the date type. This type is mainly used for date of birth, but you can use it for other specific dates as well. It allows the user to select a specific date along with the month and year. So what we have to do is we have to write here, let's write it over here, let's create an input box for date of birth of the user. So we'll write over here input type as date. Fine. Save it, and here you can see we have this date of birth input box present over here. We can choose date from this calendar, so we can use any month or we can say any year as well. So let's say the date is 17 February 2016. We can choose the date from this calendar over here. So HTML gives us this feature of choosing date. And if you want to select time as well, so then you have to write here date time local. Fine, save it, and here you can see now we are able to select date along with the time. So you can see we can choose time as well along with the date. So here you can see the date is 5/7/2022, which is 5th of July 2022, and the time is 10:43. So it follows 24-hour format in case of time. Now, the next type we are going to discuss is numbers. This input type describes a numeric input for the user. It does not allow the user to input any value other than numbers. So what we'll do is we'll go through the syntax directly. We'll write it over here. After the break tag, let's say we are writing phone number, and for this we are writing input type is equals to number, and that's it. Save it, and here you can see we have this option of phone number. So let's make it a bit cleaner, and now we'll try to write any text over here. So you can see we are not able to write any text. Now we'll try to write numbers, and here you can see it allows us to put numbers inside this particular input box. We are not able to print text over here. So this is why the input type as number is used for in HTML. The last input type we'll discuss is the file type. Sometimes we need to upload a file while filling out a form like a CV or something. In HTML, we can use the input type as file for this task. So what we'll do is we'll take you through the syntax for this as well. So we'll write over here select a file, and we'll write input type is equals to file. Fine. Save the program, and here you can see we have this choose file option present here on the browser. We can use it to choose a file from our system. So this is how the file attribute, or you can say file input type, works in HTML. Now, apart from all these input types we have discussed, we have some more input types present in HTML like range, week, month, and many more. We can't discuss all of them in a single video, but whenever we'll go through any of them, we'll definitely take a look at each of the input types we use. So HTML is not only used for creating the structure of a web page anymore, but it also provides interactivity to a web page up to some extent. So I hope you guys will learn something from this HTML tutorial. We have been through the input element previously. The input element is used within the form tag to take the user's input. We know the different types of input options in HTML, like the radio buttons, checkboxes, emails, and many more. Today, we'll talk about the attributes we can use with the input element. HTML attributes refer to an element's additional properties or characteristics. We already know about the type attribute we use within the input element. So that attribute is used to define the type of input. We can use values like name, email, number, password, and many more such values. So let's take a small example of using the type attribute first. We'll not go into detail about this attribute as we have already discussed it previously. So what we'll do is we'll move to the VS Code and we'll start a code right here. So we are going to use the form tag first. So this is a form tag. Now we are going to use the input element. So we'll write over here input. Let's say type. Type is going to be radio. Fine. Now let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here JavaScript. Save the program, and you can see here that this radio button is present on the browser. So you can see here we have this radio button. We can change the value here for the type attribute, right? We can use other values like text, name, email, etc. So the first attribute we are going to discuss in this video is the value attribute. This attribute is used to provide an initial value to an input box. Let me take you through the programming part directly so that you guys won't get confused. So we'll write over here. Let's give a break over here. And now we'll write over here input. So let's add a label first before we go into the input element. So we are going to use the label element, and we are going to write here, let's say, first name. Fine. Now we'll write over here inside the input element. Let's use the type attribute first. Type is going to be text for this one. Now we'll use name. So name we are going to write here, let's say fname for this full name. Now we are going to write here value. So let's say the value is going to be Ram. Fine. So we are going to close this input element over here. Save the program, and you can see here we have a value present here automatically. You can see Ram present over here in the browser. So it is present inside the input box. Let me tell you guys about an interesting attribute now. The disabled attribute. It is used to disable an input box. So let's imagine a scenario. You are redirecting the user to a page where you can have an input option box which is already present with the username. So you want the user to enter other details except for the username. In that case, you can mention the disabled attribute within the input element, and that's it. So let's go through it once. So what we'll do is we'll move to a VS Code and we'll write over here. So let's use the break tag first, or we are going to use this input box only. So we are going to write here disabled. Fine. So this is the attribute. We have put it over here inside the input element. Now save the program and you will see we cannot make changes to this input box now. This is because of the disabled attribute. The next attribute we'll discuss is the read only attribute. This attribute also works the same as the disabled attribute. So a read only attribute, or we can say a read only input field, cannot be changed. However, a user can tap on it, he can highlight it, and even he can copy text from that input box, but he can't change the value. So let's try it over here. We are going to use the read only attribute, but this time we are going to change the label name. So let's say we are going to write here label, close this tag. So we are going to use it for last name. Fine. We are going to use the input element again. We'll write here input type as text. Then we are going to use the name attribute. Name is going to be, let's say, name. And then we are going to use the value attribute. So value we are going to, let's say, provide here Aman. Fine. Now we are going to use the read only attribute. So we'll write over here read only. If you guys are using VS Code, you will get this at once. So save the program, and here you can see we have last name as Aman. Fine. Now we are not able to make changes in this box as well. You can see I'm clicking on it, but I'm not able to make any change. I can copy it, I can select the text, but I can't change. So the disabled attribute and the read only attribute work almost exactly the same. We are not able to change the values in either of the case, right? The next attribute we'll discuss is the max length attribute. So this attribute is used to specify the maximum length of an input box. For example, if we use this attribute and set the maximum value to 4, then it will not allow the user to enter any value with more than 4 characters. So let's do it over here as well. So we are going to write here after this, let's add one more label. Now we are going to use it. So let's write something over here, let's say subject. Fine. So we'll write over here after subject input type we are going to write here. So text, let's say, and then we'll write over here name. Name is going to be subject. Then we'll write over here max length. So max length is going to be, let's say, 4. Close the input element and save the program. And you can see we have a normal input box present over here. So here you can see we have this input box. Now let's do one thing. We are going to use the break tag over here to make it more clear for you guys. So here is our subject. Now, so let's do one thing. Let's try to write something over here inside the subject box. Fine. Now we'll write something over here. Let's say HTML. Fine. HTML is working fine because we have 4 characters in this word. Now let's try to write something with more than 4 characters. Let's say JavaScript. So let's say we are trying to write over here JavaScript, but you can see I'm only able to write Java over here because the maximum length is already set to 4. So this is how we can use the maximum length attribute, or we can say the max length attribute within an input tag. The next attribute we are going to use is the min and the max attributes. So these attributes specify the minimum and maximum value for an input field. So let's use these attributes for any quantity. Let's do it quickly over here. We are going to use the break tag once more. So we are going to write here break tag. Let's put it twice. Now we are going to put a label over here. For label, we are going to write, let's say, quantity. Fine. Now we are going to use the input tag once more. So we'll write over here input tag type is equals to number. We are going to use the number type. Name, let's say, is going to be quantity. And we'll set the min value to 1 and the max value to 10. Fine. Close the input tag. Save the program. And you can see here we have this box present for quantities. We can only write numbers in here, but the moment we take our cursor after writing something, so let's say we are writing over here this number. The number is 123, 123, and you can see the max length is 10. Fine. Or we can say the max value is 10. So the moment you take your cursor over these arrows, you can see it says values must be less than or equal to 10. So it will not allow the user to enter any value greater than 10. Doing this can restrict the user from choosing a value between a specific range. The next attribute we have is the required attribute. For this attribute, we are going to need a submit button. So let's create one first. Now we are going to write here after this, we are going to use the break tag first. Now we are going to write the code for adding a button. So we are going to use the input element for this. Let's say input type is going to be submit, and we'll write over here value as well. Value is going to be submit for this submit button, and that's it. Save the program, and you can see we have the submit button present over here in the new line. So let's use the break tag once more. Now we are going to see the usage of required attribute. Fine. So the required attribute will not let the user go ahead without filling a particular input box. So for example, if you are writing over here, let's say input type is equals to text. Let's add something over here. So we'll write over here, let's say name is going to be add, and then we'll write over here, we are not going to use any value, so we'll close it, and we'll add the required attribute. So we'll write required over here, save it now, and here you can see we have an input box. There is no label for this particular input box. Now click on submit button, and you can see it says please fill out this field. So we cannot submit this form without mentioning anything over here. So let's say we are mentioning something over here. Now click on submit, and you can see we are not getting any more pop-up for this now. So it says please fill out this field as well if we take our cursor to this particular input box. Fine. So that's how the required attribute within the input tag is used. The next attribute we'll use is the list attribute. This attribute is used within the input attribute, but every time we use this attribute, we need a data list element. We need to mention the options we provide for the list within the data list element only. So let's go through the programming part for this as well. We are going to mention break over here 2 times, and now we are going to use the label input element first. So we are going to write here label, and let's say we are writing languages over here. Then we'll write here input. So we are going to use the list attribute. So list is going to be, let's say, for languages. Fine. We'll write, let's say, name as lang, and close this input box. Save the program, and here you can see we have this label and an input box present over here. Fine. Click on it, and you can see we are able to write anything inside this input box. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the data list element. So we'll write over here data list, and we are going to use an ID for this. Let's say the ID is lang1. Now close the data list element. Now we are going to put options over here. So let's say we are writing over here option, value is going to be HTML first, then we'll write over here again an option. So let's remove this option from here. We are going to copy this. So let's copy it from here, and we are going to paste it for some time. Fine, for 4 times basically. So let's paste it over here, save the program, and here you can see we'll remove these options first, save it, and we are going to change the values as well. So let's say we have CSS, then we have JavaScript, and finally let's say we have PHP as well. Fine. So we have different options present over here. Let me just quickly do it, save it, and here you can see it's not working as of now. So let me check if there is anything wrong. So we have this list as languages, then we have ID as lang, and we have all the options present over here. Fine. So let's change the name to languages. Save it, move to the browser, and you can see we are still not able to manage it, or we are not able to make any changes over here. So let me check once again, and we have all these names right over here, and we have this ID as lang1. After it we have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP. So let me close this option tag once. So leave it, guys. I'll get back to you with the correct answer for this question. So it's not working as of now. It might be an issue with the VS Code as well. So we'll check it and we'll get back to you. Now, moving ahead, let's go through the multiple attribute now. The multiple attribute allows the user to choose more than one option. So let me take you through the demo part directly. What we'll do is we'll write over here label and we'll mention for, let's say we are going to write here files. We are going to write here select files and we'll write input element over here. So we'll write here input type is equals to file, id is equals to files, and we'll write name as files, and we are going to use the multiple attribute over here. So we'll write over here multiple. That's it. Save the program. And you can see we have this option to choose a file from a computer. Now, what we can do is we can choose more than one file. So we can click on it, and here you can see we have multiple files. So we'll choose 3 files, and here you can see it says 3 files because we have chosen 3 files. So guys, the number of attributes present within the input tag is so large that we can't discuss all of them at once. So these are some of the most important attributes we need the most while creating a form with HTML. Before we move on and start with HTML canvas, I want to discuss the list attribute we came across. We were facing some issues in that part. So let's use that input attribute again. Now this attribute is used within the input attribute, but every time we use this attribute, we need a data list element. We need to mention the options we provide for the list within the data list element. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll move to the body section and we'll create a form first. Fine. Now inside this, we are going to use the label element. Now within label, let's say we are providing a label as languages, and then we'll write here input. Input is an element. Then we'll write here list. List we are going to write as languages, and then we'll write here name as languages. Fine. Now the next step is we'll use the data list element. So we'll write here data list and we'll provide the ID as well. So ID we are going to write here as languages. Fine. Now inside this we are going to provide the options. So we'll use the option element. We'll write here value. Value is, let's say, CSS. The first value is CSS. Then we'll remove this option from here. Now what we'll do is we are going to copy this option for some times. So we'll paste it here, then here as well. Fine. Now we are going to change the values here. So let's say we have values like HTML, and then we'll write here, let's say, JavaScript, and finally we'll write one more value here. Let's say we have PHP. Fine. Now save the program, and here you can see we have this input box present over here on the browser with the label languages. The problem with the previous code was the ID attribute. So we have done everything right. So here you can see we have used the ID as languages. Let's see if this code works or not. And we'll move our cursor here, and here you can see we have this list. We have CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and PHP present over here. Fine, we are getting these options over here to choose one from. We can choose any. Let's say we are choosing HTML. So this is how we can use the list attribute within the input tag, guys. I hope you must have got it. Now let's move on, and we'll now discuss HTML canvas. Using JavaScript, the HTML canvas element is utilized to create visuals instantly. The canvas element serves only as a holding area for images. The graphics must be created with JavaScript only. There are numerous ways to draw pathways, boxes, circles, text, and put images on a canvas. The theoretical part for this element is not that much. Just keep one thing in mind, that this particular element is used to draw graphics on a web page. Although the canvas element alone is not enough to draw those graphics, JavaScript is necessary for it. So let's go through some examples of the canvas element. So what we'll do is we'll remove this form, or let's let it be for now. So what we'll do is we'll write over here canvas. So this is our element. So this is the closing tag for canvas element. Now we are going to use certain attributes within the canvas element. So we'll write over here ID. ID is, let's say, my canvas. Fine. Now we are going to mention some other
attributes as well. So let's say we are writing over here width is going to be 200. Then we have the height attribute as well. So let's say the height is 100. Save the program, and here you can see nothing happening over on the browser. So let's do one thing. Let's use the style attribute now. So we'll write over here style and we'll use border. So our border is going to be 1 pixel, and we have to put this semicolon over here. We'll write solid and then we'll mention the color name. So let's say the color is black. Fine. The ID attribute we are using here is for the JavaScript part, obviously. Save the program, and you can see here we have this box present. Now, whatever graphics we add will only be visible inside the canvas only, inside this particular box. So let me add a break element over here so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. We'll write over here break twice, and here you can see this is our box. This is our canvas basically. Now, let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll add a JavaScript file here first. So we'll move here and we'll add a file over here. So let's say a file name is xyz.js. So this is a new file. Now we need to embed this file with a HTML document. So what we'll do is we'll use the script tag after a body tag. Fine. After body, we'll use the script tag. So let me write it over here, script. Then we'll write over here src. JavaScript file name is xyz.js. Fine. Now we'll mention type over here. Type is going to be text/JavaScript for adding a JavaScript file. Now this file is embedded with a HTML document. So we'll move on to a JavaScript file first, and here is a JavaScript file. Now what we'll do is we'll declare some variables. I know JavaScript is not going to be easy for you guys because we are working with HTML right now, but if you have any idea about JavaScript, then it's fine. If not, then certainly you will get an idea about JavaScript in future. So let's write over here where x, this is a variable. Now we'll use the document dot get element by id method. So this is the method. We have used the id as my canvas over here. You can see the id for this particular element is my canvas. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to access this particular element using the id. Fine. So we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll mention the id over here. So the id is my canvas. Now we'll create another variable over here. Let's say the variable name is where y. We'll write over here x dot get context. We'll discuss each of these methods we are using in some time. So let's write it over here first. Then we'll write over here y dot move to. So we have to write here move to. Fine. So we have to mention the values over here, the coordinates basically. So we'll write over here 0, 0. Then we'll write over here y dot line 2, and we'll write over here other coordinates. So we'll write over here 200, 100. Then we have y dot stroke. Fine. So this is another method we have in JavaScript. Now the get context function we used here is the function we used to get access to the canvas tag's 2D drawing functions. The move to method moves a window to the specified coordinates. Fine. Then we have the line to method. It adds a new point and creates a line from that point to the last specified point in the canvas. The stroke function draws the lines and borders around the text and shapes. So these are the 4 methods we have used in this particular program, or we can say to create a particular line. Fine. So just save the program, and you can see this line present within the canvas. It's easy if you guys know about certain JavaScript functions. So here you can see this is the line. So this is what the canvas element in HTML is used for. Now let's move ahead and we'll create a different structure now. So let's say we are going to create a circle. The HTML part will remain the same. We are not going to change anything over here because we have the canvas element present here already. Now we have to make certain changes in the JavaScript part. So what we'll do is we'll comment this part for now. So we'll write over here like this, and we'll end this comment over here. Fine. Now we are going to create a circle. For circle, we are going to take 2 variables again, where x, which is going to access a canvas element. So we'll write over here document dot get element by id again.
the ID is my canvas. It will remain the same, and we'll write over here my canvas. Then we'll write over here where y is going to be x dot get context. So we'll write over here x dot get context. So we have to write here like this, and then we'll write here 2D. Fine. Now we'll move certain other functions as well. So we'll write over here y dot begin path. Fine. This is the first function. Then we'll write here y dot arc, and we are going to provide certain values within this function. So let's say the values are 95, then we have 50, 40, 0, and 2 multiplied by math dot py. Fine. So we'll write over here y dot stroke again. This is the same function we used previously to draw a line. Now the begin path method begins a path or resets the current path. Fine. The arc method we used here creates an arc, or we can say curve. It is used to create circles or paths of a circle. Fine. The stroke method actually draws the arc on the canvas. It's similar to the previous method we used. So these are the functions we use to draw a circle within the canvas. Save the program, and you can see the circle over here present here inside the canvas. Fine. So this is the circle we have. Now let's move on, and we'll add some text now. So what we'll do is we'll comment this piece of code as well for now. We'll cut this part from here, we'll paste it here, and this whole code is commented now. Now we are going to add some text. So we are going to take a variable again. So let's say the variable will remain the same. We'll write over here document dot get element by id. Fine. We'll write the id over here as well. We'll write my canvas, and we are going to take another variable. Let's take y again, or we will now take a, let's say. Fine. We'll write here a dot get context. We are going to take the 2D context again. So we'll write over here 2D, and then we'll write over here a dot font. Font we are going to specify for this text, for the text of us. So we'll write over here 30 pixel, and let's say the font name is Arial. Fine. Now we are going to write over here a dot stroke text. Fine. We'll write the text over here. So let's say the text is SimpliCode, and we'll write over here some more values. So let's say we are writing over here 10 and 50. Now this code over here will give us stroke test. To make it simple, we have to make certain changes, but let's save this first. You can see we have saved this, and we have to write here one more thing. So we'll write roboto, save it now, and we have not mentioned something over here. So let's see what's wrong over here. So we have, okay, so we have to write here x. So we will save it, and here you can see the text present over here on the browser. It says SimpliCode. Now to change this text to a simple one, what we have to do is we have to change this last line only. Instead of a dot stroke text, what we'll do is we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we'll comment this piece of code. Fine. So we have commented it, and instead of stroke text, we are going to write here fill text. Save it, and here you can see we have this simple text present over here on the browser. We can do several such things with Canvas's HTML, like creating gradients, we can draw lines, and many more such things. So for now, we are not going to discuss them all because JavaScript is needed for it, guys, and I don't want you guys to get confused on this. So I hope you guys have understood the canvas concept in HTML by now. So canvas is used to create graphics or to add graphics to a web page. The canvas element in HTML is used to add graphics to a web page. We saw that we need to go through JavaScript for using canvas in HTML. It's not possible for everyone to know JavaScript. So if you're following this playlist and wants to go step by step, you might have thought it's not easy to understand canvas. But HTML provides an easy alternative to the canvas element. HTML uses the SVG element to support SVG images. A container is included in SVG graphics that can be used to generate a variety of forms, including boxes, pathways, text, graphic images, and circles. The majority of modern browsers support this HTML tag. So let's understand what SVG is. Scalable vector graphic is referred to as SVG. SVG can be used to create web-based vector graphics. It is an XML-based specification for two-dimensional based curve vector graphics. The W3C guidelines also encourage the use of animation for every property and element in SVG files. Even W3C standards DOM and XSL are also supported by SVG. Enough of this theory part, I guess. Let's move ahead and we'll now go through the syntax for adding an SVG to our web page. This SVG element can draw multiple shapes with several elements and attributes. The main function of the SVG element in particular is to provide the area for a shape. So what we can do is we can move to the body section of a HTML document and we'll write over here SVG. So this is the element. So save the program and you can see nothing is happening over here as of now. So we'll use some attributes with the SVG element. We'll write over here width. Width is going to be, let's say, 350 or let's say 300. Fine. Then we'll write here height. We'll define the height as well. And we'll write over here height is equals to 300 as well, let's say. Now we are going to use the style attribute. So we are going to write over here border. And we are going to define the border for this SVG. So we'll write over here 1 pixel, solid and black in color. Fine. Now save the program and the border we have here is for reference only. You guys can see the area covered by the SVG element over the browser. Now any shape we want will go inside this box only. So if you guys remember from the previous session, we used JavaScript methods to create different shapes on a web page. That's not the case with SVG. Several elements and attributes are present for creating shapes like circles, lines, rectangles, and ellipses. We'll go through them one by one. So let's start with circle. To create a circle within the SVG area, we have the circle element present in HTML. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside the SVG element, we'll mention circle. So this is also an element. Now we have to use certain attributes within the circle elements. So let's use them. We'll write over here CX. CX is going to be, let's say, 150. Then we'll write over here CY. CY is going to be 150 again. Then we'll write over here R. R is going to be, let's say, 40. Then we have stroke. So stroke is going to be, let's say, black. And we'll write over here stroke width. Fine. So we'll write stroke width over here. Stroke width is going to be, let's say, 5. And we'll write fill as well. So fill is going to be, let's say, blue. Fine. Now we'll use this because we have already mentioned that this is XML based. Fine. So save the program and you can see the circle. The CX and CY attributes we use here define the X and Y coordinates of the circle's center. The value 150 means that the circle center will be situated at the center of this whole box. R here refers to the radius of the circle. Moreover, the stroke attribute is used to define the border color of the circle. The stroke width attribute is used to define the width of the border. So the width of the border in this particular case is 5. Fine. Now, the fill attribute is for the color of the circle. So the value of fill attribute we used here is blue. That's why the circle is blue in color. Fine. So you can see the circle present over here on the browser. It's easy to create a circle with SVG than using a canvas for the same task, right? Let us know in the chat section if you guys are feeling the same. We can also omit the CX and CY attributes here. In that case, the circle center will move to the top left corner of this box. So let's do it once. What we'll do is we'll remove these CX and CY attribute. Fine. Now save the program and here you can see the circle is present at the top left corner of a SVG area. Fine. Creating a line is also an easy task. So what we have to do is, let's do one thing. We'll remove this circle from here and we'll write the code for line.
Fine. So we'll write line over here. Now we are going to use certain attributes for this as well. So we'll write over here x1 is equals to 0. Then we'll write over here y1 is equals to 0. Then we have x2 and y2. So we'll write over here x2 is 300 and y2 is 300 again. Fine. Now we are going to use some similar attributes like the stroke one. So we'll write over here stroke as blue. Then we have stroke width. So we'll write over here stroke width. Stroke width is going to be, let's say, 3. Fine. Now we'll write over here fill again. Fill is going to be blue again, or we can change it to any other color as well. So let's use red over here once. Now the x1 attribute we used over here with value as 0. So this attribute defines the start of the line on the x-axis. Similarly, the y1 attribute defines the start of the line on the y-axis. The x2 attribute defines the end point of this line on the x-axis, and the y2 attribute defines the end of the line on the y-axis. Rest all the attributes we used are similar to the ones we used for the circle element. Now save the program, and you can see the line present over here within the SVG area. So you must have seen here that the line is blue in color, but we have used the fill as red. So fill attribute does not work with the line element. So the stroke attribute works. So let's do one thing. We'll change the value of stroke to red. Fine. So here you can see that the line is red in color now. The next shape we are going to create is a rectangle. The rect element is used to create a rectangle or its variations as well. So let's create a rectangle here. What we'll do is we'll remove this line, and otherwise you guys will get confused. So we are going to write over here rect, and we are going to define the width and height again. So width is going to be, let's say, 150, and height we are going to write here as 200. Fine. Now we have to write here stroke again. Stroke is going to be black, and then we have to mention the stroke width and the fill attribute. So we'll write over here stroke width again. Stroke width is going to be, let's say, 5 again, and we'll write over here fill is equals to, let's say, yellow. Fine. Now we have to close this, and we have to close this element as well. Save the program, and here you can see the stroke is black, but this rectangle is not working totally fine. So let me check once if everything is fine. So we have to write here yellow, save it, and now you can see the rectangle we have here is yellow in color with black borders. Fine. We can also create a square by using similar values for the width and height attributes. So what we need to do is we need to give similar width and height. So we'll write 150 here as well, and now save the program, and here you can see this is a square with yellow color and black border. Fine. We can make several other changes to this shape, like we can change the position of this shape within the SVG area. For that, we need to mention two more attributes, the X attribute and the Y attribute. So what we'll do is we'll mention X over here as, let's say, 125, and Y again over here as 125. Fine. The rectangle's left position is determined by the X attribute. For example, X is equals to 50 positions the rectangle 125 pixels from the left margin, or we can say 50 pixels from the left margin. The rectangle's top location is determined by its Y attribute. Fine. So save the program, and here you can see the rectangle is present in a different location now. So we can create a rectangle with rounded corners as well. We need to add two more attributes here. So we are adding attributes again and again. So it might sound a little bit tricky, but it's the easiest way to add shapes to a web page. So we have to mention two more attributes. Try it by yourself, guys, and you guys will understand how it actually works. So we'll write over here Rx and Ry. So Ry is going to be 20 again. Save it now, and here you can see a square with rounded corners. Simple and easy. So let's move further, and now we'll create an ellipse as well. So a circle and an ellipse have many similarities. The distinction is that a circle has an equal x and y radius, whereas an ellipse has a different x and y radius. For creating an ellipse, we use the ellipse element in HTML. So what we'll do is We'll create an ellipse over here again. So let me just remove this rectangle from here so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. So we'll remove this rectangle, and now we are going to create an ellipse over here. Fine. So we'll write over here ellipse. So you guys need to remember the spellings and all the pronunciations of these elements. So we'll write over here cx. Cx is going to be 150 again for ellipse. Then we'll write over here cy as 150 again. So we'll write cy as 150. Then we have rx. Rx is going to be 100. And then we'll write over here ry, which is going to be 50. Then we'll write stroke. Stroke is going to be, let's say, black. Fine. The border color of our ellipse is going to be black. Then we'll write over here stroke width. And the stroke width is going to be, let's say, 2. Then we'll write over here fill. Fill is going to be blue. Now we have to close this and this. Fine. The cx attribute defines the x coordinate of the center of the ellipse. Similarly, the cy attribute defines the y coordinate of the center of the ellipse. The rx attribute defines the horizontal radius, and the ry attribute defines the vertical radius of an ellipse. So save the program, and here you can see we have the ellipse present here in the middle of a SVG area. We can also change the center positions of this ellipse by changing the cx and cy attributes. So I want you guys to try it and let us know in the comment section or in the chat section. Now we can also create 3 ellipses on top of each other. So let's do it. We are going to create 3 ellipses. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll make certain changes over here. Let's say we have 150 and 140 for the first one. We'll write over here rx as 90 and ry as 30. Fine. So we'll write over here. So we'll remove these two because we are not going to use the border for ellipses. Fine. So we have this ellipse over here, present over here. Now we'll create another ellipse by using the same ellipse element. We'll write cx is equals to 160. Then we have cy is equals to 120. Then we'll use the rx attribute again. So we'll write over here rx as 80. Then we'll write ry. Ry is going to be 20. And we are going to write here fill is equals to, let's say, red. Fine. We are going to close it, save it. And here you can see another circle present over the blue circle, or we can say ellipse. We'll write ellipse once again. We'll write cx. Cx is going to be 180 this time. Then we have cy as 100. Then we have rx once again. Rx is going to be 70. Fine. So we'll write rx over here. Then we'll write ry as well. Ry we are going to write as 15, and we are going to write here fill as, let's say, yellow again. Fine. Save it. And here you can see we have 3 ellipses present over here on the browser on top of each other. So these are some of the shapes we discussed here in this tutorial. The list is long and it's not easy to discuss all of them in a single video. So I hope you guys must have understood the concept of SVG and how to make certain shapes using SVG element and its attributes.
There was a time when we used to download videos from the internet, right? We don't do it anymore because we have YouTube with us. Now YouTube allows us to play videos on the go. It doesn't fill up your device space as well. Fine. So, previously, we used to add videos to a web page with the help of a video element present in HTML. But now, I don't think any one of us will do it now for obvious reason, because of YouTube only. So let's move ahead in the session and we'll see how we can embed a YouTube video in an HTML document. The first and foremost element required for this purpose is the iframe element. Iframe stands for an inline frame. It is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. The basic use of this tag is to embed media files like videos on a web page. We can display a secondary web page on our main page by using this tag. Also, we have a dedicated video present on this topic in our YouTube channel. So do check that out, guys, and let's move ahead and we'll add an iframe here. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body section of a HTML document and we'll use the iframe tag. So here's our iframe tag. Let's define some attributes as well. Let's use the width and height attribute. So we'll write here width as 420 and then we'll write here height as 315, let's say. Fine, let's close this iframe tag and save the program. You can see we have this iframe present over here on the browser. This is empty as of now. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to embed a video, a YouTube video within this particular iframe. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll copy the link of a YouTube video. So for now, if you guys can see here, I have this link present over here on the browser. So here you can see I have this link present with me. I have this link and I'll copy it from here, and what we'll do is we'll move to this HTML document of ours, or you can do one thing, you can go to YouTube. So this is our YouTube channel. Do subscribe it, guys, if you haven't subscribed it yet. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to mention the link over here. Mention the link of what? We are going to mention the link of our YouTube video. So let's do it. We have a link with us. So what we'll do is we'll write over here src, and we have to write here src. So we have to write here src like this, then we'll write over here is equals to, and within double inverted commas, or we can say double quotes. So we are going to write, let's remove this src from here, and we are going to mention what we can say is we can mention a YouTube link over here. So paste it, and here you can see we are facing some issues. That's the reason we are facing some issues, because we need to add the src attribute over here. Now a few things you have to keep in mind, guys, is the first thing we need to write here, in place of this youtube.be, we have to write here youtube.com. Fine. And we need to add one keyword over here. So if you can see, if I save this program right now and if we move to our browser, you can see www.youtube.com refused to connect. So this is the error we are getting. So what we need to do is we need to make few changes over here. What we'll do is we'll write over here youtube.com. Then we have to put a slash and we have to write here embed. Save it now, and here you can see we have a YouTube video embedded in a HTML document over here. So if you can see, if I click on it, you can see it playing. Or let me mute it. So there might be some internet issue, but this video will play definitely. So we have a YouTube video embedded in a HTML document over here. Now these two steps are a must if you want to embed a YouTube video on your own web page. Fine. The size we can change for this whole iframe by making changes in these height and width attributes. So let's try it once. Let's change the width to 320 and height will change to 500. Let's see if it works. And here you can see it's working. So we have this YouTube video present over here. If we click on it, it will definitely play. But there might be some internet issue at our side. So here you can see it play. So this video is working. Actually, this is the JavaScript advanced full course which we have in a YouTube channel. So you can go through it as well, guys. Now, if you add autoplay is equals to 1 to this YouTube URL, your video will play whenever a user accesses the website. By play, we means autoplay. It will play automatically. But it may happen that visitors will find it unpleasant if a video starts playing automatically. So some visitors may find it unpleasant or uncomfortable. The same goes for mute as well. So let's do one thing. What we are going to do is we are going to try it over here. So we'll add two different things. We are going to add autoplay, and we are going to add mute. So what we need to do is we need to move here. We'll write over here after src. So after this, we have this keyword, or we can say this key of a YouTube video. After this, we are going to play, or we can say we are going to put a question mark over here. Let me stop this video, guys, first. And we are going to write over here after this question mark autoplay is equals to 1 and mute is equals to 1. Fine. So let's unmute this video as of now. And what we are going to do is we are going to click here. We are going to Save the program and you can see the video starts automatically on mute. You can see the video is muted here. Fine. So this is how the autoplay and the mute attribute actually works while embedding a YouTube video in an HTML document. Another thing you can do is you can loop a video forever. What do we mean by loop? By loop, we mean that if a video ends, then it will automatically restart. Or we can say another video will restart, but there will be something that will start after the video ends. Fine. For that, we need to mention a few things as well. So for that, what we need to mention is, let's do one thing. Let's remove this autoplay and mute. We are not going to remove this question mark. So this question mark is quite important, guys. Keep this thing in mind. And what we are going to do is we are going to write over here playlist, and we'll mention this key over here. So this is the key of a YouTube video. We'll copy it over here and we are going to paste it in the playlist. And okay, so we have to cut this from here. We have to put this here. Fine. So we have this playlist with a YouTube video key. And now what we are going to do is we are going to write over here ampersand. Ampersand is also necessary if you are using more than one attribute. Now we are going to write over here loop. Loop is going to be 1. Save the program and now your video will loop forever. This video we are using here is a long one. So I want you guys to use some other video and let us know if it's working or not. Now, right now, if you can see here on this video player, you will observe that we can control this video, right? So if I play this video and actually you can see we can control this
Variable
video
name
here, controls.
function
Fine.
name, and the
So
string
let me
name will
just
be passed as a parameter.
mute this video for
Now.
now. So here you can see we have all the controls. We can mute this video, we can go ahead, we can take it forward, we can do it backward, we can double click on it, and we can also use a keyboard button. So here you can see we can rewind it 5 seconds and we can forward it 5 seconds as well. So these all are the controls we are talking about. Now you will observe that we can control this video. Fine, we can forward it and we can mute and unmute it as well. That's the default setting for any video. What if we don't want the user to control the video on their own? For that, what we need to do is we need to write here. So what we are going to do is we are going to mention controls over here. So let's remove this playlist so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. What we'll do is this question mark will remain there and we are going to write over here controls is equals to 0. Fine. Save the program now and let me just save it. Save the program and you can see we cannot control this video anymore. We can play it. We don't have this buttons over here and we can also mute it. We can't mute this video as well. The only thing we can do is we can either play it or we can pause it. Fine. So guys, this is how we can add a YouTube video to a web page using HTML. This way of adding videos to a web page saves a lot of time, right? So do you guys also feel the same? Do let us know in the chat or comment section of this video. Now that we have a good idea about HTML, I guess we are good to take up some advanced level topics, right? Today's topic is something that depends on both HTML and JavaScript, mostly on JavaScript to be honest. So in this video, we'll see how we can get the user's location coordinates. Location does play a vital role in some websites. For example, suppose you are working on a website that delivers food or grocery items. Now, what you can do is you can ask the user for their location and then integrate that information in such a way that it will make it easier for you to deliver the goods to the user. In simple words, we need the user's location. The plan is simple. We'll create a button. Now, when the user clicks on the button, we can get the user's location coordinates, the latitude and the longitude. Fine. So let's start with the programming part directly. What we'll do is we'll create a button first. So we'll move to the body section of a HTML document. Now, we can create a button in two different ways. We can either use the input tag in HTML or we can just use the button element present in HTML. This time we are going to use the button element. So we'll write over here button and let's name this button as get location. Fine. That's the easiest task for us. The button you can see over here on the browser. If I save this program, you can see the button over here. So this is our button. Now we are going to use the ID attribute over here. So we'll write over here ID and ID is going to be, let's say, get location. Okay, we have to write here location with an I. Save it. It won't make any change in the button. So the ID attribute we use here is to access the button using JavaScript. So we want something to happen on the button click, right? For that, we need to add events with the help of JavaScript. So let's move on to the JavaScript part without wasting any time. We'll add a script tag here only. You guys can use a different JavaScript file and then embed it in your HTML document as well. Now, what we'll do first is we'll add a reference to our button. So let's do one thing. We'll move to the section and we'll use the script tag over here. So here's a script. Let me close this as well. And here we go. So the script tag is here. Now we are using the script tag below our body tag. Now we'll first add a reference to our button. So the one we created in the HTML part, I'm talking about this particular button, the get location button. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here where get log. So we are going to create a variable. So let's say this is a variable and we'll write over here document dot get element by ID. So this is a method. Now our ID for this button is get location. So we'll mention it over here inside double quotes. So we'll write over here get location. Fine, we are asking the computer to access this particular button. So we are done with it. We created the variable which holds the reference of our button. The get element by ID method in JavaScript is used to take references from the HTML element. Now let's add an event listener here. So the event listener will give us the location of the user on clicking the button. So what we'll do is we'll write over here. After this, we are going to write get log. So this is a variable name dot add event listener. Now we are going to pass certain parameters. So we'll write over here click. Click is the event. It means that on clicking the button, we want something to happen. Fine. So we are done with it. We have created an event over here. The event will work by clicking the button we have. So let's save this program first and let's check if we have any error. To check any errors, right click on your browser window, go to inspect, go to console, and here you can see we have an error over here. It says failed to execute add event listener on event target. So it says we need 2 arguments, or this particular function needs 2 arguments, but only one is present. So we have only one argument, which is click over here. The second one we are going to pass right now. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to tell the browser what to do on a button click. For that, we'll create a function. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write over here a function. So we'll write over here, let's say the function name is event. We are going to use this arrow and then we have the body of this function. Fine. So this is the body of this function. So we have used an arrow function here to create a function for us. The arrow function is an essential feature introduced in ECMAScript 6. We have a dedicated video on this topic in our YouTube channel. I want you guys to go through it, please. Now, the next step is to check if the browser you are using supports geo navigation or not. It depends which browser you are using. So a simple way to do so is by using the if-else statement. So let's do it. What we'll do is we'll use the if-else statement. So we'll write over here if. Okay, so this is going to be the body of our if statement. So let's write the condition. So we'll write over here geo. Okay, we have to write here geolocation in navigator. Fine, so we'll write over here navigator. If geolocation is present in navigator, then something should happen. And we are going to define the else part as well. So this is our condition. If geolocation is present in navigator, so these two are objects. Else, something else will happen. If the browser supports geolocation, then we can proceed further to get the coordinates. And if the browser we are using does not support it, then we need to show it as well. So we'll do the else part first. Fine. So we'll write over here inside the else part, we are going to write over here console.log. So we are going to print something, let's say geolocation not supported. Fine. Okay, we have made a mistake. So we'll write over here geolocation not supported. And we are good to go with the else part. Now we have used two objects in the if statement, the geolocation and the navigator. Like the geolocation object should have to be a part of the navigator object. We'll now add a code in the if statement. So where we'll get the user's coordinates. We'll write over here inside the if statement. We'll move to the if statement of a HTML document. And we'll write over here. So let's give some space. Let's make it a clean document. So we'll write over here navigator dot geolocation dot get current position. So this is another function we are going to use. Now this statement over here will give us the user's latitude and longitude. Inside this, we'll create another function with a parameter. It will also accept an error. So we'll write it down here like inside this navigator.geolocation.current position function, we are going to create a function. Let's name this function as POS, and we are going to create it like this. Then we have to give it an error as well. In case it doesn't work, we are going to create another function and we are good to go. So we have two functions here. One is the error and the other one is the if we get the, we can get the coordinates, the user's coordinates within this particular POS function. Now we are good to go. Next up, we'll write inside the error function. So we'll write over here, let's do the error part first. If the user's device does not support geolocation or any if such thing happen, if the user denies the permission basically. So we'll write over here, okay, so we have to write it like this, console.log, then we have to write here denied by the user, and then we'll put a comma and write here error.code. Fine. Now, if the user gets a pop-up asking this website wants to know your location and the user denies it, then this error will be shown in the console. So we are done with everything except for getting the latitude and longitude of the user. For that part, we'll move to this navigator.geolocation.getCurrentPosition function. Inside this, we have created another function which is POS. So we are going to take two variables. Let latitude is going to be the first variable. And let's just define the other variable as well first. So the other variable is going to be longitude, and that's it. Fine. So we are done with both the variables. We have two variables here. The latitude variable will hold the latitude value returned by a function. So let's write a method over here. So we'll write over here position dot coords. Okay, so we have to write here coords. Okay, dot latitude. Same goes for the longitude as well, and we are going to write here position dot coords dot longitude. Fine. So let's print them on the console now so that we can get the actual coordinates of the user. We'll write over here after this only. So we have these two variables. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to print them. So we'll write over here after this. So we'll write over here after this longitude. Okay, so here we are. We'll write over here console.log. So we are going to print them in the console. Now we'll write some text. The latitude is, we are going to print the latitude. So the latitude variable will hold the value of the exact latitude. So we'll write over here latitude. The same goes for longitude as well. So we'll write over here console.log. The longitude is longitude, longitude. So we have these two variables. Now let's print one more thing. Let's print both of them together so that it will be easy for you guys to carry them from one place and paste them in a different place. So we'll write over here latitude comma longitude. Okay, so we have written over here longitude. So we have to write here longitude. So this is a mistake. I got it. Yeah. So here we have to write here longitude. Fine. So we are good to go. Now save the program and let's see if we find any errors. So there is no issue as of now. Let's see if this thing works or not. So here you can see we have this button present over here on the browser. Now we have the console opened over here as well. Now click on the button and here you can see uncaught reference error, position is not defined. So let's see in which line this error is. So let me check. So here is the error. Now the error is we have to write here POS only. So we'll do the same for longitude as well. Save it now, I hope. So here you can see we have the latitude and the longitude of the user. So this is my latitude and longitude actually. So these are my coordinates at this particular point of time. Now, one thing we can do is we can deny the permission. So let's say reload the page, click on get location and it says denied by the user and 1 here is the error code. Let's do one thing. Let's give the permission again. So we'll do this from here. We are going to give it the permission for location. Now click on get location and here you can see the latitude is and the longitude is. These are the latitude and longitude side by side. So you can see we have the latitude and longitude here of the user. Now what we can do is we can copy these coordinates. So I'm specifically talking about these two. We can copy these two from here. We can paste them in Google Maps to get the location of the user. Now I want you guys to do it independently and let me know if you're getting something different in the output. Another thing we can do apart from getting the longitude and latitude of the user is we can also get the altitude. But it happens only if the altitude value is present. In this case, if I try to print altitude, then it will give us a null as output. So let's do it once. Let's do it quickly. So we'll write over here let altitude. So let's consider it a variable. We are going to write here pos.coords.altitude. Fine. Now we are going to print it. So we'll write over here console.log and we'll just write here altitude, comma altitude. This is a variable name. Fine. Save it now, click on the button and here you can see it says altitude is null. Fine. So now it will work fine. Here you can see it says altitude as null because altitude does not hold any value as of now. So we can do many things with geolocation and maps in HTML and JavaScript, but I don't want you guys to get confused about that. So we'll cover them in another session where we'll embed Google Maps with HTML. An autonomous JavaScript that works in the background without interfering with other scripts is known as a web worker. While the web worker is running in the background and we are free to keep doing whatever we like. Like we can click on an item, we can select an item, etc. It sounds a little bit confusing, right? So let's understand this with the help of a simple example. We all know that JavaScript is a single-threaded language. Multiple scripts cannot run concurrently in JavaScript since it was designed to operate in a single-threaded environment. Think about a case where we have to manage UI events, we have to manage query and handle a lot of API data and work with the document object model. If our CPU usage is high, JavaScript will crash our browser. Let's use a simple example to make you guys more comfortable with this scenario. We'll create two buttons and use them for different purposes. With one button, we are going to do a task that will take a little bit of time and the other button will be for some normal random task, let's say. So let's create those buttons over here. So we will move to the body tag of a HTML document and we'll create buttons over here. So creating buttons is not a tough task. So we'll write over here button. Let's use an ID. So let's say we have the button ID as web1. Now we'll use the onClick event. This is a JavaScript event. So what we are going to do is we are going to call a function on clicking this particular button. So let's name this button as big task. Fine. So we are going to do a bigger task in comparison to the other button. So let's create the other button as well. So we'll write over here button and we are going to use the ID attribute again. This time let's say the ID is going to be web2. We are going to use the onClick event again. let's say it's going to call the small function this time. Now we'll write over here small task, let's say. Fine. So this one over here was a small task. Save the program. Now we have two buttons and both buttons will call two different functions on clicking. The big task button over here will call the big function and the small task button over here will call the small function. Quite an easy task, right? So let's create these functions now. For that we need to create a JavaScript file. So let's create a file over here. So let's say the JavaScript file name is big.js. We have this file over here. Now let's include it in a HTML document. So we'll write over here script, and we are going to write over here src. Src is going to be big.js. So we'll write over here big.js. Okay, we have to write over here big.js, and then we have to write over here type. We need to define the type of this document. Type is going to be text/JavaScript. Fine. So we are going to save this and we are going to create a JavaScript file. So a JavaScript file is created basically. What we are going to do is we are going to create the functions over here, both the functions. So if you can see, we have two functions over here. We have the big function and the small function, right? Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create these two functions. So we are going to write over here function big. Fine. We are going to write over here this. Now we are going to create a loop. So let's say we are using the for loop. We are going to write over here for variable. Let's use some space over here. So variable, let's say I, the initial value of I is going to be 0. Then we'll write over here I less than is equals to 1000, and then we are going to write over here I plus is equals to 1. If you guys have a little of knowledge about the programming languages, then it's easy for you. Otherwise, don't worry about it. It's not a tough task. You will learn it in some time. So we have to use semicolons over here. This is the body of a for loop inside a function. Now what will happen is we'll write over here where j is equals to I. Fine. Now we are going to create an alert on this button click. We'll write over here alert. Alert is a method present in JavaScript. So we'll write over here number of iterations. So we are going to print the iterations over here. Number of iterations we are going to write, and then we are going to print the iterations. So we'll write over here j, or just do it this way. We are going to write over here j plus iterations. Fine. So we'll write over here iterations. That's it. Big function is done, and now we'll create a small function. So we'll write over here function small. So we'll write over here function small, and now we are going to create the body of this function. So this is the body of a small function. Let's do a simple task over here. So this small function will give us an alert. Fine. So let's say we'll write over here this is a small function. Cool. So we'll write over here this with a capital T, and that's it. These functions we created here are small functions, so they are not too big of functions. Like we have used the for loop within the big function. That's quite an easy task. If you guys know JavaScript, then it's easy. Otherwise you guys can learn it. You can go through our videos in JavaScript. You can find them in the playlist below. So let's see if these functions work or not. Save the program, and now we'll click on these buttons. We'll click on big task first, and here you can see number of iterations is 1000 iterations. So let me just zoom it, and if you guys are, so here it is written that number of iterations are 1000 iterations. It's working totally fine. Now we'll click on small task as well. Here you can see this is a small function, right? So the big task here gives us the output as completed, or we can say number of iterations is 1000 iterations, and the small functions, it's giving us the output as this is a small function. Both the functions are working perfectly fine. Everything we have done till now has been quite easy, right? So the problem will occur if we change the value from 1000 to something bigger. So let's add a few zeros here. What we'll do is we'll make it 1 billion. Fine. Okay, let me check if it's 1 billion or not. Okay, we need one more zero over here. Okay, so we have made it 1 billion or that sort of some value. The value is quite big. Now the for loop will iterate for this number of times. If it's 1 billion, then the for loop will iterate for 1 billion times. Now the fun begins. Before clicking on this big task button, now save the program first. And now before clicking on this big task button, remember that JavaScript is a single threaded language. It means only one task at a time. So click on this big task button and you can see the browser hangs, or it's responsible, but it takes a little bit of time in between. You can see. So in between the time, if I click on small task, it's not working completely. So let's do one thing. Let's make it 3 billion. Fine. Save it. Now the browser will hang, completely hang, because the for loop will iterate for 3 billion times. In between, if I click on small task, it won't work. Now the whole program is hang. The whole browser, we can say. So let's open this with a live server again, and we'll change the value back to 1 billion only. Fine. So I guess you guys are now able to see that JavaScript is a single threaded language. It means that if you are clicking big task and small task at the same time, so it will complete the big task first. Then only it will take on the small task. Fine. That's where web workers come into existence. We have already discussed what a web worker is. The previous scenario can be addressed utilizing web workers, which normally operate on separate threads and do all computationally demanding activities without interfering with the user interface. So what threads will do is they'll do their work in the background. The user will not be able to see that work. So that's why we are using web workers. Fine. Web workers enable long-running scripts to continue uninterrupted by scripts that react to clicks or the user activities, allowing extensive tasks to be completed without conceding and maintaining the responsiveness of the page. Background scripts known as web workers are relatively hefty and not meant to be utilized frequently. For a 4 megapixel image, let's suppose, it would be incorrect to launch one worker for every pixel. So web workers don't have direct access to the web page and the DOM API, since a script running inside one cannot access the window object of the web page. Fine. Web workers can still use CPU resources and slow down the system even though they cannot block the browser user interface. So enough of this theory part, I guess. Let's see how we can add them in this particular file. Now, the URL of a JavaScript file containing the code that the worker will run is used to initialize web workers. The first thing we are going to do here is we are going to comment this piece of code. So we are going to add a worker over here. We'll comment this whole thing. Fine. Instead, we are going to create all these things here again. Now this time we are going to use web workers. Fine. I guess you guys just remember it. Now, this code talks with the script that spawned it from the main page and establishes event listeners. So what we'll do is we'll create a new file. But before that, we need to include that particular JavaScript file, or we can say web worker, in this particular, the parent page, or we can say this parent JavaScript file. So we are going to write here var worker is equals to new worker. So it's a constructor function, and we are going to pass the name over here. So we'll write over here bigtask.js. Now we need to create this bigtask.js. We don't have any such file present here. So let's create one first. We'll write over here bigtask.js. Fine. So here's a bigtask.js. This is a thread, or we can say the web worker. Fine. This is a worker file. Now we are done with this task. We are initializing the worker within the big function because we want the big function to execute in the background, because that's a comparatively big function, right? That the function taking a lot of time. Now we need to create this big task file. We have already created it. In this particular file, in the big task file, we need to execute our code. So the for loop will mention in the big task file. So here we'll mention the for loop. Let's do one thing. Let's copy the for loop from here and let's copy it completely. Fine. We'll copy the for loop from here. We are going to paste it here. So that's completely fine. We have pasted it in a bigtask.js file, or we can say in a worker. You can see through and you can check through the console if the program is giving any error or not. So if you want to check, just go to inspect and go to console. So here you can see we are not facing, or we are not getting any error as of now. Now what we'll do is, following spawning, post message is a method is used to establish communication between the web worker and its parent page. Post message can take a string or a JSON object as its single argument, depending upon your browser version. So what we'll do is, we'll write over here. After this, we are going to use the post message and we are going to pass a parameter over here. Fine. So here what we'll do is we'll pass the parameter as j. Fine. So the value of j will be passed to its parent file. So here you can see we have the value of I stored inside the variable j, and we'll pass the value of j. Fine. Now the onMessage event in the main page is used to access the message passed by the web worker. This web worker will pass the variable j, and we need something to accept that value here, right? So the onMessage event is used for that in the main page. So we'll write over here worker. So worker is a variable name dot onMessage. So this is the method, and we'll write over here is equals to, we are going to create a function with an event. So we'll write over here event. Okay, I need to write it inside this brackets. That's it, we are good to go. Now we are going to create the body. Now we are going to do the same thing. We are going to copy this alert from here so that we can get the same output, and we are going to paste it here. Fine. So here you can see it says number of iterations plus j iterations. So it's the same thing. You can see the bigtask.js file is completely done. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to remove this j from here, and instead of that we are going to write over here event.data. Now the event.data here will get the value from worker, and then it will print it on the screen. Fine. Save the program, and here you can see we are going to save it and now try to run it. Now you can see the big task, the moment we click on it, here you can see it takes a little bit of time. Now click on it again, click on small task in between, and here you can see the small task is working totally fine in between the big task. So it's not blocking, the browser is not hanging anymore. Click on big task once again, click on small task, and here you can see the small task is working totally fine. Fine. If you want, I can show it to you again. Click on big task, click on small task. Here you can see the small task output, and here you can see the big task output. The browser is not hanging at all. So one thing you can do here is you can use console as well to check it more easily. So what we'll do is, instead of creating an alert box, we are going to use console.log over here.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
So here what we are going to do is we are going to use console.log and save the program. Now go to console, click on inspect, and here you can see we have a console. Click on small task, and here you can see it says this is a small function. Refresh the page. Click on big task, click on small task, and here you can see it says this is a small function, and then after some time we have the output as number of iterations. Let me show it to you guys once again. Click on big task, click on small task. Here you can see the output from small task, and now we have the output from big task as well. So we can use error handling here with the worker API, but we are not going to do it right now because it's not useful for you guys. The only motive of this video is to make you guys understand how workers work in HTML and JavaScript. HTML web workers. We came across this term. We know that JavaScript is a single-threaded language. It means that JavaScript can focus on a single task at a time. To overcome this problem of single threading, the concept of web workers came into existence, through which we can make one process run in the background while the UI will show some other process. Now, SSE in HTML stands for Server Sent Events. Let's understand it this way. We all use social media sites like Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and many more other websites. You must have noticed that we get notifications from these websites regarding different events. Sometimes we get a notification from Facebook that one of our friends updated their profile picture. So what happens is we get updates from the server regarding the events happening on that particular website. Another example of the same is any news app or website we use. It updates automatically with every new event or with every news, right? In the same way, server sent request refers to the phenomena when the web page automatically gets updated from a server. In this video, we'll see how we can do it with the help of HTML and JavaScript. Not a tough task to do, but we require a bit of PHP for this task. PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. So, I'll show you how to do it completely. Don't worry about it, guys. The initial steps will remain the same. We have a HTML document here, you can see, nothing different. Here you can see we have a PHP file as well. So this is a PHP file where we have one header, two headers basically. Then we have a variable time, which will take date or which has hours, minutes and seconds. Then it says data, the server time is, and we are returning time in it. Fine. It might happen that you won't understand the code here as of now, but what this code will do is it will update us in every 3-4 seconds with time. The time will be in hours, minutes and seconds. Now, what we need to do is we need to accept these updates with HTML and JavaScript. But before that, you guys need to install the XAMPP server. Let me show you how to install it. So what you need to do is just go to Google and search for XAMPP. So here you can see you will write over here XAMPP download, and here you can see we have this link, download XAMPP Apache friends. So here you can download XAMPP according to your system. You can download it for XAMPP for Windows, for Linux, for Mac OS, and whatever like operating system you are using, you can download XAMPP for that particular operating system. Now once you downloaded it and you installed it, what we will do is you need to go to XAMPP server. So here I'll show you. This is just search for XAMPP control panel, and here you can see we have Apache, MySQL, FileZilla, Mercury and Tomcat. Fine. Now you need to do certain things like you need to check in which port your Apache is running. For that, just click on this config button after Apache. Now you can see we have two different files. Apache, one is httpd.config and the other one is httpd-ssl. So click on this SSL file. Now here you can see we have this notepad present over here. Now what we need to do is we need to press Ctrl+F. We need to find listen on this page. So here you can see this is our first listen. On the second listen, here you can see it's 8081 written over here. Fine, 8081 is the port number here. You can mention any other port as well. So if there is any other port, like you are using port 443 or any other port, so you can change it to 8081 because this port is free in my personal computer. So that's why I am using port 8081. Save it, just press Ctrl+S and close the program. Now you have to do one thing. You have to click on this start button over here and you will see it running. So here you can see it says ports 80 and 8081 are free. They have taken both ports. So just minimize it for now. Now let's move on to the programming part directly. Now what we'll do is we'll use HTML and a bit of JavaScript. So this PHP file over here, you can see the code over here. So this is the PHP code for returning time. Now here we are in HTML file. Now what we need to do inside the body tag is we need to create a div tag, or we can say we need to create a container. So we'll use a div element with ID as, let's say, res or result, whatever you can say. Just save it, and here you can see we have this HTML SSE event. So this is opened with live server. Live server won't play much of a role in this particular video. We'll let you know why. Now we have created a container for getting the updates with ID as or result. That's it. We are done with HTML part. Let's move on, and now we'll get those updates from a PHP file using JavaScript. So what we need to do is we need to include script over here. So we'll write over here after this. We'll use the script tag. We are not going to create another JavaScript file this time. We'll do it in this particular HTML file only. So we'll write over here if. Now we need to use the type of operator. This is one of the most important operators you should know in JavaScript. So we have to write here after type of, we have to write here event source. Event source. Fine. Now you can see there's an error as of now. It will go just right after me, and you have to write here this not is equals to undefined. So we have to write here not is equals to undefined. We need to define an if else condition. So this is the body of a if statement. Now we'll write our code inside this. Fine. But before that, let's do the code for else statement. So what we'll do is we'll leave it empty over here, the if statement. We'll come back to it. Now what we need to do is we need to mention the else statement, and here goes the body of else statement. So we'll write over here document dot get element by id. Okay, so we have to write here get element by id. The id of our element is res or result. We'll write over here dot in a HTML is equals to not supported. It may happen that your browser should not support this particular SSE API. So we have to write a condition for this. We will write here sorry not supported. That's fine. We are done with the else part. Now what we need to do is we need to write the code for a if statement. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll take a variable first, a simple variable. Fine. So let's write it over here. We'll write over here where source, let's say the name of our variable is source. We'll write over here new event source. Fine. So we'll create a new event source over here. Inside this we are going to pass the name of our file. We'll write over here time.php. Okay, we are done with it. And then in the next line we'll write over here source dot on message. So this on message method or this on message event, you should know about it if you are using JavaScript. If you don't know about it, just go through the previous video on web workers. You will get to know about the on message and post message events. So we'll create another function over here. This time we are going to create an event. So we'll write over here event, and that's it. We'll print whatever output we get from the PHP page. So we'll write here document.getElement by id again. The id is result or res dot in HTML is equals to plus is equals to. We will write over here event dot data plus, let's give some space, and we are going to give a break over here. Fine. So I guess we are almost done with it. Yeah, we are done. Fine. That's it. We are done with all the coding part. Now save the program, and you can see we are still not getting anything because SSE does not work with live server. So here you can see it says live server is not possible without the body or head tag, but we have the body or head tag present. So let's save it again, and it's showing some sort of error. Let's not think about it. What we need to do is we need to open this file. Fine. So to check the output, what we need to do is we need to write here. Okay, just let me add a new window. So we'll write over here localhost 8081. This is our port number if you guys remember, and we have to write here sse1.html, and here you can see it says the server's time is 13:41:14. So it's the time where a server is currently present, because the current time is around 5. So this is how it actually works. This is how the server sent events actually work. You can see it's giving us proper updates after each 3 or 4 seconds. So this is how the PHP actually work. You can use the port number you are using, write this and just press enter. You can see we are getting these updates. It might happen that you guys get this error. So sometimes what happens is, what you need to do is you need to just go in your files. So wherever your HTML files are present, just go to that folder. So let me just show you how it works. Okay, let me drag this from here, and here you can see we have all the HTML files present over here. Here you can see this is a HTML SSE1. This is a file which HTML file we are currently working, and the time.php we also have here. Fine. So what you need to do is just copy these 2 files from here. Go to this PC, local disk C. Here you can see we have a folder named XAMPP. click on it, double click on it, and here you have to find one folder named htdocs. So this is a folder, and just paste these two files here. So remember, you must follow this step. So you need to mention these two files over here. Fine. And here you can see we have both the files. That's the only reason, that's why our server is working. Fine. So let me just show you. So you can see we are still getting all the updates after every 3-4 seconds. Basically after every 3 seconds we are getting these updates, right? We are getting the time of our server. So it's not necessary that the time is correct, because the server, it's possible that the server is not present over here where we are. So we are getting proper updates. Fine. So guys, this is how we can use the HTML SSE API to get automatic updates from the server. I hope you guys must have got the concept of SSE APIs, or we can say server sent event APIs.
Before we go through the difference between HTML and XHTML, let's understand what XHTML is. XHTML stands for Extensible Hypertext Markup Language. You might have heard terms like HTML, HTML5, HTML4, and XHTML in the field of web design. W3C introduced XHTML in the year 2000. It is an advanced version of HTML. The basic difference between HTML and XHTML is that both are based on different standards. HTML is based on SGML, which stands for Standard Generalized Markup Language. It is a standard for generalized markup languages. While XHTML is XML based, Extensible Markup Language, a file format for storing and transferring the data. It is a set of rules for encoding a document that is both human readable and machine readable. XHTML was derived from HTML in such a way that it follows all the XML standards. The difference between HTML and XHTML is easily noticeable. In simple terms, XHTML was derived from HTML to follow XML standards. That's it. So what's the point of using XHTML? If HTML is already capable of doing everything, the current version of HTML we are using is HTML 5.0, and it is capable of doing almost everything. But XHTML is a bit stricter than HTML. As we already mentioned that XHTML follows XML standards. So XHTML is a better way of writing HTML. We'll prove it with the help of examples. So here you can see we have two files present over here on VS Code. One is test1.html and the other one is test1.xml. So this is a HTML file and this is a XHTML file. Fine. You can see the extensions over here. For an HTML file, we generally use .htm or .html extension. On the other hand, while working on an XHTML file, we need to use extensions like .xhtml or .xml. So here we are using .xml as an extension. So let me tell you the difference between them now. We have been using HTML for quite some time now, right? We know that this language is not case sensitive. We can write any tag in uppercase or in lowercase. It will work totally fine. XHTML on the other hand is a bit stricter. We have to use every tag in lowercase only. It is case sensitive. So let's understand it with the help of an example. First we'll write a simple code in HTML. So let's write it down over here. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag of a HTML document. So this is a HTML document. This is the output. Let's change the title for this as well. So we'll write over here HTML document. Save it. And here you can see the title is HTML document now. Now we'll write something over here. So let's use some tags over here. We'll use the h1 tag first. Let's write something over here like this is an example of HTML. Save it. And here you can see we have this heading which says this is an example of HTML. It's totally fine. Now we'll use h1 tag again. So let's use h2 tag now. Fine. In place of h1 we are going to use h2 tag. So let's write something over here as well. So we'll write over here this is an example with uppercase tags. Fine. Save it. And here you can see this code is also working fine. Now let's write another code. We are going to use a paragraph tag. We are going to write here style. So we'll write style over here like this. Color. And we are going to mention the color as red. Fine. Now we have to close this paragraph tag. And here we have to write something. So let's say we are writing over here, welcome to a YouTube channel. Fine. Save it. And here you can see we have a paragraph in red color. Fine. So this is a simple example. You see here we have our data present on the browser despite the fact that we have used uppercase in the heading tag. Here you can see we have used uppercase in a heading tag, or we can say in h2 tag. The next error here is that we have used the style attribute incorrectly. You can see it over here. We are not using any double quotes over here. But if we try to write the same code in XHTML, then it will create some problems for us. So let's do it. What we'll do is we'll copy this whole piece of code from here. It's an HTML code. We'll move to a XHTML file and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now we are done with it. We have used a HTML code in a XHTML file. What happens in XHTML is it is case sensitive when it comes to using tags. Fine. So save it now. Move to a XHTML document. Here's the output. So we have to refresh this page. Refresh it, and here you can see this page contains the following errors. The first heading is working totally fine. You can see it says this is an example of HTML, or we have to, let's change it over here. We'll write over here XHTML. Save it now, refresh it, and here you can see it says this is an example of XHTML, but the other two tags are not working at all. So here you can see we have this paragraph from h2 tag, but it's not actually working because it is not bold in nature, or you can say the font size is smaller because the h2 tag is not working in XHTML. Fine. So what we have to do is we have to write here first. We have to write it in small, or we can say lowercase alphabets, because XHTML is case sensitive. Fine. Save it now. Refresh it, and here you can see it's working totally fine now. This tag is also working fine. Now for the last tag, what we have to do it, we have to mention it inside double quotes. So we have to write here like this, and then we have to mention it inside double quotes. Fine. Save the program, refresh it, and here you can see now it's working totally fine. It says welcome to our YouTube channel, which is red in color. The font color is red. So this is the correct way of using XHTML, and this is also the difference between HTML and XHTML. So in XHTML, we have to follow certain set of rules. Fine. The next difference we'll discuss is the difference in empty elements. Empty elements are those elements which do not require any closing tag. Fine. In HTML, if we use the break tag, we have to write here like, so we'll move to a HTML file and we'll put a break tag over here simply. Fine. So we'll open the output. We'll come back here, we'll save the program, and here you can see the break tag is working totally fine. Now let's use the same break tag in a XHTML file. So we'll copy it from here, we'll move to a XHTML file and we'll paste it here. Fine. So save the program and refresh the browser. So you can see there's an error over here. It says this page contains following errors. So it says error on line 14 at column 8. So actually the error is this. In XHTML, each tag needs to be closed. Fine. Closing a tag is mandatory in XHTML. So for closing an empty tag, we don't have to do so much of a task. We just have to put a forward slash over here after the break tag, save it now, refresh the browser, and you can see we have this space over here. The break tag is working totally fine now. So each empty element which we use in HTML must have a closing tag to use it in XHTML. It's no big deal to put a forward slash right after we use a tag, right? Other difference in HTML and XHTML are of doc type. In HTML, we use the doc type as HTML only, so we have to mention it over here, doc type as HTML, although it's not necessary to mention it, but in XHTML it is mandatory to use doc type. The doc type is different. We have to mention this whole thing over here. We have to mention doc type HTML, then we have to mention all this doc type, and then we have to change this XML NS as well in XHTML, and we have to put the version and all in XHTML. So HTML do not require any of them. It's not necessary to add any of them in HTML, but if you are using HTML and if you are working as a developer or a programmer, so it is good to follow certain rules. Fine. So it is good to use these things in your HTML document as well. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what XHTML is and how to use it. It's HTML only, but it comes with certain rules we need to follow while working on XHTML. So let's discuss why to use XHTML, or we can say, is it worth using XHTML? Now, XHTML was designed to be a better version of HTML 4.0, but with the introduction of HTML5, which includes many new features, using HTML5 over any other markup language is easier and better. The important takeaway is that each one of them is an extraordinary variety of HTML markup languages with syntactic patterns and features. So if you are a beginner, we now no longer propose HTML4 and XHTML. And it would be easy for you to learn HTML5 first due to its more advantageous compatibility and massive usage. So I hope you guys must have understood the concept of XHTML by now.
We'll learn something new and fun. Something that we can do with HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And that will help us make our web page or website more engaging and exciting to use. So we all know that HTML is mostly used for creating the structural part of a web page. CSS is used to style it, and JavaScript on the other hand is used to add interactivity to a web page. In this particular tutorial, we'll see how we can drag and drop elements on a web page. Let me give you a simple example of drag and drop first. Here, so if I open a folder for you, so here you can see we have a folder, and let me open this one as well. So here you can see we have two different folders. One is images and the other one is HTML. So if I drag this HTML image, so this is an image. If I drag this from here and if I put it here, if I leave my mouse button, you can see the image is moved. So here what we are doing is we are dragging an image from one folder and we are dropping it in another folder. Now drag and drop means taking something from one place and leaving it at another location. So this refers to drag and drop in real life or in computer world, we can say. Whatever you want to say, you can say. So quite an easy task, right? We all know about it. Now, what we'll do today is we'll try to achieve this same thing using a little bit of HTML, CSS and a lot of JavaScript. So I hope you guys are already aware of JavaScript. If not, so you guys can go through our JavaScript playlist. We have already covered JavaScript in our YouTube channel. So you can go through that playlist and you can learn JavaScript as well. So let's start with the programming part directly and we'll see what we can do to achieve this drag and drop thing in JavaScript. First of all, we'll do the HTML part. So HTML part goes first because every time we create a web page or do anything on a web page, the first thing we need is the structure of a web page. So what we'll do is we'll create some div tags over here, some containers basically. So we'll write over here div class is equal to, let's say, box. Then we are going to close it. We are going to do the same thing for a few more times. So let's say we are going to write here box again. We are going to close this div as well, and we are doing it for, let's say, 3 times. We'll write class over here. Class is going to be box again, and we have added 3 div tags over here. So we can say 3 boxes as well. Let's add some style. So let's style them so that we can identify all the 3 boxes. So what we are going to do is we are going to move to the head section of a web development document, we can say. This is our HTML document. So we are going to move to the head section of it and we are going to write over here style. So this is the CSS part. We'll write over here dot box. Box is the class name. So here you can see we have used the class as box, right? So box is the class name. We are going to style this box. We are going to style all the boxes basically. So we'll write over here float. Float is going to be left. Let's use left. Then we'll write over here background color. Background color you can choose any of your own choice. Let's use aqua. So you can see it's not working right now because we haven't defined the borders and all for all these boxes. So let's save it once, and here you can see it's not working. So it will work, don't worry about it. So we are going to define the width and height as well. So the width is going to be, let's say, 400 pixels. Save it. Then we have height. So we'll write over here height. Height is going to be 400 again. So we'll write over here 400 pixels. Then we need to give margin as well. Margin is going to be 10 pixels. And then we are going to give padding. Padding is again we are going to use 10 pixels. So these all are basic CSS properties. Now the last thing we are left is border. Border is going to be 1 pixel, solid and black in color. Save it. And here you can see we have all the 3 boxes. If I zoom in this Chrome browser, here you can see we have 3 boxes. All 3 are blue in color or sky blue. I am not so good with colors, so you guys can guess the colors, I think. So we have this border which is 1 pixel and solid and thick, or we can say black in color. So this is working totally fine. We are done with all the boxes. Next up, we'll add an image to the first container. So we are going to drag an image from this container. We are going to drop it in another container. For that, we need an image first, right? So we are going to move to the first div tag, and here we are going to add an image. So we'll write over here img. Then we have to use, let's say, id. id is going to be img1. Then we are going to use src. src is going to be, we have this image html.png, which is situated, I guess, inside the images folder. So we have to write here images html.png. This is our image. And we have to write here draggable. Draggable we are going to set to true. And we are going to write over here width. Width is going to be 300, and then we'll use the height attribute. Height is again going to be 300, let's say. The draggable attribute here indicates if a particular element can be dragged or not. It can either be true if we want the element to be dragged, or false if we don't want it to be dragged freely. So this is why we use the draggable attribute. Images can be dragged by default in modern JavaScript. So if we write here false for draggable and then save this program, then it will not allow us to drag this particular element or image. Fine. So let's save this and let's see if it's working. So here you can see we are able to drag this image. Now we are going to do one thing. We are going to try false over here, save it. And here you can see we are not able to drag this image anymore. Fine. So that's what we mentioned just now. We mentioned that images can be dragged by default in modern JavaScript. So modern browsers share this property or hold this property with them already. Now we'll have the 2 other containers empty so that we can drag and drop the image from container 1 to the other 2 containers. Now you can see the image is not well structured inside the container on the browser. For that, we have to apply some style, or we can say we have to style this image as well. So we'll leave some margin here from the left and top of this image. Fine. So we'll move to the CSS part again, and we'll write over here we have used the id attribute within the img tag, you can see. So we are going to style this with the help of img1. I guess this is the id. Yeah, this is the id. Now we'll write over here margin top. Margin top is going to be 50 pixels. And we are going to write here margin left, which is again going to be 50 pixels. Save it. And here you can see the image is centered now. Or you can make some more changes if you want to, guys. So that's not too much of concern as of now. So it's working totally fine. So let's leave it here. Now we'll do nothing with CSS now to make this video more easy and understandable for everyone, because doing so much styling and all might lead to confusion for you guys. So let's move to the JavaScript part directly, which is undoubtedly the most essential part of this tutorial. Now the logic is simple. We have to drag this image here and drop it in another box here. The logic seems easy to speak, right? So let's start with the coding part. We'll things in between. We'll see all the things in between, but before that, what we need to do is we need to add a JavaScript file. So we'll write over here script src. For that, let me create a JavaScript file one. So we'll write over here drag.js. This is going to be a JavaScript file. We'll write over here drag.js. We'll mention the type. Type is equals to text / JavaScript. Close it. Save the program. And here we have drag.js. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll start writing a JavaScript code over here. First thing first, we need to access 2 HTML elements for this, the box and the image inside it. Here you can see we need to access this box, all the 3 boxes and the image. Fine. So we need to access all of them. We can either use the id tag or we can say we can either use the ID attribute, the tag name attribute, or the class name method. It's totally upon us what we want to use. Or we can also use the query selector method. It depends on you totally what you want to do here. For now, we'll use the class name method and the ID method to access all the elements. So what we'll do is we'll write over here first. Let's say const image. This is a variable. So with the help of const keyword, we declare a variable in JavaScript. We'll write over here document dot get element by ID. Let's access this image first. So the ID of this image is img1. Fine. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here. That's fine. And we'll do one more thing. We are going to add another variable for boxes. So we'll write over here const boxes document dot get element by class name, because we have used the class property because we need to access all the 3 boxes. That's why we have used the class attribute. I guess you guys know the difference between the ID and the class attribute, right? If you haven't watched that video, please watch it. It's the most important video in this HTML tutorial, or we can say whole HTML playlist. That video is the most important one. So you guys have to understand the difference between the ID attribute and the class attribute. Fine. So this time we are going to use the class name attribute. So the class name we have is box. Fine. So I think we are good to go. The image variable holds the image tag we use in the HTML file, and the boxes variable holds all the 3 boxes within it. Simple. Next up, we'll add event listeners to a JavaScript file. Event listeners are predefined events used to perform some specific task. Here we need 2 event listeners, drag start and drag end. The drag start event will call a function which will create separately. So let's add events first, and we'll then go through how to create functions and all after that. So what we'll do is we'll write over here after this image dot add event listener. So this is the JavaScript property. We are going to write here drag start. Okay, so we'll write over here drag start. This is going to be the function we are going to create. There's an error. We forgot to mention the comma over here. It looks fine. And we'll write over here image dot add event listener. So we are going to add another event, the drag end event. So we'll write over here drag end, and we need to create another function for that. So we are going to write over here drag end. That's it. Remember that we are using these events on the image only to drag it from one place to another. We could have done it on the HTML file, wherein we can include these events in the image tag like we were doing in some other videos, but it can be confusing because we have to include so many functions there, right? So it can be confusing at times. So that's why we are doing it separately. Now moving ahead, we'll create these 2 functions now. The 2 functions are drag start. We mentioned over here the drag start function, and we have the drag end function. So let's create these functions quickly. We'll write over here function drag start. So this is a function, and just leave some space for this function body, and then we'll create another function which is going to be drag end, and we need to write it here like this. We have 2 functions, the drag start, which is for the drag start, and the drag end. Fine. So we are done with 2 functions. Now we have 2 functions. One will start the dragging event and the other one will end the dragging event. Fine. For instance, we'll write over here, we are going to use the console for now. So let me show you guys. We'll write over here console.log, and we'll write over here dragging. Now this function will trigger when we start dragging, and we'll write over here console.log dragged. Fine. Okay, just a minute. We need to put semicolons over here. It's a good practice to use them. So let's understand the working now. Save the program, and what we need to do is we need to open the console. So we'll write over here. Okay, just a minute. Let me put the console over here. Let me increase the size of this console a bit so that you guys can see it. Okay, I guess it's visible now. So here you can see once we start dragging this image, you can see we are able to drag this image, and the drag start function triggers the moment we start dragging it. So here you can see we have dragging return over here on the console. The moment we drop this image, you can see the dragged or we can say the drag and function triggers, and we have this dragged return over here on the console. So here you can see it again. We can drag it and the drag start function triggers. We can drop it and the drag and function triggers. That's it. So both the functions are working totally fine. Now we want to drag this image, and we want to drag this image in such a way that there remains nothing left behind in the first box. So here you can see if we are dragging this image, we still have this image inside the first box. So what we want to do is we want nothing behind this image. So we want the first box to be empty the moment we start dragging our image. Fine. For that, we need to make some style changes. We have to make the image invisible on dragging. So let's add a style property in the CSS part to achieve it. What we'll do it, we'll move to the HTML document, and here we'll write over here inside the CSS property, or we can say the CSS part, dot invisible. This is the class. Fine. What it will do is it will set the display property to none upon calling. So the invisible property will make the space empty. To give this class to the image, we have to write here inside the drag start function. So we'll move back to the JavaScript part once again, and we'll remove this because this function is working fine. So we'll write over here this dot. Okay. So we have to write here this dot class name is equals to, we have to write here invisible. Fine. So we have to write here invisible and just save it, and let's try to drag the image now. So here you can see on dragging the image, it becomes completely invisible. We don't want that to happen. We want this image to disappear from the first box with a minimal delay. So we'll use the set timeout method. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the function drag start. So we need to write over here. So we'll leave it like this. Let me just show you how to use the set timeout method. So we'll write over here set timeout. So this is our method, and we need to create another function. So let's create one anonymous function over here. We'll write over here equals to. So this is an anonymous function. Now inside this anonymous function, we have to write this. So we'll write over here this dot class name, and we have to print it over here inside this, and we have to write here 0 because we need minimal delay. Now this will work fine, I guess. Save the program, and here you can see the image. You can see the image is disappeared from the first box, but we still have the somewhat invisible image. So it's not completely invisible, but it's not that opaque as well. So the invisible property, or we can say the CSS property we use, the invisible property, the display property, whatever it was, it's working totally fine. Now for the drag and function, we'll again set the class as image to insert the image on ending. So it looks quite easy, right guys? Now what we need to do for the drag and function is we'll again set the class as image to insert the image on ending. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here. So we have this drag property. So we'll write over here this dot class name. Now we need to do one more thing over here. Here we have used image. We'll write over here dot image, and we'll make some more changes over here inside the image tag as well. We'll write over here class as image. Save it, and it's working totally fine. You can see the dragging and all the functions are also working. So now what we'll do is we'll write over here this dot class name is equals to image. Fine. Now save the program. You can see it's working. The image, we are able to drag it, we are able to drop it, and we are able to see the image back on dropping it. Fine. I hope you guys understood it till now. Next up, we'll add some more events to the boxes as well. For all the boxes, we have to loop through them and use certain functions. We'll use the for of loop to loop through boxes. So the for of loop is present in JavaScript. You guys can use them. You guys can go through what is for of loop. You can find the video in our channel as well. So we'll write over here for. Now we'll write over here const box of boxes. Now we are going to loop through all the boxes. So we'll write over here box.add event listener. We are going to start with the drag over event. We'll write over here drag over. Then we are going to write the name of function. So the function is going to be drag over again. And we need not to write here this. Now copy this because we need some more functions. So we'll copy this from here. Okay, just a minute. So we'll paste it here. We'll paste it 4 times. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the names of functions and events. So after drag over, we are going to write over here drag enter. Then after drag enter, we are going to write over here drag leave. And after drag leave, we are going to write over here drop. So these are the 4 events. Now we are going to create functions for them as well. So we'll write over here drag enter, the first function. Then after this, we are going to write over here drag leave. And the last one is going to be obviously drop. Fine. So these all are the functions. Here we are adding 4 different events to the boxes for 4 different scenarios. We have to declare these functions to achieve the drag and drop part altogether. Save it once. And you can see here in the console, it says drag over is not defined. Here you can see it says drag over is not defined, right? So let's define these functions as well first. Now what we are going to do is we are going to define them here. We are going to write over here function drag. We have function drag over. Okay, there's something wrong. So we'll write over here drag over. This is the body of the drag over function. Then we have function drag enter. This is going to be the body of the drag enter function. Then we have drag leave as well. So we'll write over here drag leave. Okay, so we need to write the function keyword as well. I forgot to do it. So we'll write over here function drag leave, this and this. Okay, so after this function drag leave, we are going to write over here function drop. We are done with all the 4 functions. These are the 4 functions. The last thing to do is we are almost done with the video. So let's start defining these functions. We can see the functioning of these functions real quick. Use the console.log function again, or we can say the console.log method again inside each function. So let's see if these functions are working fine or not. We are going to write over here console.log. Let's say over this function, when the function will trigger, it will print over. And let's copy it from here, paste it here. There's something wrong. Okay, we need to remove this, we need to paste it there and remove this, we need to paste it here again and remove this. Fine, all the 4 functions we have. Let's change what we are going to print on each function's triggering. So we'll write over here enter, then we'll write over here leave. It will print leave on the console basically when the function drag leave will trigger, and for drop it will print drop. Save the program and you can see the error is gone. Copy this from here. Here you can see. Okay, let me show it to you once again. Okay, so we have this image over here. Try dragging it. It says over, leave, enter, over, and the function triggers again and again and again. Fine. So now we have to cancel the default working of this drag over function because we want to assign a particular task to this function. We'll use the event listener parameter for it along with the prevent default method. So for the drag over function first, we need a parameter. So let's say E is the parameter. Now what we'll do is we'll remove this console.log from here. We'll write over here e.prevent default. Fine. The same will do for all of them. Fine. Now the prevent default method is used to prevent the browser from executing the default action of the selected element. Next up, we'll do the same for drag enter method as well. The central part is in the leave. in the leave and drop functions. So here what we'll do is we'll write E over here, we'll copy this E don't prevent default, we'll paste it in place of console.log. Fine. Save it, and here you can see it on the console. It makes no difference. So there are no errors as of now. We'll do the same for drag leave function because we are not changing any style or anything for now. So we'll write over here inside the drag leave. We'll paste e.prevent default again. We are going to use the parameter as e. So we are left with the drop function only. If you're changing the style of boxes on certain events like drag enter and drag leave, then remember to change the styling back to the original one while dropping the image to another container. For that, just change the class name back to original. So what we'll do is we'll write over here inside the drop function this dot. Okay, so we have to write here class name is equals to box. Fine. So the last thing we are left with is the image on the new box. For that, we have to append the image to a box on dropping it. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the drop function only this dot append, and we need to write over here image. That's it. So the image here is the class name, and it will append this image to the box. Save it, go to the console, or now there's no need to go to the console. Save the program, start dragging the image, drop it, and here you can see we are able to do it. Here you can see we are able to pick this image from any one container, and we are able to drop it. We are able to drag and drop it. Fine. So in simple words, we are able to drag this image from container 1 to any of these containers. We can drop it in container 2, 3, 1, anywhere we want. It totally depends upon us. So this is how the drag and drop elements in JavaScript and HTML actually works. The vital part is played by JavaScript, although HTML and CSS also plays their important roles in this particular task. So HTML is used to create the structures, we create those boxes, we edit that image with the help of HTML. We style those boxes and image with the help of CSS, and then we added interactivity with the help of JavaScript to those boxes, that image, everything. So all the three concepts are important for this drag and drop elements. In this session, we'll cover the HTML and CSS part of creating a quiz application. The JavaScript part we'll cover in one of the upcoming sessions. So there's a specific reason for not discussing the JavaScript part, because it may happen that many of you guys will not get what we try to do. So this specific video is for HTML and CSS, and in some other session, we'll complete the whole application using JavaScript. So let's move on, and let me show you guys what we'll create in this session. We'll create the front end of our quiz application using HTML and CSS. So here you can see on your screen that we have the Start Quiz button present on the screen. Right. Click on it and you will see the quiz starting. This was interactive, right? All this interactiveness comes with the inclusion of JavaScript. That's the reason JavaScript is so important. Now, you can see these rules for playing the quiz, right? We have 5 rules for playing the quiz, and 2 buttons are present here for different tasks. One button is for exit and the other one is for continue. Click on continue and you can see our quiz starts. We have several questions here for the user to play. The question will feed from a JavaScript file and the user will answer them to see the score at the end. Let's answer some of the questions over here. So let's say this is the correct answer for this question. You can see the answer is correct. For now, we have only 2 questions present here. We'll add as many questions as we want. So we'll do it in some other video. Let's move on to the next question for now. Here's our second question. So click on next question over here, and here you can see it's our second question. And if you guys know the correct answer for this question, then put it in the chat section. I clicked on the wrong answer intentionally so that it will be marked as red. So here you can see that it is a wrong answer. 2001 is the wrong answer. That's why it is marked as red. The correct answer for this question is 1995. JavaScript was actually developed in the year 1995 by Brendan Eich when he was working for Netscape Communications. So click on next question and a result box tells the user about their performance. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what we'll do in this video. So let's hop into the programming part directly. We have all the required files present here. So if you can see here, we have this HTML file, we have this CSS file. These two files are of utter importance. And the script part, or we can say the JavaScript part, we are not going to cover in this particular section, but we have these JavaScript files here as well. So let's do the structural and styling part of this whole quiz application. We'll create the start quiz button first, followed by the info box. So let's create them first. Move to the body section of a HTML document. So here we are going to create a button first, the start quiz button. If you can see here, we have this button over here, which is the start quiz button. We are going to create this one first. So we are going to write over here inside the body tag. We are going to use the div tag with a class attribute. So we are going to write here the class name as, let's say, start underscore button. Then we are going to use a button tag within this. So we are going to write here button, and then we are going to write a button name. So a button name is start quiz, and save it. And here you can see the button present over here on the browser. Now, the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the info box. So for creating the info box, what we need to do is we need to use another div tag. Fine. So this time we are going to use div tag for creating the info box. So by info box, we mean this particular box. So this rules box, we have to keep these things in mind. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here. After this, let's put a comment over here. And we are going to write over here rules box or rule box or info box, whatever you guys want to write, you guys can write over here. Let's say we are going to write over here rule box. And now we are going to create a info box. So we are going to use again div class is equals to info underscore box. So within this div tag, we are going to use the div tag again. So we'll write over here div class is equals to info underscore title. Fine. Now this particular div tag, this info title, this div tag with class as info title, we are creating this div tag for this some rules of this quiz area. Fine. So this is why, that's why we are using this some div tag over here. So now what we are going to do is we are going to write something over here. So we are going to write over here rules and regulations. Fine. Now we are done with this part as well. The div tag is closed. So we are going to do one more thing. We are going to put it within the span tag. Fine. Rules and regulations we are going to put within the span tag. So we'll cut the span tag from here, we'll paste it here, and then we have this div tag closed. Now within the same div tag, we are going to create another div tag. This time we are going to create for this section. So we are going to put 5 points within this particular div tag, the one we are going to create right now. So let's write over here, we are going to write div class. Class is going to be, it's a list of elements. So let's say we are writing over here info list, and then it's fine. So we'll write over here div class, we'll write as info for a information. So here we are going to define our rules. So we'll write over here, let's say you will get within the span tag, we are going to write 15 seconds for every question. Fine. Now we are going to use the div tag again with the same class. So we are going to write here div class as info, and we are going to write a second rule over here. There is no point of going back once you start the quiz. Fine. Now we are going to write another rule over here. So we are going to write div class is equals to info. It takes a lot of time, guys, to write these rules and regulations. So Let's go ahead and we'll write over here, you can't choose more than one option at a time. This is the third rule for the quiz, and then we are going to write here div class is equals to info again, and we'll write over here, this is going to be a fourth point. We are going to write here, let's say you will get 1 point for each correct answer. Fine. So that's done with this. We are going to write a fifth point as well. So let's say we have this class as info. We are going to write over here 5. And now let's say we are writing over here enjoy your quiz. Fine. So let's not make it too long. Save it. And here you can see we have all the rules and regulations present over here. You can see we have these 5 rules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each of them is working fine. Now the next task for us is to create the 2 buttons we have. Fine, we have 2 buttons, the exit quiz button and the continue button. So if you can see here, we have this exit quiz and the continue button. So let's create them as well. What we are going to do is we are going to create another div tag after this. So we are going to create a div tag for buttons now. We are going to write here div class is equal to buttons. And we are going to write here button. So then we are going to create a button. Class is equals to, let's say, quit for the quit button. And we are going to write over here exit quiz. And we are going to create another button. So we are going to write the name as restart. The class name is restart basically. And the button name is going to be continue. Fine. We'll move to the body section of our HTML document. So we'll design this button first. We have this start quiz button. We'll do it first and then followed by other things, like then we have to design this one as well. So let's start writing the HTML code for this. So what we'll do is we'll start writing over here. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to add a div tag over here. So for that we are going to write here div class is going to be, let's say, start button. Fine. Then we have to write over here, we have to create a button for this. So we'll write button over here and then we'll name our button as start quiz. Save it. And here you can see we have this button present over here on the browser. Let me just zoom it out. So here you can see we have to create this button. Let me just show you guys. So this is the button we are going to create. Now we are done with this. Let's move ahead and we'll design the other info box basically. So we'll write the code for this as well. Now we'll move back to our HTML document and we'll write over here. So this is the start quiz button. So let's put a comment over here. We'll write start quiz button. And that's it. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a rules button, or we can say info button. So we'll write over here in the comment box rules. And so let's create it. For that, again, we are going to create a div tag. So we'll write over here div followed by the class name. So the class name is, let's say, going to be info box. So we'll write over here info box, close this div tag. Now anything we write here will be considered within this particular box. So let's write over here the code. We are going to write over here, we are going to take another div tag basically. So we are going to write the design the title. So we'll write over here info title, and this is our class name. So let's move ahead. We'll write over here within the span tag rules and regulations. Fine. So this is what we are going to do. Now we are done with the title. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the rules over here. So for that we are going to use another div tag with classes. Let's take any class of your choice. We can take, like, let's use info list. So it is a list basically. So we are going to write over here
class as info underscore list. Fine. We are done with the class. Then we have to take another div tag for all the separate points. So we are going to write here info. Fine. So this is our class. Okay, it's a mistake over here. We are done with the div tag. Save it, and here you can see it says rules and regulations. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write over here other things. So we have to close this div tag first, and let's create all the div tags first. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here. Basically we have 5 rules, right? So we are going to paste it 5 times. Now we need to write the rules over here. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write the rules over here. So the first rule says you will have only 15 seconds for each question. So let's write it over here. You will get, so we have 15 seconds written differently over here. You can see it's blue in color. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the span tag over here. So we'll write over here span 15 seconds. We are going to write within this span tags, and then we'll continue writing over here for each question. Fine. So this is our first point. You can see it says you will get 15 seconds for each question. Now we need to do one more thing. Just reduce the size of this VS Code, and that's it. Fine, we are good to go. Now we'll write a second point over here. So our second point is there's no way of going back once you start the quiz. Fine. The third point we have is you can't select more than one option at once. So let's use it. We are going to write here you can't select more than one option. Fine. We are done with the third point. Let's give them the numbers as well. We are going to write 1 here, 2 over here, and 3 over here. Save it, and here you can see we have 3 points present over here. Now we are going to write, okay, we have the div tag here. So we'll write a fourth point within this div tag. Let's use anything. Let's say we are writing over here, you can't quit the game. Quit the quiz in between. Fine. Then finally we have the fifth point. Fifth point is you will get 1 point for each correct answer. Fine. So we have our 5 points over here. Now the next thing we need is these 2 buttons, right? We need the exit button and the continue button. So let's add them as well. For that, what we are going to do is we are going to leave this div over here, and after this div tag we are going to write over here div class as buttons, and then we have to write over here button class, and let's say the first class name is quit. This is for exit quiz. Fine. We are done with our one button. The same thing we'll do for the second button as well. We are going to use the class as restart because we are going to need this class later on as well. So we'll write over here exit. What exit quiz? We are going to write over here continue. Fine. Save it, and here you can see we have 2 buttons present over here. Let me remove this, save it, and here you can see we have 2 buttons present over here now. We are done with the HTML part. We have the start quiz button, then we have the rules and regulations present over here, and finally we have 2 buttons, right? If you can see here, we have these 2 buttons, exit quiz and continue button. So we have all the 5 rules written over here on the browser for this one. Now let's move ahead and we'll now style these elements. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to write over here body. Let's define the body color once. The whole background color we are going to define. So we'll write over here background. Background is going to be, let's say, gray. Save it, and here you can see the gray background.
So one thing we are going to do is we are going to change the color from here. Okay, this one is a little bit dark. Let's lighten it up. Save it, and here you can see we have a background color. Now, the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the start button first. So this is a start button. This button we are talking about, this button, we are going to style it. So let's do it. We are going to write here start underscore button. This is a class name, I guess. Let's check. So this is a class name, start button. Then we are going to write over here position. Position is going to be absolute. And then we have top. Top is going to be 50% because we want this button to be present at the center of the screen, right? Save it, and here you can see we are going to define left as well for this. So left is going to be 50% again, and here you can see the start quiz button at the center of our screen. Now we are going to write over here transform. Transform, we are going to write translate minus 50% to 50%. Fine. Okay, we have to write a minus 50% again. So save it, and here you can see the button at the center of our browser. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style this button. So for that we are going to write over here dot start underscore button. Then we have to style the button tag. Fine. So we'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. Then we have the font weight. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be, let's say, 500. And let's see the color. The font color is different, so it's blue in shade. So guys, I have no idea about the font color, so let's do one thing. We can use any color of our own choice. Fine. So we'll write over here color. Color is going to be black in this case. Let's say we are going to use black color only. Then we'll define padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixel and 30 pixel, followed by the outline. Fine, we'll write outline over here. Outline is going to be none for this. Then we have the border. Border is going to be none again. And after this, we'll define the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And then we have the background color, or we can say the background. So let's do one thing. Let's choose any color, and we'll write the background color as, let's keep it white. Fine. For this time, we are going to keep it white only. After background color, we are going to write over here cursor. Cursor will change to pointer on taking the mouse over this particular button, and you can see it's working totally fine. The button looks decent. Fine. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to hover effect to this button. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here. We'll paste it here. We'll put hover in front of it, and now we'll start writing the code. So we'll change the font color to white. So let's say the font color is going to be white. This is the hash code, and we'll change the background color as well. So the background is going to be red, let's say. Let's change the border color as well. So we'll write border color as red again. Save it, and you can see it's working totally fine on taking the mouse cursor over this start quiz button. Fine. So we are done with the start quiz button. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to style a info box, or we can say the rules and regulations box. So what we'll do for that is we'll move to the index.html. We'll copy this info box class from here. We are going to paste it here with the start button, and that's it. Okay, we have to write here dot info box. We can copy it so that we can use it every time we need it. I guess it's fine. You can see the content at the center of our browser, so it's working totally fine. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to style this info box. So before that, let me change the background color a bit. So we are going to write over here 49, 48, 48. I heard this somewhere that this color is nice, this 49, 48, 48. you can see I didn't find any difference. If you find any, you can let me know in the comment section. So let's move ahead. When we'll write .info box over here, this is the class name. We are going to define the width for this info box, which is going to be 540 pixel, and then we'll define the background color. And then we'll define the background color. For that, we'll write over here background. So background is going to be white again. We'll write hash FFF. And it looks fine, I guess, the background. Save it. And here you can see the whole rules and regulations box with white background. Fine. Now we are going to define the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixel in this case. You can see the border is curved now. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to put it here. We are going to use the info title class for a title. So we'll write info title over here. We are going to write height. Height is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 100%, not 100 pixel. Keep this thing in mind. So I will write width as 100%. We'll write border bottom. Border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and let's say light gray. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here display. Display is going to be flex. Cool. We are going to align all the items at the center. We are going to align items at the center, save it, and here you can see. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here padding 0 and 35 pixels. Save it. And here you can see rules and regulations written over here. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to define the font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels for this. It looks fine. And then we have the font weight. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be, let's say 800. Fine. So here you can see it looks fine. And let's see if we have any mistakes over here or not. No, we are not having any mistakes as of now. So let's move ahead and we'll now style the rules. We'll style all the 5 rules at once. So for that we have to write over here .info box .info underscore list, and we are going to write over here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels and 35 pixels. We are done with this. We'll write over here again .info box, then .info underscore list, and then we'll write over here .info. .info is the class for each rule. Fine, keep this thing in mind. So we'll write over here margin. Margin is going to be 5 pixels. Then we have font size. Font, okay, we have to write font size over here. We have to put semicolon. So we'll write font size. Font size is going to be 17 pixels. Save it. And here you can see all of them looks decent. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write over here the span tag. So basically we need to make these 15 seconds. Let me show blue. So let's do it. What we are going to do is we are going to use this particular span tag. This 15 seconds is present in between the span tag. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here, and we are going to use span over here. Fine. So we are done with span. We are going to write over here font. Font weight is going to be 600. Then we have color. Color is going to be, let's use a different color of blue. I don't know. Maybe we can use, let's use the RGB value first. So we'll use 3 comma, okay, not green, let's use blue. For that we have to write 0 comma 4 comma 255.
RGB, B for blue. So here you can see they are blue in color. It looks perfectly fine now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the code again for buttons. So we'll write over here buttons. So we'll mention info box over here. Okay, we will mention over here dot info box, dot info list, dot info. Now we need to style these buttons. So we are not going to need this info list and info. We are going to write here dot buttons because buttons is the class for them, I guess. For both the buttons, the class name is buttons. So we are doing good. Let's use the height attribute first. Okay, height is going to be, let's say 60 pixels for both the buttons. Then we have display. Display is going to be flex. So we'll write flex over here. Then we have to align these items at the center. And after this, we have to write flex end over here. Okay, we have to mention display first. Display is going to be flex end. So, okay, no, we have to write justify content. So we are going to justify the content over here. So we'll write justify content at the flex end. And we have to mention padding over here. Padding is going to be 0 and 35 pixels. We are done with it almost. So we'll write border top here and we'll write 1 pixel solid. And let's use light gray again. Fine. We are done with this light gray thing. Save it. And here you can see both the buttons are present at the bottom and in the footer section basically. Now the next thing we are going to do is going to write over here. Okay, let's copy it from here. We are going to style each button. So we'll write over here and then we'll use the button tag. Fine. So we have to put a space over here and we have to write here margin. Margin is going to be 5 pixel. Fine. Then we have height as 40 pixel. Okay, so we have to write here height as 40 pixel. Fine. So height we are done. Now we have to write over here width. Width is going to be 100 pixels. Save it. And here you can see both the buttons. Now we are going to write over here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid in nature and blue. And so you can see the blue borders over here. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write background. Okay. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to add the background color to these buttons. So we'll write over here background. Background is going to be, let's say, blue again. Fine. Save it. And you can see the color is a bit dark. So let's choose a light shade of blue, or we can say aqua. So we'll write over here RGB 9 176 and 226. Let's save this and you can see this color. So this is the color. What we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here and we are going to paste it here. Save it and it looks fine now, right? So everything is working totally fine. Then we'll write over here after this background, we are going to write, let's say, border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And then after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write over here color. So let's define the font color as well. So for font color, we have to write here font, or we can say just color. Color is going to be, let's say, white. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels.
And then we have font weight as well. Font weight is going to be 500, let's suppose. And then we'll write over here cursor is pointer. Save it now. And here you can see these buttons look good. Now these buttons are done. The next thing we need to style. Let's see what we have here for styling now. We have two buttons left, the quit button and the start button. So we'll move back to our CSS file and we'll write over here dot button. And just a second, let me check. We'll write over here dot buttons, not dot button. Then we'll write over here button. Then we'll style each button. Fine. So we'll write over here quit. And we have to style the continue button as well. So for that, we'll write over here dot buttons button dot restart. Now we have to check the colors for both the buttons. So for the continue button, the background color is blue basically. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll change the background color over here. And we'll write over here inside the restart. We are going to write background. Background is going to be blue. But just let's do one thing. We are going to copy this background property from here. We are going to paste it here. And we are going to do the same for border as well. Fine, so we'll write over here this. It looks good. We are going to remove it from here. Save it now. And for this exit button, we need to write over here border color. Border color is going to be, let's say, gray. I am not sure. And then we have to mention, we can say is the font color as well. So for that we are going to write here color. Color is going to be black. Save it. And here you can see it looks nice now. So we are done with these buttons. Now the next thing we are doing is we are going to add hover effect in these buttons. Fine. So till now what we did is we did the buttons part. Now what we'll do is we are going to use the hover effect over these buttons. So what hover effect will do is on taking a mouse pointer to these buttons, over these buttons, the hover effect will change these buttons, like it can change its styles and all that things, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to add a property here first. We are going to add the transition property here. To write here transition before we add the hover effect. So we'll write over here transition and we are going to write over here all at 0.3 with ease. Fine. So our transition is done. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here. We are going to paste it here. And we are going to mention the hover property here. So we'll write over here hover. And now we'll see what we can do while using the hover property. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the color to red. So we are going to write here background color is red. Save it. Let's see if it's working. So it's working. We are going to change the border color as well. So we'll write over here border color is going to be red again. Border is going to be of same color. You can see it's red, and we are going to do the same thing for the quit button as well. So we are going to write over here quit. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here and we are going to use the hover effect. We are going to write here inside this color, background color we are going to change to red. Same goes for the border color. Border color is again going to be red on taking the mouse cursor over this particular button. And we are going to change the, what we can say, font color as well. So we are going to change the font color to white. Now it looks good, right? So on taking the mouse cursor over this exit button, you can see the font color is changing to white. You can see the background color is changing to red. Fine. So we are all done with this part. So it looks similar, right? Not similar though. Now we need to change these info box. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here, let's say 640. Let's try it. So the resolution it changes. Okay. So for now we are done with it, and you can see the box is fine. So we have all the rules and regulations present over here. One thing we can do is we can put this space after this fifth point. So we are going to write over here like this, and you can see it's fine. Fine. Let's check it out if everything is correct. The class name is info for all of them. Then we have the div tags closed perfectly fine. Then we have the info list tag closed perfectly fine. We have these buttons present over here, and that's it, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to get back to a CSS file, and we are going to write something over here, which is display is going to be none. Save it once, and here you can see we are at the initial stage of our quiz. So here you can see we have this start quiz button, and if we remove this display, you can see we have this rules and regulations box. Fine, it is working totally fine. So for now we are going to use this only. So now let's move to a HTML file, and we are going to write the code for quiz box. So we'll write after this particular div tag before the body tag basically. So we are going to write over here div class is equals to quiz underscore box. This is the division for creating the quiz. So let me put a comment over here. We are going to write here quiz box. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the header tag. Within the header tag we are going to use a div tag again. So we are going to use the class as title. So we have to write the title over here. Title is going to be quiz application. So let's change the title in this particular code. So we are going to write here code quiz application. Fine. Save it. I think you guys are not able to see it, but if you can see here clearly, we have this SimpliCode quiz application written over here on the browser. So let's zoom it out again. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to add the timer. So we are going to write over here div class is equals to timer. And within this, we are going to write div class is equals to timer underscore text, and we are going to write here time left. Fine. So we are going to use another div tag now. We are going to write div class is equal to timer underscore seconds, and we are going to write over here 15 because we are going to give 15 seconds to the user. We are done with the header section. So the next thing we are going to do, before we move further, let me show you guys that what we are going to create. So this is the part we just created. We have the SimpliCode quiz application written over here. Then we have time left for this time left, and then we have seconds written over here. Save it now. And here you can see time left 15 and all of these things written over here. So we have to write it here like this. The next part we are going to design is this particular part. So we have to add a question over here for that. So let's do one thing. We are going to write over here, or we can say we are going to use the section tag over here. Fine. So we'll write over here section and close the section tag. Then we are going to write div class is equals to QUE underscore text, let's say. Then we are going to close this. Then we are going to write a question, write a single question basically, just for the front end part. We are going to add questions through JavaScript, but this time only we are going to use a simple question for the front end part just to let you guys know how the front end actually works. So our question is, which one of the following is the latest version of HTML? So let's add it. What we'll do is we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. So we are done with the span tag and this div tag as well. This is the question tag. Next, now we have to define these four options: HTML 4.0, 5.0, 3.0 and 2.0. All of them we are going to define. Anyways, let's move ahead and we'll write over here div again. So we are going to write over here div. Class is going to be option underscore list, and then we have to give the options here basically. So we'll write all the four options over here. We have four options as HTML 4, 3, 2 and 5. Then we have to add in this icon here as well, just to let you guys know that this particular question is correct. And we have to add two icons, right? So one is this. Let me show you again with the other icon. These are the two icons we need to add. So the cross sign at the correct sign. The correct sign will show that the answer is correct and the cross sign will show that the answer is wrong. Fine. So we need to add them. What we are going to do is we are going to write over here all the options. So inside the option list, basically inside the div tag with classes option list, we need to add another div tag. So we'll write over here div class is going to be option only. Now we are going to add a first option. So we'll write over here span. Our first option is HTML 4.0 and we are done with this. Now we are going to write over here div class is equal to icon. We have to write here icon and tick, and there's no underscore. So we'll write over here icon tick. Then we have to write over here we are going to write over here class as fast times, or we can say fast checks for the correct one. So we'll write over here fast check. We are going to close the I tag over here and we are going to close the division as well. Fine. So the division is closed. What we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here and we are going to paste it here for another. Then we have four options. So we are going to paste it for 4 times. And we are going to change the options here from HTML 4.0 to 3.0. Then from here we are going, the last one is the correct answer. Keep this thing in mind. So we have to write over here. So all these answers are wrong instead of this one. So for this we are going to use fast check. Otherwise we are going to use a different class over here. The class name is fast wrong, I guess. Let me check. Fast times for icon cross. So we are going to write here icon cross. For this one we are going to write as icon cross. We don't need to add all of them in each option. So let's do one thing. Let's remove it from here. Let's remove it from here as well because we don't need it in these two options. It's just the front end. So we are going to show you how to do it. We have to write here far times. So it's fast times. It's not fast check. It's fast far. Okay, whatever it is. So we are going to write here fast times and we are going to write over here fast check. Fine. Let's see. You can see we have two icons present over here. One is cross and the other one is correct. So this is the tick and this is the cross. It means that HTML 4.0 is the wrong answer and HTML 5.0 is the correct answer. Fine. Now, let's do one thing. Let's create the quiz box footer now. So we are going to write it over here after this section tag. So the quiz box is taking a lot of time. Let me put some comments over here so that you guys can understand it. We'll write over here, let me, this is the quiz box header. So we are going to write over here quiz box header. Then we have this section tag over here. Here we'll write quiz box. What we are going to say is questions. Let's define it like this. Then we have after this the footer section. So let's define the footer section as well. We are going to write over here quiz box footer. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to define the footer section. So we'll write over here the footer tag. So within the footer tag we are going to write div class. So we have to write it here like this. Class is going to be total underscore questions, and then we have to write here after this span. So within the span tag we are going to use p. Within the p tag we are going to use 2. Then we are going to use off, and then we are going to use the p tag again. So we'll write over here like this. Okay, so we have two questions we have till now. So we'll write here 2 of 2. We have to write here questions. Fine. So we'll write over here like this. Save it now, and here you can see it says 2 of 2 questions over here on the browser. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to add the buttons. So if I take you here, so here you can see we have this 1 of 2 questions. We have this SimpliCode logo present over here, and then we have this next question button. So what we are going to do is we are going to add this button first, and then we'll add this logo as well. Fine. So don't worry about it. We'll add the logo as well. Now let's continue. We are going to write it after this div tag. We are going to write button. We have the button class as next tn, and we have the button name as, let's say, next question. Fine. So we are going to add the SimpliCode image over here after some time, because let's style everything first, then we'll add the SimpliCode image. Fine. So what we'll do is we are done with the next button. So let's move ahead and save the program, and let's see if this thing works or not. You can see the next button present over here. It says next question. It is present over here. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to style this quiz box. So for that we are going to use the first class. So the first class is, it's the rule box, quiz box. Fine, we are going to copy it from here. We'll move to a CSS file. We are going to do one thing first. We are going to paste it here first. After a comma, we are going to paste it here, and we have to put a dot over here. Save it, and here you can see it is present at the center of the screen. Now we are going to do one more thing. We are going to go down at the bottom, and we are going to style the quiz box now. So we are going to paste it here. We are going to write here dot. Right over here inside this width is going to be 540 pixels, or we can say 550 pixels is going to be the width. Then we are going to write here background color, or we can say just background we are going to define. So we'll write over here background as HFFF, which is white. Save it, and here you can see our background is here. Now we are going to write here border radius. Border radius is okay. So we have to write here border radius. So we'll write over here border radius. Border radius is going to be let's say 5 pixel. Let's try 5 pixel and save it. Here you can see the quiz box looks fine. Now we are going to style the headers part. So we'll write over here quiz box underscore we have to put here. Then we have to write here header. Fine. Now we are going to write height as 70 pixels. Then we have padding as 0 and 30 pixels. Then we have, let's do one thing. Let's check it out if this thing is working or not. And here you can see it looks fine. We are styling this particular section, the header section basically. So we are going to write here background is going to be black. Save it, and here you can see the black background. Now we are going to align these items, align items at the center, justify content at the space between. So we'll write over here space between, save it. We have to write here display as well, so we'll write display as flex, save it, and here you can see it looks fine now. And we are going to change the, obviously we are going to change the background color and this font color for both SimpliCode quiz application and for time left. For now we are going to write over here border radius. So border radius is going to be 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 0 and 0. 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 0 and 0. And we have box shadow. Box shadow is going to be 0 pixel, 3 pixel, 5 pixel and 1 pixel. We are going to use the RGBA value for this one. We are going to write here 0, 0, 0, 0.1. Fine. That's it. We are done with this. Save it. And here you can see it looks fine. Now we are going to Now we are going to style the title. So this is our title, SimpliCode quiz application, and this is a timer. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to get back to the index.html, and here you can see, let me show you. So this SimpliCode quiz application, it has the classes title, and for this timer, so this timer, we have the classes timer, timer text, timer second. There are 3 different classes. So what we are going to do is we are going to style the title first. Fine. So we'll move back to a CSS part and we'll write over here dot quiz underscore box space header space title. Fine. We'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be 600 pixels. And we are going to write over here color. Color is going to be FFF. Save it now. And here you can see the, whatever we can say, it says SimpliCode quiz application and the font color is white. We are going to do the same thing for timer as well. So we'll write over here dot quiz box space header space dot timer, and we'll write over here display as flex, and we will align the items at the center. We'll justify them as well, justify content at space between. We have the width is going to be, let's say, 145 pixels for this timer, and we have height as 45 pixels. Let's see. Okay, it's not visible because the font color is, what we can say, black. What we are going to do is we are going to change the background color. So we are going to write here background color as aqua, and it looks fine now. Let's diminish it a bit.
little dark. So what we are going to do is we are going to put this color over here, save it now, and it looks fine now, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to give the border. So border, we are going to write over here border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and let's use the same color. We are going to copy this RGB value from here. We are going to paste it here, save it, and you can see it looks fine. There's no issue. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to define the border radius. So the border radius is going to be 5 pixels, and the padding is going to be 0 and 8 pixels. Save it. Here you can see it says time left 15. It looks somewhat same, although the colors are not same because I don't actually remember the color for this one, the actual color code basically. So it looks fine, right? Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style this particular timer box. So what we have to do for that is we have to write here dot quiz underscore box space header space timer. Then we have the time underscore text class. If you can see here in the HTML part, if I can show you, here is a, okay, let me see where it is. So it says timer text is for time left, and then we have timer sec for 15. So we are going to do what? We are going to write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be 400. Then we have the font size. The font size is going to be, let's say, 17 pixels. And then we have user select as none. Fine. Save it. And here you can see this is the time text class. Let me check timer text. Okay, we have to write here timer text, save it, and here you can see it looks fine now. Timer underscore text, let me check once. Timer text, timer, yeah, it's fine. Let's do one thing. We'll write over here time text so that it won't confuse you guys. So we'll write over here time text, save it now, and I guess it's working. Let's try to change the size. Okay, we have this timer class, then we have class as time text. Okay, user select none. We have the font weight as 400. Timer. Okay, good, I guess. So let's move ahead, and what we are going to do is next is we are going to write here dot quiz box. Then we have header. Then we have timer. Then we have timer underscore. Fine. We are going to write here font size. Font size is going to be, let's say, 18 pixel. Then we have the font weight. Font weight is going to be 500 again. And then we have background. So background we have to mention. So we will write over here background. Background is going to be, let's say, black. Once again, black on black. I love black basically. So that's not the point right here. So we'll write over here height as 30 pixels. Then we have width as 45. Okay, we are in the wrong track. We have to write here width as 45 pixels. There's something wrong. Okay, we forgot to put semicolon over here. So with width, we are done with the width as well. Now we have to save it once, and here you can see we have this box present over here. Now we have to do one thing. We have to
color it. So color is going to be white, the font color basically. Then we'll write over here text align at the center. Then we have line height. Line height as 30 pixels. Then we have border radius. So we'll write border radius as 5 pixels. Then we have border. So border is going to be 1 pixel, solid in nature, and of course black in color. User select we are going to define as none again. That's it. Save it, and here you can see your timer box is complete. It says 15 for seconds, and we have time left as well here. So it says SimpliCode quiz application. It looks good though, right? The next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the section. So by question we mean this section, or we can say by section we mean we are going to style this question of ours. So this particular section, basically the other part comes in the footer section. So this is a section with these two logos. What we are going to do is we have the parent class as quiz underscore box. Then we have the section class. So we'll write section over here. And let's define the padding first. Padding we are going to, let's say right here 25, 30, 20 and 30 again. Save it. You can see there's a change. Background color we are going to define. So let's see what's the background color. The background color is white. So we are going to write here background color as hash ff. Okay, so its cursor is not here, hash fff. It is white. Let me see if there is anything wrong. We're going to see. Okay, so we have to do two things. We have to keep the background as white, but we have to keep the footer background as black. Fine. So we'll write over here. We are going to do one thing before that. We are going to go to the header section and we are going to define the z index and position. Fine. So we'll write over here position as relative, and we are going to write here z index as 99. Save it, and here you can see it looks fine. Let me check once. Okay, position we have defined as relative and z index we have defined as. Okay, we are this part. Let's see if everything is going correct or not. Let me check the code once. We have added the position as relative and we have the z index as 99. Fine. So it looks good. Okay. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to move back to the section. We are going to style our section again. So we have this QUE text present over here. So here you can see we are going to style this question text. Fine. So we'll write over here after this section we are going to write dot quiz box space section space dot QUE. Okay, just a second. We have to remove this from here, save it now, and here you can see it looks fine now. Fine, so we are going to style the footer section as well. That's not an issue. So we'll write over here dot QUE text. Now we are going to define the font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. And then we have the font weight. Font weight is going to be, let's say 500, or let's do it 600. Fine, because this is the question text, right? So we are going to save it, and here you can see the question text is bigger in size. Then we have to modify these options. For that we are going to check the class name is option list and option. Fine, we have two classes over here. So we'll write over here dot quiz box. Within the section tag, we have this dot option underscore list class, and we are going to put padding here. Padding is going to be 20 pixels and 0. Then we have thing else. So we need something like we are going to write here display as block. Fine. Okay, now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style every option. So we'll write over here section dot option underscore list space dot option. Option is the last class for each option we have. Remember this, guys. Now we are going to write here background. Background is going to be, it's the background. Okay, it's sort of pink. Okay, that's a different background maybe. Save it. We are going to save it. And let's do one thing. We are going to write over here border is going to be 1 pixel solid and pink. Fine. Okay, it's not working. Let me check if everything is fine or not. Go back to index.html, and here we'll see we have this div classes option underscore list and the other class is option. Fine. So we have this option list, and okay, so here's the issue. We have to write it like this, and now you can see. Okay, let me change the border color. Border color we are going to keep it a bit off. Here you can see, now you can differentiate between the border color, right? Okay, so moving ahead, let's define the border radius. So we'll write over here border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixel again. Then we are going to write here padding. Padding is going to be 8 pixel and 15 pixel. Fine. Then we'll write over here margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 15 pixels. And we have the display again. Display is going to be flex. Then we have to align items at the center. And we have to justify content as okay, space between. Save it. And here you can see. Okay, there's a mistake over here. We have 3 options which are correct, and the last one is coming here inside HTML 2.0. Let me see. This is because we forgot to close the div tag over here. Our mistake, my mistake basically. So you can see we have 4 options and we have the cross mark and the correct mark present over here. It looks good, I guess so. Now we are going to write over here cursor. Cursor is going to be pointer. You can see the cursor is also working fine. Now what we need to do is we need to use the last child property. So what we are going to do is we are going to use it here just for the footer section basically. So we are going to put it like option list. The last child of option is this HTML 5.0. Fine. So we'll write over here last child. So we'll write last child. Last child is going to take margin bottom as 0 pixel. Fine. Save it. And let's do one thing. Let's add font over here. So we are going to change the font size inside here. So we are going to keep the font size as 17 pixels. Save it, and here you can see the font looks good now. We will copy this from here now, and we are going to put the hover effect. Will look nice, I guess. So let's do one thing. We are going to write here color as okay. So we have to change the color value. Save it. Okay, we forgot to mention hover over here. We are to change the background color on hovering as well. So we are going to change the background color to, I don't know, let's do it brown. Okay, cool. So what we are going to do is we are going to do it black. Looks right. It looks fine. Not the best, but fine. Let's settle on this. So what we are going to do next is we are going to use the transition property over here inside this. So we'll write transition as all at 0.3 seconds with ease. You can see the transition. It looks cool. So let's move ahead and going to style these icons as well. So we are going to write here dot option underscore list dot option. Okay, we have to write here option, and then we have to write here dot icon. We are going to define the height. Height is going to be 26 pixels. Then we have the width as 26 pixel again. Then we have the border as, let's say, 2 pixel solid and transparent. Save it. And here you can see we are going to change the border radius as well. So we'll write the radius as 5 pixels. Okay, let me check what the class name for these tick and okay, so we have one as icon tick and the other one as icon cross. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here. We are going to paste it here, and we are going to write here the color. Border color is going to be, let's use this one. Okay, it looks odd. So let's change the color. Let's change it to this one. Save it. I think it looks good now, or maybe I don't know. You guys can let me know in the comment section or in the chat section as well if you are going through the video live. So we have to write here, okay, we have used color twice. So let's do one thing. Let's make it color. Color is not visible as I thought it will not be. Let's change the color. Okay, so we have to change the color for tick only. So we'll write over here tick. Save it. Check. We have to write here dot tick basically. Save it. we have to write here like this. Save it now, and it looks fine. So here you can see it's green in color, not the green we wanted. Although none of you guys knows the color code for green, let me know. It's hard. So here you can see the green color is here. We need to make some changes over here first. So let's copy this border color from here, paste it here. Visible. Okay, we have to copy RGBA as well. So we'll write it over here, save it now, and here you can see it's visible. Now one thing we need to do is we need to move back here. Absolute transparent. We are done with the border radius. We are going to align the text at the center. Save it. Looks good. We have to change the font size. Font size is going to be 13 pixels. Save it. It looks fine. We have to change the line height. Line height is going to be 24 pixels. Save it. Cool. We will position as relative. Okay, it looks fine, I guess. Let's change the background color to white. Right over here. Down. Let's see if it works or not. Okay, so here you guys can see it's working fine. Now we have to do the same thing for wrong answer. So we have the class as wrong. Save it. Okay, let me check what the class was. What was the class? I don't know. It was cross, not wrong. So we'll write cross over here, save it. The cross looks fine. We need to change the color and background color. So here we are with red color. Make it bright red. Let's see if it works. Okay, I guess I need to change the background color for this section, to be honest. So the background we are going to keep this one. No. I have no idea about the colors. So if you guys are facing any issues regarding colors, then do let me know. Okay, it looks fine, I guess. I don't know. So now we have to do one thing. We have to change the RGB value here. We are going to make it red. Okay, cool. So we are going to copy this RGB value from here. We are going to paste it here. We are going to save it. So it looks fine. You guys. Let me check if the code is correct. Okay, it looks fine here. So we need to make it circular, right? So for that, what we can do is we can give the border radius as 50. Let's try it. Save the program, and here you can see. Let me change this green color once, guys. So let's save it. Copy it from here. We are going to paste it here. Save it now. And that's it. We are done with it. Right, the right and wrong are doing great. Not great, but they are fine as of now. So basically we are done with the questions part. What you can do is you can put the question number over here, and for that we have to write over here one dot, save it, and here you have your question. So these are the four options. We are done with the options as well. Now the next part we are going to do is footer. So we are going to write here dot quiz box footer. Then we are going to write over here height. It is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 100 pixels of whatever width it has. Then we have the display. Display is going to be flex in this case. Then we have to align the items at the center. Finally, we have to justify content as well. Space between. Okay, we need to put padding as well. So we'll write over here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 30 pixels. See it now, it looks fine. Go back to the HTML part, and here we have this class is total questions. Okay, we have this span tag present within the total question class. So we are going to style this particular part. 2 of 2 questions is not visible over here. Let's see. Okay, questions is here. Fine, not an issue. So what we are going to do is we are going to write over here. Oh, just copy it from here. No? We are going to copy it from here. We are going to paste it here. Then we are going to write over here dot total underscore question space span tag. So we are going to style 2 of 2 questions. Fine. So we are going to write over here, just do one thing, just make it 1 of 2, because this is the first question in our original quiz. No? So we are going to write it like this, 1 of 2 questions. So we are going to write here display as flex and user select as none. So you can see it says 1 of 2 questions, and next question over here. So we are going to do one more thing. We are going to write over here footer total underscore question span p. P is the paragraph tag. So we have to write here okay. So let me check it once what we have inside the paragraph tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut this off from here. P tag over here again. So we are going to paste it here. Save it. 1 of 2 questions it says. Okay. Trace low. I'll get back to you guys in 2 minutes. So until then, let's finish it first. So we'll write over here total question span p. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be 500. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 0 space 5 pixels. Save it. And here you can see 1 of 2 questions is working fine. Okay. Display is flex, width is 100. Okay, we have to write here width is 100%. Save it now. The next question goes here automatically. Fine. Now we have to edit the first child first. So we'll write over here. We'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here. We are going to write over here first. Okay, first child. This is what we are going to write over here. We are going to write padding left as 0 pixel. Then we'll write over here footer space dot next underscore button. Fine. We have to write here height. Height is going to be 40 pixels. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 130 pixels. Then we have font size. So we'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 18 pixels. Then we have font weight. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be 400 pixels, and border is going to be none. Then after border we have outline, so we'll write outline as 9. We are going to mention the font color as well. Font color is going to be white, I guess. Let's check. Okay, it looks quite big for now. Font color is white and the background color is red. So we are going to write here background. Background is going to be red. We have written 130 pixel. It looks fine now. We have to provide the border radius as well. So we'll write over here border. Let's provide the border first. So we are going to write here 1 pixel, solid and red, the same color border. Fine. We are going to write here border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And we have to write here cursor as pointer. Then we have to write here transition. Okay. We have to write here all 0.3 seconds and E. Fine. Now we have to put the hover effect as well. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here, my bad. We are going to paste it here. We are going to use the hover effect. So we'll write hover over here and we'll change the color on hovering the mouse cursor over this particular button. So we'll write over here background. Background we are going to put red first, and we are going to change the red color up to a bit. That's it. Nothing else we are going to do. Let's make it a little bit darker because it's not evident. The color we have to change. So we'll write border. So let's write over here 1 pixel, solid, and we are going to copy this color from here. Fine. Save the program, and you can see it looks good now. Fine, maybe good, but I'm not sure about this background color and border color on hover effect. So you guys can create it on your own. You guys can use better colors than me, of course. So let's move ahead, and now what we are going to do is we are going to create the result box. But before that, let me check if everything is right or not. Next button is done, right? We need to color it as black. That's the thing we forgot on. Basically, we forgot this. Quiz box footer. Quiz box footer. We have to write here. Background is black. Okay, now we need to change the color for this. What we can say? Question numbers. So we are going to write here colors. Okay. within the span tag, maybe then it will work. So one of two questions you can see. We need to add an image over here first of the SimpliCode logo. Basically we are going to add, or you can add any other logo as well. So let me check if everything is fine or not. To everything else is fine. There's one thing. Where's this quiz box? Right here, display in line. Changes nothing, but here you can see that's the change it will get. So basically we are done with this part as well. Now the next thing we are left with is the result section. Fine, so let me show you what the result section is. Choose any one. So this is a result section. This says quiz completed, and sorry you got only. This is because of the JavaScript part, how many questions I got correct or how many questions the user got correct is because of the JavaScript part. Basically we are going to do the HTML and CSS part right now. So let's move back to our HTML file and we'll put a comment over here. So basically we are done this div tag now. Yeah, so we'll write over here comment. So let's say we are writing result box so that I can remember it next time I'll use. So we are going to write here div class is result underscore box. Now within this div tag you can see we have all these images, like we have this crown icon, we have this icon, we have quiz completed written, we have two more buttons. So we are going to use these buttons. Now what we can do is, first of all, the div tag is closed. Fine, now we are going to create another div tag with classes icon, and we'll write over here like this. Now we'll write I class. Class is going to be fast for crown. Fine, fast for crown. Save it, and here you can see the crown at the top, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to write this one as well. So we are done with this. The only thing is remaining is we need to add the photo over here. Fine, so let's add the photo first and then we'll see what we can do. So we have to add the photo over here. So we are going to write here div class is one, and within this div tag we are going to write image img src is equals to images slash simplicode.png alt to write SimpliCode. That's it. Okay, you can see the image over here. The image is too big to handle, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to style this image. We'll move to this section. Okay, we are going to write here footer. Now I forgot the class name for this image. The class name was image1. Right here, going to be 200 pixels. Save it. Okay, the image working. Check. It's working now. We don't need this div tag, or just to use it, not an issue. So we have to reduce the height of this image as well. Height we are going to put, let's say 100 pixels. Save it. 300 pixels is big, so we are going to put it 50, and we need to reduce the width as well. So SimpliCode, okay, we are going to do it 140 and 60. Save it a little bit. So we are going to keep it 55. Let's see, it looks fine. So yeah, here we have our logo, if you can see here. Okay, start quiz, continue. We have this logo. So we have another image where you can see these, basically we have braces over here in our logo, so you can't see it right now, but you can see it in the channel name, or you can see the channel logo, whatever video you are watching. So this is a logo, we are done with it. Now let's move ahead and we'll now continue with the result area. Fine, so we are going to write here div class is going to be complete underscore text. Okay, we forgot to do one more thing here. We'll move to the style section, or we can say the CSS file. Now we are going to find the quiz box. We are going to put the display as okay, this one is yours. So yeah, the display is none. We are back at the initial screen of our quiz. So let's move back to the HTML part again. We are going to write here complete text. Have completed the quiz. Fine. Okay, we have to show the score, which we are going to take from the JavaScript part. So we are going to write here score text. Fine. So let's write something over here just for this, and we are going to write here sorry, you got only. Now we are going to use the paragraph tag over here. So 1 out of, then we have to use the paragraph tag again, 1 out of 2. Fine. So save it. Here we have a text, you have completed the quiz, and sorry, you got only 1 out of 2. Fine. Are we done? No, we need to add 2 buttons as well, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to add buttons. So the button class, we are going to write over here button with class as restart again, and we are going to write here the button name as play quiz. Fine, save it, and here you can see the button. Okay, we have used the, let me check if we have used the restart button previously. So yeah, we have this restart button, and we have used the same class again. We are going to use another button. Okay, so we have to write here div class is equal to buttons. I have to cut this from here, paste it here. We have to add another button with classes. What was the other class? Let me check. The other class was quit. Okay, it's going to be a new class. Basically, I guess we haven't used the quit class yet, right? So yeah, we have the quit class as well. One class is quit and the other class is restart. So we'll write over here quit. And what's the other button we had? quit quiz. So we'll write over here quit quiz. Fine. Let's check it out. Okay, both of them are here. We have to write here quit. Save it now. Okay, both of them are here. Both are working fine. Now it's time to style them. So basically we are going to style the whole a result box. Fine. So this is buttons, everything is fine. We are going here. Now we are going to style a result box. We'll write the first thing we are going to write here is dot. Let me check the class name once. The class name is result underscore box. So we have to write here, okay, result underscore box. We have to copy it from here. We have to mention this class here as well at the initial where we mentioned all the class names, just to bring it at the center. Save it now, and here you can see. Okay, let's move down, and so the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put the background color as white. Now you can see it's completely visible. Now we are going to put the width. Width is going to be, let's say, 450 pixels. Then we have the padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixels and 30 pixels. Then we have the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. Then we have the display as flex. And we have align items at center. And then we have to justify the content here as well. So we'll write here justify content as space between. We have to mention flex direction as well. So we'll write over here flex direction as column. See, it looks fine. So we'll align the text as well. So let's say we are going to write here text align at the center. Okay, my bad. Text align at the center. Now we have to manage this icon. Fine. So this icon we are going to manage. This icon we are talking about. So we'll write over here result underscore box dot icon font size 100 pixels, and then we have color. Color is going to be margin bottom is going to be 10 pixels. Save it, and here you can see it looks okay. Fine. Next thing we are going to do is we are going to style this text, whichever text we have. Like, you have completed the quiz and sorry, you got only 1 out of 2 questions, or 1 out of 5, or 1 out of 3, whatever it is, it's not our concern for now. So let's do this. We are going to write here okay dot result underscore box dot complete underscore text. Font size is going to be 20 pixels, and we have to mention font weight as well. So font weight is going to be 500. Save it. It looks fine. Now we are going to write here dot result box dot score underscore text space pan. We are going to write here display as flex. Okay, now we are left with what? We are left with the paragraph, and that's it. Dot score put margin over here as well. So we'll write over here margin. Margin is okay, this is a mistake. We are going to write margin over here. Margin is going to be 10 pixels and 0. Save it. Let's see. Let's change the font size as well. We are going to write here font size. Font size is going to be 18 pixel, and we have the font weight, which is going to be 500 pixels again. Or we can say 500 again, so it looks fine. Okay, now we have to write here dot score underscore text space span space p. We are going to write here font weight as 600, and then we have the font weight. We have, let's go back and let's see whatever things we have. So we have 1 and 2 within the paragraph tag, right? So we are going to write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 4 pixels. So you can see you got only 1 out of 2. Not an issue, but let's move ahead, and we are going to write here dot result underscore box space dot buttons. We are going to do, we are going to write here display as flex, margin is 20 pixels and 0, result underscore box dot buttons space button. Margin is going to be 0 and 10 pixels. Height is going to be 40 pixels, and save it once. So here you can see it looks fine, right? Padding we are going to give, let's say 18 pixels. Let's do one thing. Let's not give padding as like this. We are going to do it 0 space 20 pixels. Right. Now the text is at the center. Border we are going to remove. We are going to write here as none. Outline we are also going to write here as none. Fine. Font weight we are going to change. Font weight we are going to put it as 500. The font looks good. Border radius we are going to write as 5 pixels. Border we are also, let's see what's the border in this particular. So it's solid and blue, so it looks fine, I guess. We have to change the cursor as well, so we'll write over here cursor as pointer. Fine. So we are done with it. Almost done. And we have to write here transition 0.3 second with ease. These buttons have the same class name. So if you can see here, the class name is restart for replay quiz and quit for quit quiz, and the class name is the same for exit quiz and continue quiz. Fine. So that's why let's do one thing. Let's find the other code for buttons. Button restart. So So here are the buttons. What we are going to do is we are going to copy these buttons from here and we are going to paste them together so that you guys won't face any difficulty, or even I also don't have to face any difficulties. So this is the last part. Now we are almost done with the quiz, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to write here, the last thing we are going to write here is let's write over here is the so we have to write here inside the result box. We'll write transform translate from minus 50% %. We have to write here minus 50, and then we have to mention scale here as well. So we'll write over here scale. So first scale we are going to write here what? 0.9. Save it. And here you can see we are done. Obviously this size is different here in this case. So we are almost done. So if you want to see everything from this start, so we'll write over here what we can write. Display as none. Fine. Save it. Okay. Let me check. So the front end of our application is almost ready. We are done with everything. We are done with the info box. We created the info box. So here you can see it is the info box. We'll move to the result box. Once result box. We're going to write here display as okay, we are going to remove this. So you guys can see, like we can do is we can put display as none for do one thing. That's the reason it's not going. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it none here. You can see. So what we are going to do is we are going to show it from the very beginning. I'm going to do it, guys. So let me take you through here. Let me just put it as display as none. Save it. So this is the initial point. Let me show it side by side. Okay. Question, quick quiz. So this is the initial point, the start quiz, and fine. Click on start quiz. So you get this rules and regulations page. So for rules and regulations, we need to remove this, save it now. And here you can see we have a rules and regulations page, or we can say rules and regulations box. And after this, we are going to put it back here, save it. We have the quiz box. Fine. So click on continue. It takes you to the quiz. And we are going to remove this one now, save it. And here you can see it's a quiz box, which is somewhat same. So here you can see the quiz box. It looks fine. Yeah. And we have the SimpliCode logo as well, here and here in both the cases. The next question, we have almost everything is almost the same. Fine. Now the next thing is, let me just remove this one as well, and we will go back to result box, and here we will write display as flex. So here is a result box. Click on next question. Here is a result box. So it says you got only 1 out of 2. The quiz is completed. Cool. It looks nice, right? And with that, we have come to the end of this tutorial. If you guys feel that we have missed out on some important topics that we were supposed to cover in this tutorial, then please feel free to drop them down in the comment section below, and we'll have your questions answered. If you guys like this video, then do give it a thumbs up. Please comment your doubts below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe SimpliCode. Thank you.